I graduated to here. I graduated to here. I graduated here. And you know what was the inception of me graduating at each level? My lead volume increased, which produced more revenue, which allowed me to hire more people to graduate me to the next category. Can I get everyone, please, to unmute, say yes? Do you understand the power of this? Unmute, say yes, and you give me a yes in the chat.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
So this is where you trade time, like Warren Buffett does, to buy your freedom back. This is the 40% of the 20-40-10 rule, right? So what do we learn from all this? We learned some very simple lessons here. The first lesson is that we learned that the upside math is always more important than the cost, right? Where you're going is always more important than the investment it takes to get there. So we should stop worrying about the cost. We should start worrying about our full potential and start investing as though our full potential is real to us and like our future actually is something we're willing to invest in, right? At every single stage in my journey, I had to invest before I was ready. It's never the right time to have a baby, right? It's never the right time to invest in your practice. Actually, I like to reverse that and say, it's always the right time. Invest before you're ready when it comes to hiring, right? Invest before you're ready when it comes to increasing your lead volume. You will never have your systems in check. You can buy someone to solve your systems problems. If you ain't a systems person, it ain't going to change, okay? The next one is your action is how you trade time and money. I want you to have the smallest say-do ratio. I want you to have a 1-to-1 say-do ratio. I want you to have a one inch say-do distance. When you say you do something, you do it. How many of you are massive action takers? Unmute. Give me an action in the chat right now. If you're a massive action taker, unmute, say yes. Give me the word action in the chat. Say action.
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 Yes. Let's go.
Okay. The next one is when you increase your leads, it forces delegation. The best way to delegate casework and intake is to increase your lead volume because it forces you to get off the phone. You can't handle all the calls that come in. It forces you to get out of pieces of the casework that you could delegate to someone else. Okay? So increasing leads, getting that lead abundance number is the key. And fifth and most important is you have to outsource incremental and you have to embrace exponential. It's my great pleasure to serve everyone. I hope you got millions of dollars of value from this. It takes a lot of preparation to do stuff like this. I don't do this to hear myself talk. I say this for you to take action on this information. This is my life purpose, to upgrade 1 billion people's belief systems. I want you to take action on this. Do I have everyone's word that you are going to take action on this? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Action.
All right, let's give it over to my man, Devon.
Yes.
Woo!
Okay,
Say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing. Yeah. I can hold my own head. Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
All right. Hey, if you all enjoyed that last session, do me a favor. Somebody hit the space bar right now. Somebody say thank you, Bill, if you enjoyed that last session.
Thank you, Bill.
Now I got to hear more than that. Hit it. Say it loud because I'm watching you guys are blowing up in the chat. I love it, but I want to see you blow up here as well. Hit that space bar. Say thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
There it is.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you, Bill.
All right. I love it. Now make sure you take action on what he just taught you. And this is the great thing. I'm looking in the chat. I'm watching how your cameras are on. and I'm watching you all just be so engaged, and I want to thank you. I sincerely want to thank you for being committed to your own success, because you're the one who holds the key, right? Bill, Andy, and the rest of the team have the roadmap, but you're the one who holds the key to starting it and getting in the car and following that roadmap. So congratulations on being committed to your success. So you guys ready to keep this party going? If you're ready to keep this party going, make sure your cameras are on. Give me 2 thumbs up in the screen. If you are ready to keep this party going, give me 2 thumbs up. I see you. Zachary is ready. Babette is ready. Lene is ready. Excellent. Mitch is ready. Marceau is ready. Excellent. Love it. So with regard to marketing and lead generation, how many of you would like to know what's working now? If you want to know what's working now, do me a favor, type a 1 in the chat if you're ready to know what's working right now. 1, 1, 1. Perfect. Excellent. And by the way, what I mean by this is that marketing is constantly changing, right? What worked 6 months ago may not be what's working today, right? So what Andy is going to talk about is he's going to talk about what's working today based on actual client results. As I briefly mentioned yesterday, SMB has managed more than $100 million in ad spend and built literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of websites for its clients. So let me ask you a question. If you've managed over $100 million in ad spend and you've built hundreds and tested hundreds of sites, do you think you might understand what works? You guys can actually answer that in the chat. You can type yes. I mean, yes, that was more of a rhetorical question, but yeah, you'll obviously understand works if you do that much. And this is the great thing that I was just talking about before I brought Bill to the stage. These guys have spent all this time, energy, effort, money, figuring out what works, and now how do your paid ads relate to or impact your SEO? How does your social media interact with your paid ads, which talks to your SEO? How does that whole ecosystem work? They understand all of that. So you don't have to rack your brain to try to figure that stuff out. The answer is right here, right now. So if it's okay for me to bring Andy to the stage to talk to you about what's working today to generate leads, do me a favor, hit that space bar and give me a loud yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
Well, we're
yes,
going to
yes.
watch. Yes,
Yes.
we're going to love it. We are going to watch this short video. And then on the other side, I'm bringing Andy to the stage.
One day I decided that I was no longer going to be like everybody else. Why is it that we know the tactic and we know how to do something? We have everything set up perfectly, but then we don't do it. You have to be the person who will do the tactics that you need to do so that you can have this stuff. You see, everybody has their shoulds. We should work out. We should work harder. We should hire people. We should do this. We should do that. We should all over ourselves. I expected a bigger laugh.
Relentless lawyers, let's get those cameras on. Put your hands together so he can see it and help me welcome to the stage, Andy Stickle.
I'm down explaining my pain. This is way too much. I wanna feel you. Hurry up, give me the rush, 'cause it's the last time that I romanticize. Riptide that's trying to drown love. Full of excuses for way too much.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Give me some ones in the chat if you guys are getting a ton of value already today, and we have only just gotten started.
Wow, that is a lot of ones coming in. All right, so who here wants to kind of tie together what Bill just talked about? In this talk, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you about how can you actually get those leads? Who here is thinking like, okay, I'm fired up and everything, but I just don't know exactly how to do it. Give me a me in the chat if that sounds like you. If you're maybe feeling a little intimidated, you're just not exactly sure, how am I actually going to do all this stuff? What works, what doesn't work, all that type of stuff, right? So what we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about what is working today. Today, not 6 months ago, not a year ago, what is actually working today based on real tests and real results from our actual clients. Does that sound good to you guys? You guys want to learn what's actually working today so you guys can actually implement this stuff and grow your law firms? Give me a yes in the chat if that sounds good. All right, cool. Lots of chat. Lots of yeses coming in. All right, so yesterday we talked about the exponential stuff. And a couple minutes ago, Bill just talked about the difference between incremental and exponential tasks in your law firm. You need to embrace the exponential and outsource the incremental. Now, if we need to outsource the incremental, why am I going to spend today kind of talking a little bit about some of these incremental tasks? Well, the reason why is because it is not your job to actually execute the things that I'm going to talk about today. Your job is to find the team that is going to execute the things that we're talking about today, or put together. And basically what that means is that your job is to pick the right team to handle this stuff for you. Now, I remember when I worked at Carrabba's Italian Grill, back when I was in college, between transferring VHS tapes to DVD, I used to be a line cook at Carrabba's. And what's funny is I used to work in the pizza kitchen. And one day they hired a new chef. A new head chef, new kitchen manager, they called them. That was the leader of the entire kitchen. And I came in and they came in, they said, hey, listen, the new guy, your boss, is going to be working in the pizza kitchen for the next 2 weeks underneath you. For the next 2 weeks, you are your boss's boss, right? It's kind of a weird concept. Now, what happened was, for the next 2 weeks, he worked underneath me in the kitchens, in the pizza station. And then after that, he went over to salads, and he worked for 2 weeks in salads. And then after that, he went for 2 weeks in the saute, and then to the grill, and then to all these different spots in the kitchen. Now, why did he do this? He didn't work underneath me for 2 weeks because he was going to be making pizzas. He actually probably didn't make another pizza for the entire time he worked at Carrabba's. However, had he not gone through that process and understood what is required to make a pizza and what the different challenges of the job are, what the pizzas are supposed to look like, what the job is actually supposed to entail, he can't properly manage it, right? So he had to go through each section. So that's what we're going to do today, is we're going to talk about a lot of the different things that the concepts that you guys need to understand to make sure that when you're hiring somebody to do these things, when you find a company to do these things, or you find a freelancer to do some of the things that we're talking about, or whoever it is that you hire, you need to make sure that you actually understand what it is that they're actually supposed to be doing. So the first thing I want to talk about is I want to talk about how search actually works, right? Now, I'm going to illustrate this using a story, and I think Bill has the pen. Hey, Bill, do you still have the pen? I think Bill stole the pen. Somebody grabbed the pen from Bill. Let's see, I want to show you guys this. So Andy sounds quieter than the other speakers. How's the volume for me, guys? Is it okay? Give me a 1 in the chat if it's good, or a 2 if it's not that great. Is it not that good? Lots of 1s. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to try to draw with my fingers and see if I can make this work before Bill gets back. All right, so now I want to tell you a story about a guy named Tom. This is Tom right here. All right, this works. This is Tom. And Tom, and by the way, I'm a terrible artist. Tom gets into a car accident, right? So there's Tom's car. That's a poorly drawn car. And here's another car. And this car rear ends Tom. Oh, you got the pen? Thank you, sir. All right, cool. So Tom gets into a car accident. Now, while Tom is waiting for the police, he's not injured, but his car is pretty banged up, and they're waiting on the side of the road. So while he's waiting for the police to show up, he pulls out his phone, and he searches personal injury attorney, right? And what happens is he now sees an ad for your law firm. So he clicks on the ad, he clicks on the link, and he's browsing the page. Maybe you got a video on here, you got your headline, you got your call to action here, and all that type of stuff. And then he's halfway through the page, and then the police show up, and they say, hey, Mr. Smith, can you come over here so we can take your statement real quick? So he closes his phone real quick, right? and totally forgets about you, doesn't call, doesn't really even think he needs a lawyer, to be totally honest with you. So he leaves. So later he goes home, he's sitting on the couch, he's watching TV, and he's scrolling through Facebook. And now, because of the fact that you have something called a pixel on your page, a pixel is a little piece of code that can tell Facebook or Google that, hey, this person that's been on my website, show them more ads in the future. So because you have this pixel on your website, Tom is scrolling through Facebook, and all of a sudden in his newsfeed, he sees a video from your law firm. And it talks about the 3 things that car insurance companies do to screw car accident victims out of settlement money. So Tom sees this video and he's like, hey, that's the law firm from earlier. That's interesting. So he watches about half the video and then he leaves. Now, the next thing he does is Tom's a golfer and he's supposed to be playing golf tomorrow. So then he opens up the Weather Channel app. This is the Weather Channel app. And all of a sudden, at the top, he sees an ad, a banner ad, and it's for your law firm. It's just your name, and it's got a picture of you, and just to remind him that you're around, right? So he doesn't even see this, right? Well, he does, but it's like subconscious. Like he doesn't actually, it doesn't register, but he sees it. He just doesn't even think about it, right? So then Tom goes to sleep. He's getting ready to go to sleep because he's got a big day of golf the next morning, right? So 2:00 in the morning, Tom wakes up in really, really bad pain. He's got really, really bad back pain. Now, personal injury attorneys, give me a yes or no in the chat. Is it true that sometimes after an accident, it takes a little while for the injuries to kick in, the pain to kick in, all that type of stuff? Give me a yes if that's true, right? All right, so that's what Tom's experiencing right now. So Tom pulls his phone out again, and he goes over to everyone's DIY best friend, YouTube, and he searches how to cure lower back pain. So he goes, he finds a video, he clicks the video, but all of a sudden, what is that right there? What is that right there? What happens before a video plays? He sees an ad for your law firm providing more value. So now Tom has seen you several times, and he's kind of like, that's really interesting. So now he's seen this law firm several times. His back's hurting, and he's like, I probably do need to talk to an attorney now because I don't know what my steps, I don't know my action, I don't know what my options are, but my back's hurting. I probably need to talk to an attorney. So then what he does is he goes to Google and he Googles your law firm. And what he's actually looking for specifically are reviews. And what does he find? He finds glowing reviews. He finds 5 stars, and he finds clients that are really, really happy with the service that you provided them, right? Now, he still isn't 100% sure about you. So then he goes to Google and he searches best personal injury attorney near me. And then he sees you again ranking in the maps with 5 stars and more reviews than anyone else. And that is where he picks up the phone, makes a call, books a consultation, and ultimately hires you. Now, this is how search works. Do you guys agree that this is how search works? Because a lot of times what we think, we kind of think that there's this perfect thing where basically someone sees an ad, they see an ad, and then they click on the ad, they go on your page, and then they call you, and then they hire you, right? That's kind of like how, this is like the ideal way. This is like how we want it to work, right? But do you guys give me a yes or no in the chat? Do you guys understand that the way I just showed you, the ad, the page, the call to hire, that's not how it works, guys. The internet is an ecosystem, and that's the number one thing that you have to understand. You have to understand that you have to treat the internet as an ecosystem, and that's the number one thing that's working right now, is treating the understanding that everything you do, whether it's your paid ads, whether it's your social media, whether it's your reviews, whether it's your SEO, whether it's your conversion rate optimization on your website, it all plays a part in you getting a single client, all of it. Now, here's the thing. What you have to understand is that you can't execute this strategy with one company handling your SEO, one company handling your Facebook ads, one company handling your PPC. It's not going to work. You have to have a company that understands the entire strategy. You have to have somebody that understands the entire ecosystem and how search actually works. Somebody type ecosystem in the chat if this is making sense to you, that the entire internet is an ecosystem. It's funny. I just had we had an event a couple months ago. I was talking to a lawyer, and he was telling me that they didn't know that their billboards worked until they got rid of the billboards, and all of a sudden their organic SEO stopped working, right? Like their actual physical billboards impacted their organic SEO. Every time we run Facebook ads for a client, their organic SEO goes up. It's all connected, guys, because people don't search in a vacuum. They search in multiple different touch points, right? So understanding that the internet is an ecosystem is the number one thing that you have to understand if you want to have success. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go back to your strategy. I want you to think about your strategy. Everybody, I want you to pull out a piece of paper. First of all, let me ask you a question. Who here, whose marketing stops right here? So basically what happens is they Google you, they click on your ad, or maybe they see a Facebook ad, they engage with it somehow, they leave, and then none of this is even set up to happen. Give me a me if like this part is not even possible for you guys because you don't have it set up. I see Ashley said me, David said me, lots of me's, guys. All right, let me ask you some questions. Now, everybody pull out a piece of paper, and I want you to write yes or no after every single question that I'm going to ask you. Number one, if somebody Googles you, would they see an ad? Yes or no? Write down yes or no. Don't type it. I want you to write it down. Yes or no. This is important. I have something I'm going to do here. Write down yes or no if they would see an ad when they Google you. If they see your ad and they click it, would they then be served social media ads? Right? Yes or no if they would then be served social media ads. Would they then see Google display ads on the Google Display Network? Write yes or no. Yes or no. Would they then be served Google Display ads? That's how he was able to show up on the Weather Channel. Would they see videos on YouTube? Yes or no. Would you see ads on YouTube after somebody engages with your website or a landing page? Give me a yes or a no. I want you to write it down. If they Google you, will they find glowing reviews, 5-star reviews, more reviews than any other attorney out there? Yes or no? And then if they Google your most important keywords, would they find you ranking in the Google 3-pack? Yes or no? Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to circle all of the yeses, and I want you to tell me how many yeses did you guys have? Type into the chat for me. I want to see how many yeses. All right, Justin had 1. It has 0, 4, 0, 2, 1, 0, 2, 0, 1, 2. All right, so Dan Dodds has 6. Man, Dan Dodds crushing it. All right, Rafaela 4, Kathleen 0, Shanique 0, 0, 2. All right, so here's the thing, guys. If you have 5 or 6 yeses, then you are doing a fantastic job and you are knocking it out of the park. If you have 3 to 4 yeses, you're on the right path, but you're not there yet. You got some work to do. And guys, if you have less than 3 yeses, you guys got some work to do, because this is why your internet marketing isn't working. This is why people have the false belief that PPC doesn't work. It's because you stopped too soon. Anyone that was on the VIP session today will remember something that Nancy Delane said about 6 times. The fortune is in the follow-up. The fortune is in the follow-up. Type the fortune is in the follow-up right now, because that's exactly what we're talking about. The fortune is in the follow-up, following up over and over and over and over again. And I'm not just saying this. I mean, give me yes or no. Bill and I live this, right? You come on one of our websites, you watch one of our videos, and we are going to be in your newsfeed for the rest of your life, right? We're living this, guys. The fortune is in the follow-up. Fantastic. All right. Now, that's the number one thing. The number 2 thing that is just destroying it right now, just crushing the game for our clients right now, is LSA ads. Let me show you what an LSA ad is. Now, when you go to Google, this is Google. At the top, you got the search box up here, and then you typically have several ads right here. And a lot of times they're going to have a check mark and they're going to say Google guaranteed. These are your LSA ads. Everybody give me a 1 in the chat so we're all on the same page, so you know what an LSA ad is, right? Okay, so here's why I love LSA ads. First of all, we try to get LSA ads running within 2 weeks for our clients, right? When a client hires us, we try to get LSA ads live within 2 weeks. Now, the reason why is because the faster we can get a result for a client, the happier we are, the happier the client is for the lifetime of our relationship, and we want happy clients. Have you guys noticed that the faster you can get even a small win for one of your clients, it's just everything's much smoother, right? So our goal is to get our clients a fast result as quickly as possible. And we launch the LSA ads within 2 weeks. Now, why do we do that? One, because with LSA ads, you're only paying for phone calls. You're not paying for clicks. You're not paying for website visits. You're actually paying for phone calls. Now, the other cool thing is that you can dispute bad calls. And we typically win approximately 50% of the disputes that we put in, right? You're not going to win them all, but it is what it is, right? It's just the cost of doing business. But we can dispute calls that are not good calls, and we typically win about 50% of those. So that means you're only paying for calls. Now, the great thing is that our cost per call is less than $100 per call, and that includes PI. Type $100 in the chat. That is the cost per call is less than $100 for LSA for our clients, right? Now, here's the other thing I love about LSA ads. LSA ads allow us to do something really, really cool for our clients that they otherwise couldn't do with other things, right? With an LSA ad, sometimes we have clients that don't have a ton of money for advertising, right? So Bill and I were once talking, we were kind of like, well, the reality is that our services should be an investment, not an expense, right? So how can we make our services pay for themselves right out of the gate, right? Because sometimes, people hire us and then there's a setup period. We got to build their website. We got to do SEO. It takes a little while, right? So what we decided is that LSA ads is the way to do that. So what's cool is that you can take your LSA ads, you can put them on a credit card, and you can pay for your ads, which are running within 2 weeks. Now, let me ask you a question. If I make a payment on a credit card today, do I have to actually take that money out of my bank account today and pay it? Or do I have a little bit of a grace period? Let me know in the chat. Do I have to do it today or do I have a grace period? All right, so Jaspreet said grace period, right? Typically, how long does it take? How long does it take? Like, what's the grace period? 6 weeks maybe until that bill comes? 6 weeks? 8 weeks? How long is it? 1 month? I think it's longer than that, 45 to 60 days. Okay. Now, here's the cool thing about LSA ads. LSA ads start working like right away. So in a lot of cases, most cases, our clients actually are able to run ads. They're able to start ads. They're able to get phone calls. They're able to get clients, and they're able to pay off that credit card that they use to put the ads on before the credit card bill is even due. That is why LSA ads are so amazing. So LSA ads are the number 2 thing that's working today. Now, the third thing that's working really, really well is Google ads. And I just showed you that entire system, right? But the problem is most people don't do Google ads correctly. What they do is let me show you what they do. Most people just do this part of Google ads and then they ignore this entire part. But the reality is that this right here might cost you $35 for this one click. And then this entire follow-up system maybe cost you like, I don't know, $5 or something like that. So where you could be getting more phone calls just by setting up this entire system, which runs on autopilot, you're basically just throwing $35 away because they're coming to this website, they're leaving, and then they're never remembering who you are, right? So this is the reason why everybody go like this for me. Let me see. Everybody go like this. Give me some bunny ears in the chat. Everybody go like this. Everybody like this. Everybody like this. All right. Go like this. Go like this. These are air quotes. This is why people think that Google ads are, air quotes, give me air quotes, too expensive because you don't do the full thing. Because most marketing companies, like 85%, 90% of marketing companies, don't do the entire ecosystem. They just do the first part, right? So if you do this entire ecosystem, that's the secret to making Google ads work. Now, and then the other thing is that, again, I talked to you guys yesterday about how we get a 15% opt-in rate compared to a 7% opt-in rate of the entire industry, right? So our pages get 15% conversion rate compared to the industry average, which according to legals our WordStream is 6.29% or something like that, right? And the way that we do that is through a very, very dedicated system that we use on all of our landing pages that I went through yesterday. So first, the first way we get that is through the follow-up system, right? The follow-up system is the easiest way because, again, the fortune is in the follow-up. The second is we use a dedicated landing page. Most people don't use a dedicated landing page, believe it or not. They just send people to their homepage, which is not a good way to do it. The next thing is we make sure that the message in the ad matches the message on the landing page. So if you run a ad for child custody, they shouldn't land on a landing page that is just general family law. It should actually be a child custody landing page. If it's an ad for DUI, it shouldn't be a landing page that's about general criminal defense. It should be specifically about DUI. Conversely, if it's an ad for criminal defense, they shouldn't land on a DUI page. They should land on a criminal defense page. It's very common sense stuff, but a lot of people don't do this. The other thing is that we sell the benefit in the headline. What is the benefit of working with us? That's the most important thing. Again, on our landing pages, we talk about three things. What is it that they want? How do they get it? And in the headline, we always put, what will their life be like after they get it, right? And when you do that, conversion rates go way up. And then finally, we make sure that we're using mobile optimized websites. As obvious as this is, 85% of lawyers, last time I checked, are using PPC ads without mobile optimization. Like, you're just throwing money away if you're doing that, right? And that's how you make the aggregation of marginal gains work for your PPC ads, like I talked about. Now, the fourth thing that's working, the number 4 thing that's working for us and our clients is social media lead generation. Social media lead generation. Now, social media lead gen is absolutely crushing it if you have amazing intake. Now, we get leads so across the board, our clients get leads for $60.39 cost per lead for non-PI. Everything non-PI, on average, it's about $60.39 for a qualified lead. PI is $118.74 cost per lead. Now, here's the thing. You need an intake system. I hear over and over and over again, I ran social media ads and I got really crappy leads. Well, that's the best part about social media ads, is that 90% of the leads that you get are not going to be very good. So what that means is that your competitors are going to run social media ads and they're going to get a bunch of bad leads, 90% bad, and they're going to assume that social media doesn't work. But the reality is that there are good leads in there. And if you don't believe me, ask Ethan, who signed up like 2,000 cases since like the beginning of this year, right? All 100% from social media. The secret is good intake. Now, I want to tell you a story about this. We had a client, actually we had 2 clients that we ran social media ads for, and it was identical campaigns, 2 identical campaigns.
One day I decided that
we got audio going again. One was they're both criminal defense attorneys. They both exact same campaigns, same ads, same landing pages, same messaging, same everything, right? Now, they both generated 300 leads from this campaign. 300 leads. One attorney got 0 cases. The other attorney got 75 cases. So I called this attorney and I said, what happened? How did you get no clients out of this deal? And he said, well, I called people, but they just didn't answer the phone. I just couldn't get in touch with anybody. So I said, well, how many times did you call them? And he said, I called them once, maybe twice, which we all know means he called them one time, right? So I talked to the other attorney and I said, how did you do this? This is absolutely amazing. We ran the exact same campaign for another attorney and he didn't get a single case. He said he couldn't get anybody on the phone. So I talked to the attorney and he kind of laughed a little bit. And he's like, yeah, nobody answers the phone the first time you call them. That's ridiculous. Nobody does that. I have this really cool system called 3 times 3 ways. And using that system, he was able to sign up 75 clients. So what he told me is that every time he gets a lead, first thing they do is they text them. They send them a text message. Now, in that text message, they make sure to include their name, because if anybody has an iPhone, you'll know that sometimes you get a message from a phone, or you get a phone call, and under that call, it'll say, maybe John Smith. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. When you get a call from an unknown number on an iPhone, and sometimes it'll say, maybe John Smith. Well, that comes from text messages. So what you want to do is you want to text them, say, hey, this is attorney John Smith, or hey, this is attorney Sue Johnson, or whatever your name is. And basically, you would say that in there. Now, give them about 15 minutes to answer the call or to open the text message, and then you're going to call them from the same number. If they don't answer, you're going to send them an email. And then the next day, if you haven't heard back, you text, and then you call, and then you email. And then the third day, if you still haven't heard back, you text, you call, and you email. Now, here's the other thing. When you call, vary the times. So maybe this is at 9 a.m., this is at noon, and this is at 4 p.m. Or you use the golden hours. Do you remember the golden hours that Ethan talked about? What are the golden hours? Type in the chat. What are the golden hours for phone calls? 5 to 9, right? Exactly, 5 to 9. So maybe you call one more time the next day at 6 p.m., right? Using this system, this is how he signed up 75 clients, right? Because he had a good intake system. He had a way to do this. Now, he didn't do this himself. He has a team that does this. Let me ask you a question. Give me a yes or a no in the chat. For 75 cases, do you think it's worth investing in a team to do this system for you? Give me a yes or a no in the chat. See, lots of yeses, right? Exactly, because the fortune is in the follow-up, right? So that's how social media works. Social media works great. And again, if you use misconception marketing, which I talked about misconception marketing on the VIP session today, misconception marketing is your best friend on social media, and it's the only thing that Ethan does. It works really, really well. This is the format. All you have to do is call out a misconception that people typically have, and then say the truth about what the thing actually is, and then a call to action if they need help. So, for example, the example I gave in the VIP session today was most people don't realize that the average person who has a personal injury attorney receives 44% more money in their pocket even after they pay the personal injury attorney's fees than they would on their own. So what if you create a video about that? You know, or for example, let's say if you're a criminal defense attorney, how many people believe that you like? There's so many different misconceptions. How many people believe that just because they took the breathalyzer test, they're automatically going to be found guilty? Or just because they're on camera, they're automatically going to be found guilty, right? So there's so many different misconceptions that people have. If you're a family law attorney, how many fathers believe, coming into your office believing that they are at a disadvantage, that the law actually has them at a disadvantage because they are fathers, right? It's not true, right? So these are all misconceptions that you can talk about where you're changing, you're giving someone a new opportunity, and then you have a call to action, and then you just have to have a really good follow-up system. And I'm telling you, this works. This prints money. I've seen clients do it. Ethan does it. Like, it really works well. So social media lead generation is absolutely crushing it for us. Now, the fifth thing that's working for us is maps and local SEO. Now, I want to go back to this. So when you're looking at the Google, where are we? All right, when you're looking at Google. So again, you got the search box here, you got your LSA ads, then you've got some PPC ads here, and then you've got this really big map, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. Here's the map, and then you got listings in here. And then down here, you have organic listings. So maps, and then organic. Now, I want you guys to understand something. Phone calls come from maps. If you guys want phone calls, you've got to rank in the maps. And we proved this definitively with a client in Orange County, California. He's a DUI attorney. His name's Todd Langren. He's actually since retired, sold his law firm, and moved to Hawaii. The reason he was able to sell his law firm is because he had an asset on the first page of Google that made the phone ring for free because he was in the Google 3-pack. He was in the Google 3-pack for every single DUI attorney keyword that you could dream of. Orange County DUI attorney, DUI attorney Orange County, best DUI attorney, DUI lawyer near me, all the keywords that you could dream of. Not only was he in the maps, he was also number one organic. He was also number one right here below the maps. So Orange County, California, I know I heard a few people from Orange County. Orange County, California is a very competitive area. There's a lot of money out there. Now, Todd was getting about 50 calls per week, 50 qualified calls per week just by being in this Google 3-pack, right? Now, who here would love to have 50 calls, qualified calls per week because, and for free? Give me some yeses in the chat if you would love to have 50 calls per week for free, right? So he's in the Google 3-pack, the Google Maps, and somebody calls and reports his listing as fake. So what ends up happening is Google doesn't do any investigation. They just take his listing down. And I'm telling you guys, like a light switch, his phone calls just completely shut off. He went from 50 calls a week to his phone was silent. So, but here's the interesting thing. So he was gone. He disappeared from this area right here, but he was still ranking number one right here. He was still ranking number one down here, right? So what this told us is that interesting. He was getting all the calls here, and he was still here, and he wasn't getting calls anymore. So we called Google. We sent them pictures and a lease agreement and utility bills and everything, and we finally got them to reinstate his listing. And then all of a sudden, what ended up happening was he came back in the maps, and these 50 calls, the 50 calls started up again, right? Just like somebody turned on a faucet. They just started coming again. So that told us definitively that ranking in the Google 3-pack, the Google Maps, that is where phone calls come from. Now, how do you rank in the Google 3-pack? There's three factors that go into ranking in the Google 3-pack. The first is location, proximity to the searcher. How close are you to the person that's searching? Now, there's not a lot that you can do about that. So we're not really going to talk about that, right? The second thing you can do, though, is the second factor is prominence. How prominent is your website? How prominent is your business on the internet? Now, the easiest way to establish prominence is through business listings, through citations. So that's why whenever you hire a marketing company or a good marketing company, that's why we tell all of our clients, we need to make sure that we get your citations built. Citations are like business listings. So Yelp, Avo, FindLaw, Justia, YellowPages.com, and a bunch of others. You want to make sure that you have them filled out because you want Google to find your name, address, and phone number consistently across a lot of different places on the internet, right? That's how you build up your prominence. Now, the third way that you can rank in the Google 3-pack is relevancy. That's the third factor, is how relevant are you to the thing that is being searched. So there's two ways to establish, There's two ways to establish relevancy. The first way to establish relevancy is through your website content. And every time a client hires us, we go through and we add all kinds of relevancy to their website content. We make sure that they're relevant both for their geographical location and for their practice area. Now, the second way, and actually the best way to establish relevancy, though, is through your Google reviews. Now, team, I'm going to drop the 5 questions that I always do. If you guys could, someone on our team could just list out the 5 questions so that everybody can get them. So here's how you get words. So basically in your Google reviews, if you can get clients to leave words, phrases, keywords, synonyms that are relevant to both your geographical location and your practice area in your Google reviews, then Google will look at those reviews. They'll look at those words, phrases, keywords, and synonyms, and they'll say, oh, wow, this law firm must really be relevant to this practice area in this location. So we're going to rank them higher. We're going to show them more, right? Now, the question is, how do you get your clients to leave these words, phrases, keywords, synonyms in your in your reviews? The way you can do it is by prompting them with 5 questions. So what you need to do is tell them, when you ask for the review, when you request a review, say, a lot of times people want to leave us a review, but they're not exactly sure what to say. We have found that the best reviews answer the following 5 questions. Question number 1, what was the problem that you had before you came to our law firm? Question number 2, why did you pick our firm over all the other firms available? Question number 3, what did we do for you? Question number 4, what were the results? And question number 5, how did these results impact your life? And if somebody on my team could drop those questions in the chat, that way everybody has them. Awesome, Emily. Thank you very much. So if you get reviews and people answer those questions, then they're naturally going to get those words, phrases, keywords, and synonyms in your reviews, which is going to make you rank higher. And that's going to make you rank in the Google 3-pack. Now, there's a lot more stuff that you can do, but it's way more advanced that we're not going to talk about it on this call. Now, that's so Maps SEO, local SEO is absolutely crushing it today and is delivering lots and lots of clients for our clients. Now, the 6th thing is your website. The 6th thing that's working right now today is your website, but specifically treating your website in a very specific way. So let's say this is your website right here. Most marketing companies, what they do is they add some branding to the website. So what they do is they build you a website, and the first thing they do is they make you a website that looks great, that looks really good, that you're really proud of, that you want to show off, that you want to show to your friends, your family, your colleagues, your mom, all those people, right? And then once they have a website that everybody likes the look and feel of, Then they throw a little bit of SEO on there. They're like, okay, cool. We got this website. It looks great. And now let's throw some SEO on there, right? But the problem is that they're missing the third pillar that makes a website actually valuable and actually get you clients. And that is conversion rate optimization. You see, a website is like a tripod. The reality is, if you have a website and it isn't working very well, it's usually because this leg is the first one that they focused on, and then they put a little bit of emphasis on this one, and they completely ignored this one altogether, right? However, what we have found is that when you do the opposite, when you first focus on conversion rate optimization and search engine optimization, that does two things. First of all, search engine optimization makes sure that you have a website that Google loves, that Google wants to send free traffic to. Type free traffic if you would love to have Google send you free traffic to your website that you don't have to pay for, so you can get free eyes and you can get people on your website. Free traffic, free traffic. All right, cool. Now let me ask you a question. Let's say Google sends you all this free traffic, but nobody goes to the website and picks up the phone and calls you. Is that website really worth anything? Like, is traffic the name of the game? Let me know, yes or no. Is that website worth anything if nobody calls you when they don't go to the website? So that's the problem, is that nobody focuses on conversion rate optimization, right? So what we do instead is we focus on building a website that is built for SEO, so you get free traffic so that Google loves it. And then we also add all the conversion rate optimization elements that we know to work, that's going to inspire somebody to pick up the phone and actually call you so that you get leads from your website. Now, then and only then can we focus on the branding. Now, I'm not saying that we don't make attractive websites. Our websites are beautiful websites, but I would much rather have a website that makes your phone ring off the hook with free traffic than a website that's really artistic that your mom loves, right? So what we do with our clients, and the thing that is working amazing, is when you understand that a website is like a tripod. If you're missing one leg in a tripod, what happens? Somebody tell me in the chat, if you have a tripod and you only have two legs with that tripod, what happens? It falls over. Exactly. It falls over. Things fall apart. Right. So I want to talk to you about another thing that we deal with a lot of times with this, and it's something called sunk cost bias. Right now, Charlie Munger, who is Warren Buffett's business partner, and Warren Buffett says that Charlie Munger is the smartest person that he's ever met. He talks about sunk cost bias. Sunk cost bias is one of the human biases that prevents people from taking action. Because a lot of times I talk to lawyers and I say, well, the problem is your website doesn't have SEO and you really don't have any conversion rate optimization. And like, yeah, but I spent a lot of money on my website. Can't you just use my website because I spent a lot of money on my website, right? Does anyone feel like that? Give me a yes in the chat or a me in the chat. If you spend a lot of money on your website and you're kind of feeling a little bit like, I spent so much money on my website. Well, here's the reality. What if adding these things? Let me ask you a question, actually. First of all, if you have a website that gives you free traffic, and then when that traffic comes to your page, they convert, meaning they pick up the phone and call you, do you think that could double your revenue? Give me a yes or a no in the chat. If Google loves your website to the point they give you free traffic, and then when that traffic comes to your website, they pick up the phone and call you. Give me a yes or a no in the chat. Do you think that could double your revenue? I see Patricia said yes. Ashley said yes. Give me some yes or no in the chat. Okay, lots of people agree, right? So let's say it doesn't. Let's say it just increases your revenue by 15%. Just 15%, right? Let's go back to so here's what I want you to do. I want you to take your revenue from last year, and I want you to multiply it by 15%. Okay, so annual revenue times 0.15% times 15%. So if it's a law firm that made $1 million last year, and we all agree that fixing your SEO and fixing your conversion rate optimization will double your revenue, but we're just going to say 15%. So a law firm that made $1 million last year, that's $150,000. Let me know in the chat, what is 15% of your revenue? All right, Justin said $37,500. Fantastic. What is 15% of your revenue? Let me know what 15% of your revenue is. $28,000 for Patricia. Okay, keep going. $18,000 for Ashley. Keep going, Ashley. All right, $52,000. All right, awesome. So basically, let's think about this. The average law firm has a website for 3 years, right? 3 years. So whatever that revenue is, I want you to multiply that by 3. So a law firm that made $1 million last year, $150,000 is 15%, times 3 is $450,000, plus let's say the $15,000 you spend on your website. So that website is actually costing you $465,000 because of your sunk cost bias. I want you to think about that. That is what sunk cost bias is costing you. When you have a website and you're hanging on to it and you will not adapt to adding search engine optimization, to adding conversion rate optimization, that's what it's costing you. How much is your website costing you? Let me know in the chat. How much is your website costing you if you take 3 years of 15% revenue plus what you paid for it? Does anybody know? See, Babette said 18K. That's the opportunity cost. Exactly, Richard. Exactly. It's opportunity cost. Now, the final thing that is working, number 7, actually, this isn't the final thing. This is just the final thing that we're going to talk about right now, is collaboration. Collaboration is the number one thing that has always worked. It's surrounding yourself with like-minded people, people who think the same way that you do, people that think even more positive than you do, that have a positive outlook, that don't say, I can't do that, that say lawyers can't do, they don't say lawyers can't do that. They don't say lawyers shouldn't advertise, or I only get my cases from word of mouth because that's how I am and I'm old school, or I'm a solo, that's all I do. Like, don't surround yourself with people like that. You've got to collaborate with other people that are all going the same direction you are, right? And masterminds, that's like the number one thing that has worked for me. It's the number one thing that has worked for Bill. It's who do you surround yourself? Because the 5 people that you surround yourself with, those are the sum of the people. You become the sum of the people that you surround yourself with, right? So those are the 7 things that are working today that we're seeing across all of our clients. So I hope you guys enjoy this presentation. With that said, I'm going to toss it back to Devon.
Watch me.
One day I decided.
Dance the night away. I'll still keep the party running. I won't get out of place. Lately, I've been moving close to the edge. Still be looking my best. I stay on the beat. You can count on me.
Dance off. I know. I'm watching the thing. It's coming later.
Romance shakes in your bands. Don't give a damn. When the night's here, I don't do tears, baby. No chance. I could dance, I could dance, I could dance. Watch me.
All right. Dance off coming a little bit later. Hey, if you all enjoyed Andy's presentation, which I know you did from what I'm seeing in the chat, do me a favor, hit that space bar. I want to hear it loud from every single one of you. I want you to say, thank you, Andy. Oh, you guys might be fully muted. That's okay. Just type it in the chat if you guys are muted. There you go. Thank you, Andy. Awesome. You guys are muted. That's okay. All good. Love it. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Andy. Ashley, Ted, SMBT. There you guys are just unmuted. Legal Success. Julie, I love it. It is so great.
Thank you, Andy.
You are. Yes, I hear you guys. Love it. It's so great to hear or to see what's working now, right? And to have new eyes to see it through and have a better understanding of what's working, how it works, why it works, and all of that great stuff. So, quick reminder, I want you to always be checking in with yourself. Are you staying fully engaged? Is your camera on? Because you never know when Devon might be giving away prizes. Wink, wink, wink. And as a matter of fact, I want you to make sure, I see those cameras coming on right now. And also, I want you to make sure that you stick here with me because, team, can we throw that picture back up on the screen, please, for me real quick? Just remember, at some point in time today, we are going to be giving away, it's on this side, everything's backwards, it's on this side. We're going to be giving away this Relentless Lawyer video kit with camera, tripod, ring light, the whole 9. Let me ask you guys a question. Which one of you is going to win that? Hit that space bar. Say, I'm going to win.
I'm going to win.
I'm going to win it.
All right. Love it. Me. I'll take it. So here's what's going to happen. Not now. Not now. You got to stay with me. At some point in time, when I call for it, our team is going to drop a special link in the chat, but they're not going to do it right now. When they drop that in the chat, I'm going to give you a secret code word. You're going to enter in that code word, and that's going to make you eligible to win this amazing prize. But you got to be present to learn the code word, and then you got to be present later on today as well, because I could call for that code word at any time and actually announce the winner. All right? So we can go ahead and take that down and throw everybody back up. To my team, thank you so much. And because I just teased you guys with prizes, I want to make sure that we've got a lot of energy for our next speaker. I want to see who's got the most energy, because Emily and team, I feel like giving away a couple of Amazon gift cards. Is that okay with you guys? Who's got Anthony? Are you dabbing? Is that what I just saw? Wait, where did you go? Hold on. These things are switching on me. Anthony, did I see you dabbing? I think I did. Are you froze? Okay, Anthony, you are dabbing, my friend. You can actually have a gift card. Who else has got a lot of energy? Julie Pagney. Is that you voguing? That's fine. You can vogue. Let me see. Who else? Ted has got the double guns going on. Pew, pew, pew. I love it, Ted. You are the man. All right. And let me see. Let me get one more who's got a lot of energy. I know. Babette, congratulations. You are so welcome. I see you. All right. I love it. Man, this is so much fun. If we're going to be here, by the way, how much have you learned this morning from Bill and Andy? Give me a 1 in the chat if they have been teaching you guys a ton, right? It's amazing.
Teaching us a lot.
A lot. You can talk to me too. That's fine. It's amazing what we don't know that we don't know, and how just 45 minutes with somebody like Bill or Andy or the rest of our speakers can just reframe everything for you. I'm so excited. So stick with us. We are just getting started today. The content is going to keep coming. It's going to keep being amazing. And I'm so excited to make the shift into our next speaker, who I'm about to bring to the stage. Now, as you guys already know, because we've been together now for almost a day and a half, you know that my favorite thing to do is to bring people on the stage who were where you are not too long ago. And that is the truth of this gentleman. Just over 1 year ago, about 14 months ago, in March of last year, March of 2022, this gentleman was where you are. He was sitting at his home or in his office watching Bill and Andy and everybody else talk about what's possible, share ideas about marketing and growth and intake that were possible. And he was sitting there at his law firm, averaging about 91 leads per month. He listened. He took action. He became relentless in that action taking, and it didn't take long to pay off. Because when he joined up with SMB in March of 2022, by April, the very next month, his leads had increased by 30%, a 30% increase in 30 days. How many of you guys would like a 30% increase of leads in 30 days? Give me a 30 in the chat if you would like to see a 30% increase in 30 days. Give me a 30 in the chat. I love it. Exactly. But here's the thing. That was just the tip of the iceberg, because today he doesn't average 91 leads a month anymore. No, today he averages over 400 leads a month. In January of 2022, his law firm did about $68,000 a month. This January 2023, he did over $200,000 for the month. And what he's going to share with you during his time here on this stage is he's going to share with you what he had to unlearn, not learn, but unlearn in order to more than 2x his firm. There's no reason that you can't be here teaching people what you had to unlearn at our next event, and I'm excited for you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a short video, and on the other side, I'm going to bring Nick to the stage.
Law school prepares you for being a lawyer, but it fails to prepare you for running your own practice. Before you know it, your firm is spinning out of control. You're working 80-hour weeks, dealing with noisy clients, and chasing them down for payment. Nick Pasalacqua is here to share how he grew his firm by unlearning what law school taught him.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. I want to see those video cameras on and help me welcome to the stage, Nick Pasalacqua.
Thanks, man. Hey guys. Thanks for having me. Again, thanks to SMB team for bringing me in. It's always a pleasure to be here, sharing my story with you guys, hoping you guys get some value out of it. And like Devon said, try and give you guys some of the lessons that I was forced to learn. So again, my name is Nick Paslacqua. I operate a law firm called Paslacqua & Associates. We're based out of Utica, New York, and we represent people who've been charged with a crime or who've been seriously injured or disabled who don't deserve to have their lives ruined as a result. And when going through this presentation and preparing for today, we toyed with a couple different titles for it. One being An Inconvenient Truth or Facts Law School Didn't Teach You, right? But I'm here to talk about certain inconvenient truths. Primarily, what I learned and unlearned that really benefited my firm's growth as a result of my daughter being diagnosed with cancer. And it's as unfortunate as it is to say and to hear, it's a fact in hindsight. And that's the first lesson I want to get into, right? And if you've heard any of my presentations before, you'll hear some of the same theories running through it. And one of them being this concept of truth or fact. As attorneys, we struggle with that, don't we? Through the profession. Why? Because many of us are litigators. Many of us are skeptics by nature, and we all legalese everything to death. But I'm talking about the actual, just hard and fast fact, not how, Billy Bob broke his ribs, but the fact that he has broken ribs. We as business owners, and I'm speaking to you all now as business owners who happen to own a legal services business, we have to become better objective observers of facts as they present themselves to us in our businesses, right? So that we can objectively understand what's going on and respond appropriately. Notice I did not say react. Okay, give me a 1 in the chat if anybody thinks it's a good thing to be reactionary in business. Right? We shouldn't see any ones over there. No, we want to respond thoughtfully in business. And I don't need to tell this room full of 400 lawyers why semantics are important. Right? There's 3 big takeaways I want you guys hopefully to take from this presentation. One is just that. Semantics are everything. You all know this because we're all attorneys here. We know the importance of, instead of saying shall or saying may and things like that, right? But the one area that I can tell you that probably just about all of you are not applying that concept every single day is in here. The semantics and dialogue you use in your self-dialogue each and every day are the most important semantics that you will use in your life. Forget any pleadings you've ever drafted on multi-million-dollar litigations or whatever. Most important semantics in your life is used here. Okay? So where did I start? Well, I started out in Utica, New York, at what would be considered a large law firm. I think I was attorney 7 or 8 with 5 partners. 2.5 years later, not a good fit. I start my solo practice May 1st, 2013. And I was a solo, not like an attorney with a secretary and a paralegal. It was me, myself, and I for almost 4 years. Come the end of 2016, I had scaled the revenue to just over 150,000. January of 17, I say, hey, wait a minute. I've always toyed with the idea of having a firm. What would that look like, right? I had no idea. Some days I still don't know if I know what that looks like. But I said, let's start hiring people. Let's see if we can't scale this thing. So February of 17, hire my first paralegal. July, things kept rolling. I hired my first associate. September, we're still building. So I make an offer to an attorney to start in the following January. Hire a second support staffer in October. So we have 2 attorneys, 2 support staff, another attorney starting in January. Our first paralegal retires the end of October. So we start talking about hiring some additional support staff to further our growth. into 18. Well, in the midst of all this, my youngest child, Leah, is born September 26, 2017. Jump forward to November. Leah's not acting quite right. She's not eating like she did the first month and a half. She's not sleeping very well. Her belly's getting distended. My wife at the time was a registered nurse by training. And so we said, if things aren't appearing to be improved, come tomorrow in the morning, we'll bring her in. And that's what happens. I bring my other two, who at the time were 4 and 14 months, to my parents, say, look, something's going on with Leah. We're going to get her checked out. I get a call, couldn't have been an hour later, from my wife at the time, that the doctors don't know what's going on, but they're extremely nervous, and they're going to send us to upstate Golisano Children's Hospital, about 45 minutes, an hour from us. But they're going to send us to the local ER first to make sure she'll survive the trip. Now, to me, this was obviously shocking. We thought it was going to be a routine something, not a worry about surviving a 45-minute drive to the hospital. Long story short, long day, much shorter. We get to Golisano Children's Hospital, where Leah's given a CT scan. And I can remember it like it was yesterday. 2 physicians walked in and explained to me and my wife at the time that Leah was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma. And as I mentioned, my wife at the time, by training for a year in anticipation of having our son. But I was by far the most medically ignorant person in the room. And it was that was probably the most infuriating and fearful split second of my life, because no one used the word cancer ever. But it took about a half a second for me to read the room and realize that's exactly what it was. And Leah needed emergency chemotherapy immediately the next morning. In fact, another doctor came to us that evening, indicating her liver had swollen since we'd gotten there. They wanted to intubate her then under calm circumstances, so they didn't have to if she struggled to breathe. So what happened with Leah's cancer was it started on her left adrenal gland and spread to her liver. But instead of growing as a mass on her liver, it went diffused throughout her liver, and her liver blew up like a balloon and was quite literally crushing her from the inside out. And so they did. They intubated her that evening, started chemo the next morning. And if you want to pull up the image, I think that's titled Leah 1. This is what I walked in to find my 7-week-old daughter like the next day. Not something you forget, right? So they start chemotherapy the next day, and it works great. If you want to show Leah 2, the picture on the left was within a day or so of that first image, and the image on the right is Leah about 14, maybe 15 days later. That's how much it had shrunk her liver down. And by way of reference, that's the same size diaper in each photograph that she's wearing. Great, right? Kind of. The chemo worked so well that it threw Leah into something called tumor lysis syndrome, which is really a fancy way of saying that she was going into kidney failure. Her little kidneys couldn't process out all of the chemotherapy chemicals and all of the tumor particles that were being broken down, and that almost killed her. So during this initial diagnosis and treatment stage, Leah and her mom lived in the hospital for about 45 days. I was back and forth managing the other 2 kids, trying to work 2, maybe 3 hours in the mornings, go home and change, drive an hour, stay with Leah so her mom could sleep, shower, eat, get out of the room. And I'd stay till 2, 3 in the morning most nights. Drive an hour home, rinse and repeat. So needless to say, I lost about 25 pounds in the first 20 or so days. What happened with the business? Well, obviously, that was a trying time. But we closed out 2017 at over $335,000, 2xing the year before. So what does all this mean? Well, not much. They're just numbers, right? How much money I made in 2016 or 27 is just a number. It's a fact. How many people I hired during 16 or into 17, just a number. Not good or bad, just facts. Whatever context we give them gives us a good or bad connotation, right? Now, if I thought I'm going to make $335,000 this year, I wouldn't bother, right? That wouldn't pay my payroll. I'm not saying that to brag. It's just different context. At the time, that was great. And the fact was, November 14, 2017, my 7-week-old daughter was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma. It was a fact. So what other facts did this highlight to me at that moment in my life? Well, I kind of mentioned we were a single income household. My wife at the time had stopped working in anticipation of our son being born the year before. Fact was, I had to deal with this diagnosis. This wasn't something that could be strategized, backburnered, analyzed, had to be dealt with immediately. Fact is, I couldn't afford to let my business fail or fade out. That was not an option. And the fact was, I wasn't going to be around much while dealing with my daughter's treatment. And I was going to have to figure it out. And it became clear that delegation was going to be key to figuring that out. As business owners, we have to stop doing and start delegating. And as attorneys, I know this is one of the more difficult tasks to do when transitioning to a leadership role in trying to scale a firm. We all understand how effective we can be as attorneys, as leaders, as employers, when we take action, when we step in and get involved. But we need to start understanding this concept that I call effective inaction. Set things up and step back. Task your employee and spot check their work. Because trust me, and many people here probably know, I've learned the hard way, like probably many other people, there is nothing in business that is set it and forget it. And with dealing with employees and scaling a staff, you have to develop a comfort level in those employees. But task them and spot check their work. Take it one step further and task an employee with something, and task your office manager or their direct report attorney, someone above them, to spot check their work for them. Now, you're testing 2 employees while doing nearly nothing. You've simply tasked them an assignment. Right? We need to stop thinking that we're the only one in our firm that can do any of the number of jobs that we pay other people to do better than them. Think about how foolish that is. You're paying someone your own hard-earned money to do a specific job for you. And then you're going to hover and continually tell them how to do that job. That's a gross waste of time and your money. And if that's true, if you don't have that confidence in employees, it's probably time to look to replace them. See, in my firm, we have a policy that I won't hire someone unless I truly believe they are or can be as good or better than me at the job I'm hiring them to do. Because the longer you hover, the longer you micromanage and continually correct and be there to support your staff when they don't ask, you are the crutch for your employees. That's a fact, whether you believe it or not. Because anytime an employee has an option to just do the damn thing or to ask for confirmation and clarity beforehand, they will always seek confirmation and clarity first if you give them that option. So what are some of the other things that we have to unlearn if we're going to scale a firm and scale a practice, right, in the ways that many of us have or want to? Give me a 1 in the chat if you've heard one of my presentations, you've probably heard this phrase called the doctrine of sacrifice, right? I call it the one-upper syndrome. We all probably know somebody that we're thinking of right now that is this person. And in the legal field, we see this, in my opinion, all too often, right? At a CLE, a networking event, a happy hour, you're talking about business or work, and there's that one person that always has to bellyache and act like they're cooler than the rest because they've worked more hours, or they've, got too much going on. There's not enough time in the day. And there's some complaint, and they kind of position it as a bragging point that they've worked 200 hours this week already. I can't stand it, right? Here's the thing. If that's you, sorry to tell you, no one cares. No one that is scaling firms quickly, that is buying into building a business, having a deliberate culture at their firm, no one is concerned with working harder. No one thinks that you're cool because you work 14-hour days every day, right? No one's impressed that you work harder and not smarter. It just is. That's the way it is. But historically, people in the legal industry have always bragged about how busy they were or how much they work, their long hours, things like that. Let's break it down this way. I gave this example before. You've got an option to be attorney A or attorney B. Okay? So put an A in the chat if you want to be attorney A. Attorney A makes $3 million a year. If you don't like that number, whatever your ideal yearly income would be, net in your bank account, after taxes and expenses. So let's call it $3 million for attorney A. Makes $3 million and works 100 hours a week. Not bad, right? It's good living, 100 hours a week. Some of us are doing that more often than not anyways. Or you can be attorney B. Attorney B makes that same amount of money. In this case, again, $3 million net in their bank account after taxes, expenses, etc. And they work 10 hours a week. Which would you rather be, A or B? Because I can assure you, both options are very real possibilities for you, especially if you decide to work with S&B team. But the choice is yours. I didn't have a choice when my daughter was diagnosed. I was yanked away from my firm and had to implement things and rely on the systems I had put in place. Hopefully you don't have that same requirement and can do this a little more deliberately, right? But if I could do it under those circumstances, you have literally no excuse. So where did this all start? We all obviously have many different backgrounds and experiences that we bring to the table. But I fully believe a lot of this doctrine of sacrifice nonsense really gets ingrained in us in law school. Think about it. First year, we're put through the Socratic method in these big lectures, right? They make it seem like it's some kind of a rite of passage to suffer through those Socratic lectures. It's almost like you're not a real law student unless you're suffering through these type of lectures. You're not a real lawyer unless you've suffered through the BS of law school Socratic lectures, right? It's just nonsense. Law school also inherently teaches us to point a finger, to look for blame, to look for fault, to look for liability. We cannot bring that mentality to leading our firms, right? And I've mentioned this quick example before because it just always stuck with me with regard to this concept. In first year torts class, there was a case we read about a mouse setting a machine on fire. And the professor said, because we're lawyers and law students, we ask who's liable instead of saying, what the heck did I just read? Like, that's crazy. A mouse caught on fire and caught a vending machine on fire or something. It was a wild case. But I always kind of sat back and said, yeah, that's weird that we don't ask that question first, right? We have to tap back into our human side as leaders of our businesses, right? You're leading a team of people and you have to bring that element, that human element back. We can't always be looking to point a finger because oftentimes also in our businesses, the fault lies here. whether we want to admit it or not. We have to start taking ownership for our own nonsense as the owners of this business, right? We have to start leading with extreme ownership. It's a great book. I highly suggest you take a look at it if you haven't, okay? But one example when I was going through this that popped in my mind was I had two former employees, but at the time it was an attorney, came to me complaining that his paralegal had been doing things not correctly. And I dug in and started asking some questions about what was being done incorrectly. And I cut the attorney off. And I said, no, you know what? That's my fault. I didn't specifically train her on that. I didn't show her where the procedure is on that. Like, I'll own it. And the visual response from the attorney, I'll never forget it. He was really taken back and confused. He was like, why? He's like, no, she messed this up. I said, no, I get it, but I failed in training her. So that is actually my fault. I'll own that. That's not her fault. I didn't give her the proper training or resources to do that. That's the type of extreme ownership you have to take. Not only owning your own actions, owning your own inactions. I failed to train that employee. My associate was complaining about it. I realized it was my deficiency, and I owned it. Once you start taking extreme ownership like that in front of your employees, watch how things change in your practice. Watch how your employees start showing up more. Watch how they start taking ownership of their own roles and responsibilities, of their own errors, right? In my firm, we love mistakes. We don't love for the same mistake to happen over and over again. I love mistakes. That's where the learning happens. That's where the improvement happens, right? That's where you grow. If you're there hovering, making sure no one messes up the first time, there's no learning happening. You're the crutch. So back to where we were, my family, my business, right? We get out of the hospital with Leah around Christmas of 2017. 2018, things are good. Routine scans and checkups. Hire on a couple more people. April, Leah starts acting fussy again. Nothing like before. We decide to get a second opinion in Sloan Kettering in New York City. Turns out cancer's back. It's regrown the size of a golf ball on her left adrenal gland. Needs emergency surgery within the next 10 days. She has a surgery, 9.5-hour surgery on a 10-month-old little girl. And they're finally able to test the tumor. And of course, it comes back with like 5 of the most negative genetic markers you could have. Fastest growing, hardest to kill, most likely to relapse, you name it. So she needs 6 extremely aggressive rounds of chemotherapy to follow. Here we are again, back and forth. Luckily, they could do the chemo at Golisano, which was only an hour from us, but here we are, back and forth. Leah and her mom live 20 of every 30 days for the next 6 or 7 months in the hospital. I'm juggling the other 2, the firm, back and forth. Luckily, we had set up systems, policies, and procedures that allowed for me to do that allowed the firm to sustain, to operate on its own without my hovering and micromanaging. Throughout 2018, fast forward to the end of the year, because of those systems, policies, and procedures we had implemented, we closed out at over 675,000, more than 2xing again, back to back, while this was all going on. After February of 19, chemotherapy is done. We're in the clear, not so much. 6 rounds of immunotherapy in New York City. So this was going to be a game changer, not only for my daughter's treatment, but I wasn't going to be an hour away. I wasn't going to be able to run back and provide support. I wasn't going to be able to put in an hour or 2 a day. I was going to be 4.5 hours away for 8 days straight for 8 months in a row. This was going to test all of the systems, policies, and procedures I had implemented. This was really going to put them to task. You know, and one other fact, any one of these treatments could have killed my daughter, so there was no way I wasn't going to be there. So fast forward through 19, we have revenue growth, nowhere near 2xing. And this is where I want to talk a little bit about my systems that I implemented broke. And that's okay. We all talk about implementing systems, policies, and procedures, but we don't talk about the fact that if you're doing it right, those systems should break. Not right away. You should put in a system that increases your efficiencies, streamlines whatever process or procedure you're working on, and makes it such that you can now scale your volume to a point where that system now breaks because it wasn't built for that type of volume. That's doing it right. That's why it's a constant evolution of fixing and tweaking the policy, systems, and procedures that you implement. My systems broke in 2019. We had revenue growth, but it allowed us to tweak those, make them better, make them more streamlined, make them more efficient, hire on additional staff where we could carve out a little more specific roles and responsibilities for people, right? So we were up to about 6 employees. We had some revenue growth, but it allowed us to pivot, tweak, and correct these broken systems. So fast forward through 2020, right? The pandemic year, crazy, wild, up by me in New York, 100-plus-year-old law firms going out of business left and right. We had a 49% growth over 2019. Fast forward to the end of 2020, Law Firm 500 named us the 36th fastest growing law firm in the nation based on our revenue growth from 16 to 19. Okay. The next year, we slid to about 39th. We're onboarding 2 more attorneys. We'll be at 14 staff, and we're on a run rate this year to 2x, maybe 3x last year. Okay. Give me a 2 in the chat if this is resonating with you guys. Got to make sure you're awake out there. Come on. There we go. So, how do I lead my team? I lead with happiness. And my parents will tell you probably that I was always a very happy child, overly optimistic about just about everything. Another great book I would suggest is The Happiness Advantage. And that's great because it breaks down the old chicken and the egg debate with happiness and success. The guy who wrote it is a Harvard grad, and it's a legitimate study done on whether successful people are happy because they're successful, or they're successful because they're happy. Which comes first? Well, I would suggest to you The Happiness Advantage. The book suggests to you, and every study I've seen on the topic suggests to you that it is always happiness. So, again, I got 3 main things I would hope that you guys take away from this at a minimum, right? One is keep your family close. Obviously, I'm proof positive that things can unfortunately change overnight, right? Number 2 is semantics are everything, but more so the semantics used in your daily self-talk, okay? And the third thing is lead with happiness. Okay, this is the way I break it down, and it's a bit of a mindset shift, and it's a little bit difficult for people to understand. But we chase not the thing that we long for, right? We chase the feeling. What do I mean by that, right? Somebody out there's going, yeah, right, I want the Ferrari. No, I want the big house. I get it. But we don't chase that thing. We chase the feeling we inherently believe that thing will bring us, right? If having a 10,000 square foot home drove you nuts, like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to pay taxes. I'm gonna have to get a cleaning lady. That's so much house to clean. I'm gonna spend $100,000 furnishing the thing. I got to get a landscaper. You know what the electrical bill is gonna be for 10,000 square feet? Forget it. Oh my God, what my homeowner's insurance gonna be? Look at all those windows. I gotta clean all those windows. If that's actually how you felt about owning a big house, you would have no interest actually obtaining a big house, right? We don't chase those things. We chase the feeling we inherently believe that thing will bring us. Here's another little secret. You can find that feeling without the thing. It's a feeling. Right now, if I snap my fingers and everybody on this call magically has $5 million in their bank account, what changes in this exact moment? Nothing. If you're ill, it doesn't make you better. If you have a headache, it doesn't stop your headache. If you've got debt, your debt doesn't go away right this second, maybe tomorrow when you pay the bills, right? But nothing changes. Your emotional state would change, but what's stopping that from happening anyways? You can find the feeling without the thing. Once you can find that feeling and lean into it and lead your team with that happiness, it's a game changer. And unfortunately, we live in a society, and the legal industry to some degree is based a lot around pomp and circumstance. Who's got the fanciest car, the fanciest offices, right? Guess what? I had a big fancy house. I had a real expensive Mercedes. I had really fancy offices. Guess how much of that I gave a crap about November 14th, 2017? None of it. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy nice things. I've got a bigger, nicer house. I've got a nice car. I've got great offices. I've got a great staff. I just know push come to shove, it's the people that matter. My employees, my family, not the business. The business will come and go. And my employees know that, right? It's about getting your priorities straight and letting your team know. So I suggest to you, lead with happiness, lead with optimism, right? You have to be buying what you're selling to your team, or it's never going to happen. Right? My team thinks I'm crazy because I literally drink my own Kool-Aid hard. I come up with crazy targets and they buy in because I fully believe that that's going to be achieved. I 2x'd my firm twice, right? We're set to do it again this year. And with everything I had going on, there's no reason you can't do the same. Lead with happiness, lead with optimism, lead with extreme ownership. Okay? And last but not least, become decisive. Right? My mom sends me a meme or an inspirational quote almost every morning. I sent her one the other day that I saw. And it kind of resonated as I was preparing for this presentation. It said, be decisive. The road is covered in flattened squirrels that couldn't make up their mind. Think about it. Things started happening for me when I started becoming more and more decisive. Right? And that is part of what will get your team to buy in. When you're showing that confidence in your decision making. And not every decision is going to be a great one. Guess what? Own it. And make the next decision with just as much confidence. Okay? You guys are here because you want to improve your firms, right? You want to scale. You want more freedom. Signing up with SMB team is, in my opinion, a surefire way to do that. I've mentioned before, I've worked with, this is literally the 9th marketing company my firm has worked through. And I wouldn't change it for the world. My only regret was not signing up with them sooner. The numbers Devon told you about were dead on accurate, and they're growing. We've done this year to date, we're approaching 70% of last year's revenue already. And it's in no small part to I couldn't do it without them. The numbers you heard were literally all of 21. We average 91 leads a month. Right now, we're between 400 and 500 each month. And we've got systems in place to manage it. If you took me in the middle of 21 and said, here's 450 leads, manage them, we would have crashed and burned. Our systems would have broken in a very big way. But you fix them. And you move on and you scale into a point where those break and you fix those. But if you want to get to a point where your systems are breaking in the best possible way, this is the team that'll get you there. Can we throw up Leah 4 or 3? Either one. Just so you know, Leah is fine. She's been cancer-free for like 2.5 years, 3 years. We were just down in New York a couple weeks ago for some follow-up scans. Longest period between scans since her diagnosis, everything was clear. So she's the reason I'm losing what's left of my hair, and but she's doing great. So I know I don't want to leave everybody hanging. Last time I forgot to mention that part. So thank you for my time. I hope you guys found some value in my story and our journey in my firm. And again, thanks so much to SMB team for having me. Thanks, brother. Thank you.
Hey, give it up. Give it up. I want to see those cameras on. I want to see you clapping your hands for Nick. I love it.
Thanks, brother. Thanks.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Man, this is amazing. Okay, here's what I want us to do. I want everybody, if you have the ability to turn on your camera, I know some of you guys are like, Devon, my camera's broken. Okay, if your camera's not broken, do me a favor real quick. Turn it on. Turn it on. I want to see all of your beautiful faces. Right? Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take your hands, put them on your desk or wherever, and I want you to push yourself up, and I want you to stand up. Stand up for me if you have the ability to stand up. I want to see you stand up. Stand up. Every single person on the thing, stand up. Now what I want you to do is I want you to take your right hand. I want you to put it high up in the air. I want you to take your left hand. I want you to put it high up in the air. Stretch it out. Shake it out a little bit. I want to see who's got the best stretch and shake. All right. Now, here's what I want you to do. I'm going to ask you a question. And from this position, from you standing up and being stretched out, I want you to do one thing, and that is I want you to hit the space bar from this position of standing up, from this position of strength. And if you want to answer yes, and if the answer to this question is a yes for you, I want you to hit the space bar, and I want you to say I am if it's a yes for you. Are you guys ready? Cameras on, stretching out. And by the way, if you want to yell this, that is okay. Here is the question. You just heard from Nick. Nick is one of 71 lawyers who has more than doubled his income in 12 months or less. Nick was sitting exactly where you're sitting right now, and he went from the seat to the stage. My question to you is this: who of all of you watching right now is going to be the next one to have that amazing story? If it's you, hit that space bar right now and say, I am.
I
love it.
I am.
I love it. And if your mic is broken and you're typing it in the chat, that is amazing. I love it. Okay, have a seat, even though we're going to keep that energy up. I am. Hey, even if it's 3 minutes late, I don't care, whatever. Just jump in and say I am whenever. That is a yes for me. I love it. Oh, we have been talking. You can have a seat, but keep those cameras on. Keep that energy up. Give me 2 thumbs up if you're with me. I'm looking at you guys right now. Give me 2 thumbs up I love it. All right. We have been talking about the 71 law firms who have more than doubled their firms in 12 months or less, right? Like I said, Nick was just an example of that. Let me tell you where we're going to go right now and why I'm so excited, and why all of you who typed I am in the chat or hit the space bar and yelled out I am, here's why you need to be excited too, and why you need to be all in. Because in this next session, what Bill is going to do is he's going to peel back the curtain and show you exactly what those 71 law firms did to get those amazing results. He's going to peel back the curtain, and he's going to show you 10 exact case studies from 10 different practice areas, showing you exactly how they did it. Plus, he's going to share with you a way to work with us that has never been shared before and may never be shared again. The bottom line is what's about to happen right now is that if this is you and this is your 3-year vision, all of the barriers standing between you and your 3-year vision are about to be destroyed. And I'm so excited for you for that. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, and I know you are, I want you to make sure your cameras are up, your energy is high, you're sitting up tall in your chair. I want to see you clapping and actually making noise as you help me welcome back to the stage, Mr. Bill Hauser.
Man, thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right. How many of you are getting a ton of value up to this point? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're getting a ton of value up to this point. You feel like there's a ton that you're able to
take from this point and start implementing in your life and your law firm. Our job here is simple. We want to inspire you to transform not just your law firm, but your life. And we have someone very special speaking tomorrow, one of the most breakthrough success stories I've ever heard in the history of our company. And he literally just got into the office, into the studio that we're in early. He's supposed to speak tomorrow, and this is completely unplanned, but I'm going to allow a great friend of mine to come on stage and talk to you before I dive into this needle-moving presentation that I'm about to give for everyone who's ready to turn their interest into commitment. So, my buddy Mark, let's come up on stage.
How deep is your love?
Familiar faces out there in the audience. What's going on, everyone? My name is Mark Real. I am the founder and CEO of Real Fathers Rights. And as of today, we are closing in on doing about $2.5 million in revenue just this year. And I have 35 full-time team members. Now, I tell you that to tell you this. 17 months ago, on December 31st, 2021, I was a true solo. It was just me. I think we're having an issue with the mic here. Hold it close. So as on December 31st, 2021, I was a true solo. It was just me. That was it. And the life of my firm, we had done $126,000. So the entire existence of my firm, we had done just over 6 figures. Now, for everyone out here watching, what do you think's easier? We're on our way. I'm on my way to being an 8-figure CEO. Our goal this year is $10 million. What do you think is easier? Is it being an 8-figure CEO or being a solo doing everything yourself? Let me know in the comments. So I'll tell you loud and clear, the solo is significantly harder. What did my life look like as a solo? Well, I was miserable. In December of 2021, I actually decided to shut my law firm down. Life was too stressful. There was too much going on. I woke up at 4 o'clock every single morning. From 4 to 7, I would do casework. At 7 o'clock, I would get dressed and go to court. I would get back to my 900 square foot executive suite at about 1 p.m. And from 1 to 6, I would do consultations. After that, I would pack up, I'd head home, I'd eat dinner. And from 7 or 8 o'clock until midnight, every single night, I would do casework. So Monday through Friday, I was getting a maximum of 4 hours of sleep. My Saturdays and Sundays were filled with casework and consultations. It was nonstop. I had no time for anything else. So I tell you this because Bill wanted me to come up here today and give you my 3 biggest tips to help you go from where you're at today to you living the life you want to live and having the firm you dream of. And this is just 17 months. So number 1, everyone here filled out a goal declaration. Can you put me in the chat if you filled out your goal declaration? So I'm going to tell you this, and I want you guys the rest of the day today to think about this. I want you to set goals that scare you. So in Q4 of 2021, I did a total of $18,000. You heard me right. October, November, December of 2021, I did $18,000 total. In January, I told Bill Hauser that on January 1st, 2031, I was going to be able to look back and say I had a $100 million law firm. That's pretty crazy. I know when I said that on that day, I didn't believe it. First, these goals are going to scare you, but you're going to take action. You're going to take steps, and those small achievements are going to give you confidence and are going to allow you to believe in your goals. I sit here today, just in the back here. I told Bill, We're 2 new clients away from doing $500,000 this month. 17 months ago, I did $18,000 in a quarter. I haven't had a business day this month where we've done less than $18,000. Number 2, the scariest mindset shift you're going to need to take is around spending money. So when I founded my firm, I had a total of $723 in my bank account. I had built my own website, my socials. I'd done everything myself. The one thing I couldn't do that I knew I needed was paid advertising. I did some research. I decided I was going to go all in on PPC advertising. Well, I had $723 in my bank account. I found an agency that their management fee was $700 a month. And I paid them $700. I did not have the money for the ad spend. It was only $500 a month budget. I did not have that. But I'd done my research and I found out that Google doesn't charge you until you've spent $500. So I had 30 days to make my ad spend. We turned the PPC ads on. 25 hours after we turned them on, I had my first client. $3,500 in hand. And the rest was history. That wasn't the last bet I made, though. Just a couple months after that, I decided my operation needed to go out of my bedroom. Yeah, I was running this law firm out of my bedroom. And I decided I needed an executive suite. It's a little 900-foot executive suite down the street. Well, it was going to cost me $2,500 to get into. I could pay it, but I did not have the second month's rent. Once again, I bet on myself. And in betting on yourself, you always hear about the stock market. I want you to think of yourself as you're your own stock. You're going to bet on yourself, and that's going to require you to invest money in yourself, in your development, and your growth as a firm. And lastly, this is most important. The most important piece of all of this is absolutely taking action. Fortune favors the bold. Nothing's going to get done unless you take action. And you're never going to know when those decisions, when those opportunities arise. You just have to be willing to take action. And just like with setting goals that scare you, just like with spending money, those first couple actions are going to be the hardest. I'll tell you this. I saw Kara Kelly is on the screen here. She's we work with her at SMB team. She's awesome. Yes. And so just last week, her and I had a phone call, and I was in the car driving. I was running late, and I just was like, hey, I want to add $8,000 to PPC, and we're going to go ahead and do $9,000 more on social media. Just at a whim, 15-minute phone conversation. I committed to $17,000 a month. Decisions and actions get easier as you start making them. So I see some of you, and I've been at a few of these events. I'm going to turn around so I can see everyone on the screen. And I see some of you keep coming back to these events, but you can't pull the trigger. You can't take that action. You can't take that next step. And you're going to continue getting those same results if you're not willing to do that. So number one, I want you to set goals that scare you. I want you to take the next day or two, and I really want you to evaluate, what do you want 1, 3, 5, 10 years down the road? Number two, don't be afraid to spend money. And number three, most importantly, you have to take action. So we're going to get to know each other a little bit more tomorrow. You're going to kind of see me go mad scientist on some stuff, but I'm really excited for what Bill's about to show you guys. Thank you guys all for your time today.
Give it up for Mark Reel, everyone. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So it's certainly attorneys like Mark Reel that make what we do so eternally fulfilling. So what I'm going to do is dive into a presentation that for a handful of you is going to change your life. So is everyone completely strapped in and ready for this to turn your 2023 and 2024 goals into reality? Can I get some ones in the chat if you're ready for this? Okay, awesome. Let's get the slides up on the screen. So this is our life's work here. So we are super excited to get this rolling for everyone. So so far we have covered a lot of information. I want to ask everyone, give me a 1 in the chat if you're happy that you came to the boot camp thus far. Let me get some 1s in the chat if that's you. Give me a 1 in the chat if you feel more capable of dominating your market. Give me a 1 in the chat. Do you realize the edge that you have over your competition if you implement everything you just learned? Thank you for all the 1s, my friends. Can you see yourself executing on what you learned up to this point? Give me some more 1s in the chat if that's you. So I have 2 very simple goals of this presentation. My first goal is I'm going to show you the exact strategy that doubled 71 law firms' revenues in the last 12 months with an average revenue growth rate of our 400 clients of 81% in 1 year of our clients. And then at the end of this, if I deliver on that promise, I'm going to then offer 20 attorneys who are here something that's added over $1 million to dozens of law firms for less than the cost of 1 full-time employee, along with something brand new that we've never offered before, ever at one of our events, ever. So let me ask you this. Does anyone here want to learn the exact literal plan with screenshots that doubled 71 law firms? Can I get some 1s in the chat if that's you? Okay. And if I deliver on that, okay, do I have your permission to give you an offer at the end of this presentation if I deliver on that promise of showing you literally exactly how they did that? Can I get some 1s in the chat if that's you? Okay. So when Andy and I do events like this, we really have 2 choices. We can just give you all this free information and then let you go into do-it-yourself territory, or we can extend you an opportunity to actually work with us so that you can supercharge your success. Because ultimately, when you come to an event like this, you're fighting against your old habits, right? I look at it kind of like a fork in the road where you can either turn right towards your old ways of doing things, or you can turn left and embrace a new approach, right? I kind of look at it like turning right is more of the same. Turning left is embracing growth and embracing a bigger future for yourself. Because honestly, what we do here is a moral obligation to us. It really is a moral obligation. I mean, it's your stories that inspire us. I mean, I could read through Katie Charleston saying SMB team, has a great coaching program, marketing program, did an exceptional job with my ad campaign management, strategic planning for growth. Most importantly, since joining SMB team, she doubled her annual revenues in 6 to 7 months, increased the size of her firm by adding an attorney, legal assistant, and intake coordinator, and also expanded her office locations. It's the attorneys like David Bruno, who spoke yesterday, who met us in 2020, and our free content led to him working with all of our paid services, and he 5x'd his firm in 1 year. That's the attorneys like Derek Martin, who says, my firm's been in the SMB coaching and marketing program for over a year now. His firm doubled, not 1 year, but 2 years in a row, his revenues doubled. But more importantly, he went from having a job to owning a business. Phil Roos went from $590K in 2020 to over $1.4 million in his first 2 years with us, and now is on track to break $2 million by the end of this year. This is Rob Shelley, who went 2.25x in just a few months of joining us. This is why we do what we do. This is Chad Petrowski, who was away for 2 weeks, and his firm was fully functioning, making money while he was gone. That's the freedom component, self-management that we talk about. And Mark Reel, who you just heard from. This is the first text I got from him when he told me that what he made in an entire year was what he made in a week. And you'll see my response to him was, next stop is 100K a day. Well, update. This is a text I got from Mark actually last month when he screenshotted me that he did $494,000 last month in April. And you just heard that he's 2 clients away this month from exceeding $500,000 in revenue in just 17 months of rolling out the strategy that I'm about to show you. And still the record in our program is Mark Sweet, who went from 0 to $11.25 million in 3 years from scratch in personal injury. So we do this for stories like this. Brad Bascom, they're going to be speaking tomorrow, who their entire life changed when they embraced the strategies that I'm about to show you right now. And it makes me emotional when I read this stuff, because this is why we do what we do. If you look at the bottom line, he said, I really appreciate that you're invested in making us better people as well as business owners, because all of this ties together. It's not just the law firm. It's about your life. Okay. Give me a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. It's not just about growing the law firm. It's about building a vibrant, filled, all-encompassing life, and having the law firm be the vehicle for that, right? So I want you to give a huge round of applause to these attorneys, because these are the reason that we do what we do. Can everyone unmute and say, thank you, attorneys?
Thank you, attorneys.
Let me hear some more. Thank you, attorneys. Give it in the chat. Say it out loud. Go ahead.
Thank you, attorney.
Thank you for unmuting.
Thank you, attorney.
So this is why we do what we do. And you could read even more stories. It's kind of hard to fabricate the crazy stories that we get in our Google profile. Still to this date, we haven't received one-star review in 5 years and 5.5 years since starting our company. But more importantly, the stories in these testimonials are things you can go read yourself right now. And they're why we do what we do, quite frankly. The reason I show you all this information is because my claim is very simple. You can double your revenues, profits, and freedom in under 12 months. Okay? It's not me saying that. This is the chain of events here. In early 2021, we started rolling out the strategy I'm about to show you. 9 lawyers doubled their revenues. By the end of that year, 24 lawyers doubled their revenues. And like we've been telling you throughout this entire event, in the last 12 months, 71 law firm owners, using what I'm about to show you, doubled their revenues in the last 12 months in 12 months in their law firm, year-over-year revenue growth, right? This is across 14 practice areas from $125,000 to $11.25 million a year. High and low competition markets from $1,000 to $200,000 a month in ad budget, marketing beginners, experts, 1 to 50 staff size, no people who have no coaches, people who have up to 4 coaches who work with us. So it has nothing to do with any of these factors. So how many of you actually want to hold a 2X award when 1 year from today hits? Give me a 1 in the chat if that's you. That you actually want to hold one of these 2X awards and actually be interviewed on stage like Devon said. Every person you've heard from up to this point was someone actually where you're at. This is real for you, right? How many of you want to hold $1 million added award, which we've given out dozens and dozens? Andy's given out dozens of these. How many of you, let me ask, can you guys see my slides? It looks like it's, do you see Hollyland on the slides, or do you see the deck that I just had? Oh, okay. We're going to get the slides up in a second. How many of you actually want to double your revenues 2 years in a row? Give me a 2 in the chat if you want to double your revenues 2 years in a row. Well, we've actually had over a dozen law firm owners that we work with that doubled their revenues 2 years in a row. That's a 2x. My question to you is very simple. If they can do it, who can do it? Someone write the word me in the chat. Write the word me in the chat. Okay? So, I want you to visualize something really quickly. I want everyone to actually close your eyes right now and visualize yourself actually holding the 2X award on stage in front of everyone. Close your eyes really quickly. Picture me introducing you on stage and handing you a 2X award, and then you giving a presentation to the hundreds of attorneys who are here. Picture that really quickly. Is that possible for you? I want everyone to unmute and say this. I hold that 2X award. Can someone unmute and say that back to me?
I hold that
2X award.
I hold the 2X award.
I hold the 2X award.
Type it into the chat, everyone. I want to command this into reality. Okay? Yes, you're going to be blushing when you make your speech, but you're also going to be inspiring a lot of people when you make that speech. Okay? So, 17 months ago, Andy and I had to make one of the hardest decisions in our lives. And that was the decision to compete or collaborate. Andy and I, we became best friends when I met him very quickly. We started meeting every single week. Andy was really strong in website and SEO and social media marketing, and was leading a marketing coaching program that's second to none in the legal industry. I was running a management coaching program for lawyers and a paid advertising on Google product. And we had a very tough decision to make, is did we want to compete against each other or collaborate? See, what's interesting is when Andy and I both got started in the legal business, we didn't set out to build coaching companies. We set out to build marketing companies, but very quickly we learned that lawyers needed a lot more than just marketing. How many of you can understand what I'm saying here? You need a lot more than just leads. You need like a business infrastructure and knowing how to scale and hire and actually scale the firm and have it remain profitable and hold team members accountable and solve all the problems that inevitably come up, right? So my company was running a premium strategy called G3 for attorneys, which was Google paid advertising along with management coaching. And Andy's company was running premium SEO and websites, social media marketing, and law firm marketing coaching. And we asked ourselves, what if we could put this all under one umbrella? How amazing would that be that you get world-class marketing coaching, management coaching, and full stack marketing across all those categories, right? Could that solve all the problems of law firm owners? And as of January 2022, just around 17 months ago, we're not separate companies anymore. We've gone all in together. We merged our companies, and it's because of the impact that we want to have on the legal industry. I believed in Andy's company so much, I paid $1 million to partner with him. $1 million that I didn't have, by the way. The problem is when we merged our products and services together, the price was $151,928 per year, right? So we had to solve that, and you'll see how we did in just a second. The second problem was we were sending so many leads to our clients that we realized that their intake system was breaking. So we had to go out and solve that problem, and it started with a question. Can we handle attorneys marketing? Can we help you grow through coaching you through business strategies to reach that 8-figure mark in your law firm or breach the 8-figure mark in your law firm? And at the same time, can we revolutionize your intake all under one umbrella? So we ended up partnering with Ethan Ostroff, who lives actually very close to my office out of happenstance. I meet with him. I realized this amazing virtual assistant process he built for his dad's firm. And he tells me all of these amazing results that he's built through his virtual assistant company, following up with leads 15 times, 15-minute lead response times, all these amazing things, saving attorneys time by following up with and answering leads way better than answering services. And ultimately, it led to a 200% increase in right fit lead conversion rate. So as of January 2023, 2 years in a row, we have now gone through 2 mergers. Andy and I merged our companies. And now, as of just a few months ago, Ethan merged his company, Turnkey Operations, into our company. So now we're one. So give it up for mergers and acquisitions. Woohoo! Give me a 1 in the chat. All right. So this is all because we want to have the highest impact on the legal industry, right? And we want to start backwards from what lawyers need, not just what we want, what we're skilled at, right? Because oftentimes these two things can tug at each other. So now we've built a comprehensive set of solutions under one umbrella that I'm going to break down for you. So before I show you exactly how the 71 law firm owners did it, can I get a 1 in the chat if you commit to the following 3 commitments? Number 1, I am clear and committed to my 3-year vision. I commit. Give me a 1 in the chat if you commit to this. Otherwise, what I'm about to show you is not going to work. Number 2, give me a 1 in the chat. I can invest 20% of my 2023 goal on marketing. Give me another 1 in the chat for that. Number 3, I trust that Andy and Bill, based on the evidence that we've given, all the clients you've heard from up to this point, the information we've shared with you, that we can actually help you based on the evidence shared up to this point. Give me a 1 in the chat if that's you. Okay, thank you, everyone. When I'm asking you to make these 3 commitments to me, it's kind of like the diagram I showed you earlier today. I'm asking you to commit first and force that through a period of courage. So you earn a new capability and you end with the confidence that you could have and did grow your law firm at the rate you wanted to. Remember this, commitments are made in the wallet and the calendar, like I shared earlier, right? Don't tell me what you're committed to. Show me what you're committed to. So today you get an opportunity to commit to your future. And 1/2 of what I'm going to be breaking down here is the exact process where we help build the operations behind a scaling law firm, which is called Elite Coach Squared. Okay. This is the exact process that the attorneys who have doubled their revenue have followed. The first step is to create a searingly clear, vivid vision. This is a printed, multi-page PDF document that clearly depicts exactly where you will be 3 years from today, break that into an annual plan, which breaks down exactly what your revenues will be for the next 12 months, and breaking down how many leads you'll generate from what sources of what case type, and then breaking that down into a resource plan, meaning the staff that you'll need to make that come true and the investments that you'll need to make in order to make that come true. And from the annual plan, you're then able to reverse engineer into what are called quarterly boulders. Okay, these are quarterly goals that you set for the law firm every 3 months. And we follow a very nuanced process for this, which I'll break down in just a second. My first vivid vision was embarrassing, quite frankly. I rolled this out to my company. I felt like a doofus when I rolled this out because I didn't believe it was actually going to happen. But I learned this from my coach, Cameron Herold, the former chief operating officer of 1-800-GOT-JUNK. He said, just roll it out, Bill. I rolled out this vision. It said we were going to do $20 million by this year. I was scared. I felt like I'd be a fraud if I didn't reach this goal and the whole team would laugh at me. And lo and behold, 5 years ago, I had 0 employees and 1 believer, my amazing wife, Emily. Give it up for significant others. Give me a 1 in the chat for significant others. I had 1 person that believed in me. 1 person, right? And that was my amazing wife, Emily. And now 5 years later, as I've shared, we did over $20 million a year and have over 72 full-time W-2 employees using the same stuff that we teach law firm owners. We were ranked the 729th fastest growing company in the entire United States last year, according to Inc. 5000. We expect to be in the top 100 this year based on our year over year this year. And I was voted Entrepreneur of the Year in Philadelphia, which is, from EY, which is a very accredited organization. And I don't say this to brag. I say this to show you that all I had was a freaking vision. I didn't have the money. I didn't have any business experience. I had a vision, though. So my question to you is, what is your vision? Who's committed to reaching your 3-year vision? I want you to stand up really quickly with me. Stand up, okay? If you're actually committed to your 3-year vision, and I want you to do this with me. Close your eyes like we did earlier today. Picture yourself 3 years from today. If you had no limits on your abilities, a windstorm of cash, you could attract anyone to your law firm. What would be true for you? What does that look like? Why? What will you be able to do in your life as a result of reaching that? What kind of freedom will you have? What kind of time freedom will you have? What kind of financial freedom will you have? How awesome will it be to feel you have a real law business that runs with or without you? Okay? Say this out loud. I want everyone to unmute. Please, everyone say this back to me so that I can really get you in the mindset of your 3 years out. I reached my 3-year vision. Unmute. Talk to me, please. Unmute. Talk to me, please. So let's say that your vision leads to a goal of adding $1.2 million in the next year to your law firm. This is the annual plan template that I'm talking about. I don't need you to tell me you're going to grow your law firm by $1.2 million. I need you to show me. I need there to be a bulletproof plan, exactly how much revenue you're going to generate each month for the next 12 months. What is your marketing budget? Exactly what case types are you going to be generating revenue from? Break it down and create a plan from it, right? From that, I need you to brainstorm out quarterly boulders. This is, you just is everyone here capable of brainstorming? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're capable of just brainstorming out the potential strategies. This is my first time I brainstormed out how I was going to set quarterly goals for myself. Started on a whiteboard. I had an annual plan and I brainstormed it out. And then I started selecting goals for my business as a whole. I selected no more than 6 goals across the entire company, and I balanced them across 5 key performance indicator areas, and I tied numbers to every single one of them, and the results were absolutely phenomenal. I started getting clear on my roles and responsibilities. What is everyone's job title in my business, and what are they responsible for? And I ended up breaking that down into individual team member accountability cards, where we now document the key performance indicators, the numbers that every single member of our team is held accountable to, right? I show you this because it's not theory. There is a process for going from big picture to individual accountability on a weekly, monthly, and even daily basis to make sure that you reach your goals. Just like a marathon runner keeps their times during a marathon, you need to be doing this on an individual team member basis in your law firm. I love when I get messages like this in our private Facebook group. This is Nick Pasalacqua. The first time he ever set quarterly boulders after he joined our program, he hit it. He hit his revenue boulder, which we always recommend when you start with this, you set a revenue goal so that everyone, including yourself, is held accountable to it in your law firm, right? So we do this in our program. We have these amazing quarterly workshops where we help facilitate you through the goal setting process. This was our end of year workshop that happened in Florida, where we basically have hundreds of our clients every single quarter come to our quarterly workshops in person. We had Chris Voss come and speak at the last workshop. And again, hundreds of our clients dialing in their entire marketing plan. We rented out a yacht. We had, again, hundreds of our clients on a yacht, just having fun, planning out your goals, thinking big for the next 3 months. And we go all across the United States with these quarterly workshops. And this is a system. Okay, this is Joe Tunstall saying that the great quarterly workshops for clients only. Our next quarterly workshop is next week. So at the end of this presentation, you'll see how you can literally be at our next quarterly workshop. Literally next Friday is our next quarterly workshop. Okay, so once you have a quarterly goal setting system in place, then you need a monthly system to stay on track. This is super important. So this is the monthly system that we've designed to help you set a quarterly goal and then break it down into the monthly targets, right? So we start every quarter with what's called a boulder launch. This is where you launch your quarterly goals. The quarterly goals then lead to a month 2 and month 3 system, right? Which we've designed all of our processes around, okay? So that you're held accountable to your goals on a monthly basis. One way that we do this is we have monthly one-on-one coaching calls to hold you accountable to the monthly plan that you set in your annual plan. I know me personally, I have 3 one-on-one coaches that I meet with every single month. I spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on my one-on-one coaches, which you'll see a slide on later. This is, I spend a lot of money on monthly one-on-one coaching calls. This is a call with my coach, Cameron Harold. Every single month I have these because he holds me accountable to my annual plans, and that's what we do in our coaching program. So every single month, you will be talking one-on-one with an experienced law firm scaling coach to talk about anything: business, personal hiring, cash flow, team management, marketing, intake. And our coaches are there to basically help you fast track your success and hold you accountable to your quarterly goals. Then we back it up with monthly practice area masterminds. Since we have hundreds and hundreds of attorneys in our program, we have actually 6 different practice area masterminds where every single month you can meet with other multi-7-figure, even 8-figure law firm owners who are in our program in the following 6 practice areas to brainstorm with on a monthly basis. So the practice area masterminds are moderated by multi-7, and we have a handful of multi-8-figure law firm owners who actually moderate, that are active clients of ours, that actually moderate these practice area masterminds that you can learn from, okay? During the masterminds, you learn best practices, and most importantly, you get to network with the hundreds of attorneys that we work with all across the nation. We also have a 7-figure mastermind, which is brand new. Average revenue in this is $3.1 million in 2021. I'm sorry, 2022. It's application only, and you have to actually go through a vetting process to get into it. You can't join today. But once you have a monthly and a quarterly system in place, now you need a weekly system to stay on track. I know for us, we use weekly meetings. One of the things we do in our program is we have weekly group sessions with all of our members where Andy and I, we go through very high-level marketing and management tactics based on where we're at in the quarter, right? So these are super high value. There's a reason that we have multi-7-figure law firm owners every single week attending these calls for multiple years. It's because we go through the highest level business topics during every weekly session. Here's just an example of the last sessions that we went through over the last 3 months. We literally built intake call scripts during one weekly call and rebuilt them. We went through hiring processes for A players. We filmed and audited social media content live on a coaching call just in the last 3 months. We go through cash flow mastery. We went through law firm technology optimization, hiring and managing VAs, leadership, delegation, practice area expansion plans, and holding your staff accountable. So here is all of the 71 law firm owners turn their big picture goals into quarterly, monthly, and weekly plans. Give me a 1 in the chat that everyone understands what I'm saying right now in terms of the importance of breaking your quarterly goals into a monthly system and to a weekly system. It's called reverse engineering. Give me some 1s in the chat that everyone is understanding what I'm saying right now. Okay. So all 71 law firm owners follow this system. However, they also solve 3 problems. There's 3 problems that you need to solve on your growth path. The first is building a self-managing law firm. The second is building a growth marketing plan. And the third is a flawless intake system. Give me a 3 in the chat that everyone understands what I'm talking about right now. These 3 problems are the answer to you solving every single problem that you have in your law firm, right? So how do you do that? Well, let's talk about how to build a self-managing law firm. All 71 law firm owners are setting their firm up to run itself. I invite you to do the same. This is Otis, who had a fun, he'll be speaking at the event. He had a fun identity crisis during one of our coaching calls when he said, I delegated all my intake and casework. What do I do today? I want you to have that same problem. So we follow our elite management coach framework, which actually brings you through the granular processes of going from vision to quarterly boulders to numbers planning, strategic planning, what we call milestone plans, and then rolling out EOPs. We call them excellence operating procedures. These are the standard operating procedures in your law firm so that things run on autopilot with or without you. Okay. So we have a very specific system for this. We have a management system. We have a team management system. We have a meeting system. We have a personal focus and productivity system. This is not tips and tricks coaching. This is a proven system that doubles law firms' revenues if you follow it to the T. Okay. So it's a 3-year management system that we follow. Year 1 is what we call the ROAP year. ROAP stands for roll out and practice. Okay. Stop putting so much pressure on yourself. The first year in our program and doing any transformational effort in your law firm, it's just a lot of practice. You're going to practice rolling out your quarterly goals. You're going to make some mistakes. It's all good. You're going to practice rolling out some videos. Who cares if they work or don't work? It's just getting into the routine of doing it. ROAP stands for roll out and practice. Year 2 is where we start dialing in your processes and your leadership team so that other people can run your systems and your law firm for you. And then year 3 is what we're really building up to, is where you can scale the law firm. You could do it to sell. You could scale it by acquiring other firms. And you can really just go into your sweet spot activities only, the things you love doing and that you're excellent at. So put an I commit in the chat if you're willing to spend 3 years to have the law firm run itself forever. Give me 1 in the chat if you're willing to actually put in 3 years to have the law firm run itself forever. Forever. Okay, thank you. So the second thing that I said is that they're willing to solve their growth marketing plan. All 71 of the law firm owners, they have a marketing plan that reflects their revenue growth goals. Very simple. The problem is that most lawyers don't know how to create a marketing plan to reach their growth goals. So we have a specific proprietary IP-based framework that we run law firm owners through to go from a big picture vision to quarterly goals to a lead abundance number, and then reverse engineering that into a strategy, traffic, and conversion plan so that you can actually reach your case volume numbers to reach your revenue goals. Again, I only show you this because it's not tips and tricks coaching. This is a process that we run law firms through that works. Okay. So we also have social media marketing frameworks based on the document, don't create strategy from Gary Vee. And Ed Massey said that these frameworks are one of the most helpful marketing tools that he has ever been taught in his 48 years of practice. Chris Estes said that Bill Hauser and his team are without question one of the best. I can unequivocally tell you that SMB stuff is pure gold for legal marketing. Okay. Lance Fryrear, he's become honestly one of my best friends. He's a client of ours, and he had 0 subscribers on YouTube when he started with us, and now he's about to break 6,000 subscribers. Over 40% of his signed cases now come from free YouTube videos that he makes, literally based on the exact template that Andy gives in his coaching sessions. The same strategy Nar Cruz used before he even joined our program to get multiple million plus view videos as an immigration channel with now almost 200,000 subscribers. It's the same thing that Drew Page used to create the Lawyer Reacts video that trended on Chris Rock. How many of you would like to have a viral video like this to get 1 million views in 1 week? Give me a 1 in the chat if that's you, right? So, yeah, and that's John. I'm with you on that. I appreciate what you said, John. That's why I like showing the exact process that we run law firms through, because it's not hype. Okay, so this is what Diane Bass used to go viral on TikTok and to go viral on YouTube as well, with a 250,000 view video just on a trending news topic, PPP loan fraud. And this is what Laura Hurd used, who's on here right now, to get almost 20,000 followers on TikTok. Let me know in the chat, Laura, if you're past 20K now. I haven't looked recently. And what Mike Manis used to get a 3 million view on TikTok. Bottom line is our coaching, you're past 20K. Woohoo! Give it up for Laura, everyone. Say thank you, Laura, in the chat. That is awesome. Great job, Laura. I did not know that. Okay. Mike Massey, the attorney's name is Lance Fryrear. Lance Fryrear from Seattle, Washington, criminal defense. Great job, Laura. That's called dedication right there. You will learn in our marketing coaching segment of the program and in our coaching segment how to tie your business plan into your marketing plan, how to work with marketing vendors to increase your ROI, how to build a YouTube channel, how to create social media videos, profitable Google SEO and advertising strategies on Google, autopilot 5-star review generation strategies, powerful intake scripts and systems for you and your team, and client happiness measurement and systems for the firm. So you will, bottom line, know everything that you personally can do to catapult your marketing. You can't abdicate this to a marketing company. You have to learn it, and we help you learn it. We're the only program in the industry that has as in-depth of a marketing track, hands down. Ask any of our clients. There's nothing even remotely close to this in the industry. It's not even remotely close. Okay. So what happens when lead volume increases? Well, you need a flawless intake system. This is the third problem I said that all the 71 law firm owners solve. Okay. So 71 law firm owners all put the time into building an intake system to turn a high % of leads into right fit clients. And we have a sales training university that helps you do this with literal exact scripts for every single part of your sales process, including how to do a needs analysis, okay, using the share, ask, listen, reply model. Exactly words and phrases that you can use at the end of a new client call to ask them through a closing phrase, as we call it, to move forward with you. Most attorneys end calls going, you have any questions? And especially your intake team, they're not trained on how to close, right? This is costing you so much freaking money. We also have exact law firm intake scripts that you can use to identify your prospect's dominant buying motive and one call close them, okay? We have an exact law firm sales team standards document on exactly how to hold your law firm sales team accountable to high sales standards and intake standards in the firm. This is Brian Lebovic, a good friend of mine, who introduced me to someone recently and said, Bill has a leads and sales system and sales training that will 4X Ken's business in 24 months. I want that to happen to you. Craig doubled his lead conversion rates. My buddy Craig Greening, I was texting him last week, doubled his lead conversion rates just by assigning our sales university to his intake team. This is a multi-7-figure firm. He said SMB Team's coaching program is cutting edge, delivers an advantage, helping our law firm dominate the market. They hold you accountable weekly and quarterly so you can meet your goals. Make sure you attend their on-site trainings. So the self-management leads to freedom and profits. The marketing and intake leads to revenue growth. How many of you want all three of those things? Revenue growth, freedom and profits. Go put that in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat. I messed up my numbers there. Revenue growth, freedom, and profits. Give me a 1 in the chat if that's what you want. Okay. So are you starting to see how you personally can solve these problems? Self-managing firm, growth marketing plan, flawless intake system. This is what the 71 law firm owners did. Put an I commit in the chat if you are absolutely positively committed to solving these 3 problems so you can reach your 3-year vision. Give me an I commit in the chat so I'm not just hearing myself talk here. Okay, thank you. I don't have the answers, guys. I wish I could tell you I came up with all this through osmosis. I have interviewed the smartest attorneys in the nation. I'm good friends with Chad Dudley. I've interviewed Morris Bart multiple times, Alexander Shinara, Andrew Finkelstein. I'm in masterminds with the author of Traction, Gino Wickman. I sit right next to Chris Voss every 3 months at one of my other masterminds, Dan Sullivan. And I've had the honor of becoming very close friends with Mike Morse as well. These are market dominators. I'm able to see the common denominators, what works for them. Not to mention, this is the exact $558,500 per year learning budget that I invest and Andy invests in our personal development. This is the exact list of mentors. Like, I'm not telling you need to invest in your learning and then not doing it myself. These are the exact list of mentors that I shell out money to learn from. You'll notice one is a brand new one, $500 million CEO coach and an outbound marketing coach, which collectively we pay over $300,000 a year to teach us, right? Because I know where the hell I'm going. I'm not willing to waste time by thinking I'm going to come up with all the answers myself. That's why I invest in coaching. So why would I ever pay $558,000 a year for coaching? Well, let me ask you this. What's your 3-year vision? What do you think is going to be your biggest expense getting to that 3-year vision? Well, my invitation to you is that your biggest expense when going to your 3-year vision is actually the gap between where you're at right now and that 3-year vision. My question to you is, are you going to pay life the difference between where you're at now and your 3-year vision year over year over year? Or are you going to pay someone else to give you the lessons so that you don't have to pay life that tax? That's how I look at it. Not to mention the almost $5 million a year that we spend on our own marketing and the $102 million a year that we manage or advise on in attorney marketing spend per year. We've learned a thing or two. We've spent the time and money for you so you don't have to. So my question is, how many of you would spend 2% of the time and money that we did to get 100% of the lessons? Give me a 1 in the chat if that's you. Thank the Lord I'm in the right room. This is what the 71 firms who doubled did. It's all happens in what's called Coach Squared. Average revenue in this, $1.1 million a year. We have firms, again, you just heard from firms that were doing $100,000 a year that went to, now almost $5 million or $500,000 a month. You heard from Mark Reel. But the average revenue in our coaching program is $1.1 million. If you're below that, great. You get to learn from people doing more than you. So it's built for lawyers who have a 3-year mindset, big goals for their future, and want to build a real business. Gary Medlin said, don't use them unless you're ready for extremely fast growth. If you don't have the time, that is exactly why you should join. That's why you would be joining the program, is to buy back your time. It's only 1 call per week. So it's not about not having the time. It starts with 1 call per week. Everything else can be delegated to your team. If you don't have a big team, great. As you hire your team, you'll be assigning trainings to members of your team so that everyone on your law firm's team benefits from the coaching, not just you. So in summary, you're going to be getting in-person and or virtual quarterly workshops, monthly practice area masterminds, monthly one-on-one accountability calls, weekly coaching sessions for the whole group, and will help you set your quarterly boulders during your onboarding process. You get access to 3+ years of searchable solutions in our on-demand portal, okay? You get crash courses on our self-management system, lead generation system, intake mastery system, hiring A-players system, KPIs and team bonus system, not to mention our sales training university, our Grand Lawyer Marketing Plan program, which Katie Hogan said she discovered more than she ever could about PPC, Google Ads, website setup, and so much more from just the Grand Lawyer Marketing Plan program. You get Andy's Legal Marketing Academy, Law Firm PR Playbook, and how to turn more leads into open cases. This is from Kevin Hazlett. How many leads per day was he getting, Andy? Kevin Hazlett was getting 100 leads per day, and he literally opened up the hood on exactly how he does intake at 40% conversion rates. And Andy's $50,000 social media marketing for lawyers masterclass, which he literally charged $50,000 for, you get access to as part of our coaching program. Multiple seats, you can invite 2 staff and unlimited attorneys, and you get access to our SMB Mentor member directory where you can just literally reach out to any of the heavy hitters in our program, okay? So you get live and on-demand access to all the live trainings that we give on a weekly, monthly, and quarterly basis, and all the pre-recorded on-demand trainings. Now, 17 months ago, our clients paid $80,172 a year for this based on the combined price of Andy's coaching and my coaching. And you get 3 years of the past coachings Therefore, 8172 times 3 is $240,000 in value that you get right off the bat when you join the program. So this is not complicated. It starts with one decision, attending one call, and that's only one half of the announcement. And because you're here, you're getting a really big scholarship and literally something we have never offered before, ever, in any event that we have ever held in the history of our company today, for being here at the right place at the right time. Give me a 1 in the chat if you're excited about this. Okay, that's only half of the offer, guys. That's only half. Everything I just went through is half, okay? Here's the second half. You're going to get access to 2 weeks live of our coaching. See for yourself, risk-free. I'll show you how at the end of the presentation. Nar said he joined the best coaching program on the market, okay? Kayleen said she's currently in the mastermind group and would give it 1,000 stars if I could. SMB team will wake up that sleeping giant inside of you and give you all the tools you need to dominate your market. Suzanne said, having been involved with SMB since the outset, I love this group. I have been with other coaches who have been helpful, but SMB takes it up a few notches. Phil Calandrino said, I strongly recommend the coaching program to any lawyer considering their services. It's well worth it. This is a lawyer that we doubled the revenues of, giving us a referral. Okay. This is what we ultimately want to create with you as a lifelong partnership. Like our friend Deidre texted us saying, I never plan to leave SMB. So that's only half of the offer, the coaching portion. Now I'm going to break down the full service marketing portion, which is insane what I'm about to show you. Okay. So it's called Elite 360 Max when you combine the marketing and the coaching together. There's only really 30. If we look at the top 30 websites in the world, there's only a handful of websites that lawyers can show advertisements on, okay? You have the Google and YouTube bucket. You have the Facebook and Instagram bucket. You have the LinkedIn bucket, which is owned by Microsoft, LinkedIn, and Bing. And you have TikTok. And you can't even show ads on TikTok. So I like to break it down into 5 categories. And you have Twitter as well, which is a top traffic website. You really only have a couple of buckets. If you're B2B, okay, you can look into LinkedIn. But for most B2C attorneys, you really only have 2 buckets. And keep in mind, we marketed to lawyers for this event. And how much of our budget do you think we spent on Facebook rather than LinkedIn? We spent 85% of our budget on Facebook, not LinkedIn, because even Facebook works better for B2B than LinkedIn. And we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a month learning this information with high-level data to back it up, and an 11-person in-house full-time W-2 marketing team. So there's 2 buckets for attorneys to market on. The Google and YouTube bucket. Google owns YouTube, okay? All 71 law firm owners. All 71. Give me a 1 that you're following me up to this point. All 71 law firm owners. They have a bulletproof plan on Google. They have a bulletproof plan on social media. This is cut everything else out. Stop thinking about billboards, TV, radio. Stop. Google, social media. That's all you need to figure out. I've spent the time and money to know this information, okay? There's 3 problems with law firm marketing vendors. When you're trying to get these leads, most law firm marketing vendors are biased. What's an SEO company going to tell you that you should spend more money on? Someone let me know in the chat. What's your guess? What's an SEO company going to tell me to spend more money on? Go ahead. Let me know in the chat. SEO, right? So the problem with every marketing vendor is that they're biased. The second problem is that they're cookie cutter. They're not really customizing it to your law firm. And most law firm owners, number 3, are experiencing vendor-itis. You have 15 people trying to manage your marketing. Therefore, you have no synergy. So in order to reach your goals, you need an unbiased, comprehensive, custom strategy like Andy talked about. It's not about having, it is about having a marketing plan that reflects your growth goals. So here's how you do it. It's called the case type breakdown. You reverse engineer the exact types of cases that you want. I'll give you an example. Let's say you need to sign up 20 cases a month to reach your revenue goal. You back into, okay, how many of each case type within those 20 cases a month do I want to generate? This is an example. PI lawyer we work with said, I want 8 auto accidents, 8 work comp, and 4 construction accident, which would sum to 20 cases a month. Well, what if you just prioritize your marketing efforts based on exactly the types of cases that you want, and then work backwards from that? How simple is that, right? And then from there, you create a page 1 Google Ads domination strategy. Here's exactly how it works. 1/3 of potential clients start their attorney search online. This is insane. The average person uses Google 4 times a day, 120 times per month. The question is, will you show up for the right searches that will turn into cases for your law firm? That's the question. So we want you to show up for the right searches in these top 2 sections on Google. The local services ads at the top and the Google ads right beneath them. Okay? These are the most immediate impact. A lot of people don't know that once the local services ads were introduced, historically, only 14% of page 1 Google clicks would click on Google ads. Now, 24.9% of all page 1 clicks click on an advertisement since Google introduced the local services ads. Give me a 1 in the chat if you're following me on this. Almost double the leads are now coming from 2 years ago. Almost double the leads are now coming from page 1 ads on Google. Double the leads. What would you do with your marketing budget if you knew that? Would you keep spending money the way you were in the past, or would you spend more on Google, right? 65% of the clicks that happen on the advertisements at Google come from ready to hire searches. These are people looking to hire someone, right? So the problem, like Andy talked about, is that lawyers think Google ads are expensive. Wrong. I'll show you how in a second. So you need a local services ad strategy that works, a Google ad strategy that works, and lead capture pages that work. So local services ad strategy, this is super simple. So many attorneys screw it up. And most attorneys who had bad results from this, they just had a couple of little levers that we can pull to fix it, or that you can learn how to pull yourself and fix it, okay? Remember, across $102 million in attorney marketing spend, local services ads is the #1 ROI platform. So there's 3 ranking factors for you getting leads. Someone type the word leads in the chat. From you getting leads from local services ads: radius, reviews, response time. Working backwards from this, okay, you're then able to select the right categories, the right sub-practice area categories. You're able to decide if in your state you're able to set up a trade name. I know in some states you can't do that. We have attorneys who have 10x'd their ROI just by renaming what their law firm says on Google and making it an actual differentiator with a unique selling proposition in it. And make sure you do not select minimum cost per lead targeting. This is some Spidey level stuff that we do to increase ROI. We have an LSA bidding secret that can double your lead volume and quality in local services ads if you work with us. The bottom line is this: whether you work with us or not, you have to set a monthly budget for these ads. Google assigns a cost per lead based on the competitiveness of your geography and the case type that you want to target. And then you only pay for qualified leads based on the budget that you set. It couldn't be any simpler than this. This is the fastest ROI and best ROI platform of all 2022 if you set it up right and you embrace the 3 R's, okay? This alone, I have seen add to $1 million to law firms, okay? The second thing is your search ad strategy. This is what you do beneath the local services ads. I know for us, this added $1 million to my business in 1 year by marketing to attorneys, right? When we had our law firm PPC ads. With the right strategy, you can transform your firm literally with just this alone. The key is to do keyword research. Can everyone please type this so you remember it into the chat? Type keyword research. Please type it in. Oh my God, this is the most important thing ever. Type keyword research into the chat, okay? This will revolutionize your business. Just understanding how to do keyword research, okay? It is not expensive to market on Google if you choose the right keywords wisely. This is an example of a family lawyer that we just decided to go all in on child custody lawyer keywords. These keywords in Dallas, Texas are only typed in 3,000 times a month. So even if you set $100,000 per month budget, you couldn't spend it because it's only typed in 3,000 times a month. It's a $15 cost per click. If 5% of the people who see your ads click on it, that's only 156 clicks a month. You can't break the bank on Google ads if you select the right keywords. This is so simple, right? So how do you choose the right keywords? There's tons of creative strategies I don't have time to go into. There's research terms. There's direct intent terms. We suggest doing an 80-20 split on direct practice area terms and 20% experimental. I don't have time to go into that. The bottom line is it's not that Google does or doesn't work. It's that your strategy does or doesn't work, Okay. Negative keyword exclusions, excluding words like pro bono, free. You can exclude your ads from showing up through negative keyword searches. The key is launching the right strategy. You can do click to call only campaigns. Holy crap. In criminal defense and PI, this is the highest ROI lead type because they're direct intent platforms, right? In estate planning, you wouldn't want to do a click to call campaign because people do more research. There's a research spectrum in every practice area. Does your strategy match the research level of your practice area, right? What is your budget allocation across local services ads and different keyword groups? I'm showing you that you can customize this to your law firm, but the key is to keep monitoring and doubling down on what works to find your most profitable 10-to-1 ROI strategy. So once you have quality Google ads running, how do you turn them into qualified leads? Well, you don't send leads to the homepage of your website. You send them to what are called lead capture pages, okay, also known as landing pages. So instead of sending every person who clicks on your ads to a website homepage, which kind of feels like this to a prospect, you send them to a targeted sales funnel, right, that has a clear, unique selling proposition on it and makes it extremely simple for people to submit their information in less than 5 seconds, okay? So this is the exact page that I used marketing to lawyers, okay? Not marketing to consumers, to lawyers, B2B, right? I made $1 million from this landing page, marketing to lawyers, right? Holy crap, it's crazy. I'm just, sorry, I had a moment there. But with 400 law firm owner clients, I could say that with confidence, the targeted landing page strategy works. And it's not just me saying that. And like Andy told you, we are double the industry benchmark according to WordStream with the percentage of clicks that we turn into leads with just this landing page strategy. That's double the leads for the same budget. That's why it works so well. We have simple mobile funnels that we use. We have simple 2-step qualifying pages that ask people like micro qualifying question. We call it a breadcrumb landing page, right? We have ebook pages. Here's an example of an ebook, divorce ebook page that gets $16 leads at a 36% conversion rate on Google for research terms having to do with divorce. You better roll this out. I'm talking to Mark Reel to the side. This campaign crushes it. 1,400 leads in 1 year from this. This is a personal injury campaign that we're getting $303 phone calls in Atlanta at a 6.6 to 1 ROI. I added in the conversion rate and the average cost per case and then the average case value to come up with the ROI for each of these based on data we got from our clients. Criminal defense. This is a $450,000 a year ads campaign that we manage that got a 10.7 to 1 ROI, right? At $281 per phone call on all that data. Family law. This is an $88 cost per lead at an 18 to 1 ROI for family law. This is an immigration case study, $35.79 per lead at a 21 to 1 ROI. This is a disability case study, $65 per lead. This is an estate planning example, $5,500 a month, 62 leads a month, 9.2 to 1 ROI. This is a business law strategy, $4,300 a month, 18 leads, 25 to 1 ROI. Employment law, 3.1K a month, 66 leads. Okay, that's $320 cost per case for this. All of this together, my bottom line in sharing all these case studies is it creates a lower cost lead and a higher quality lead when you follow all the principles. Can you give me a 1 in the chat that you're following me up to this point? Simple strategy, local services ads, Google ads beneath it, driving to a sales funnel that converts the clicks at a high rate into a consultation request, right? Very simple. With just this alone, had a significant impact on the 71 attorneys who doubled revenues. Awesome thing is you don't have to do any of this. We take care of all this for you, and you set a separate monthly budget for your Google search ads. We take care of the rest, okay? And it's really that simple. And this is Bianchi Law. You heard Dave Bruno talk yesterday when he hit his first 200K revenue week through our Google Ads campaigns, which is where 90% of his cases come from. Jay Ruane turned over his PPC to us. This is an 8-figure law firm after 19 years of doing his PPC himself. Okay, this is Elaretha Coleman, who said, I've been using S&B team for a family law marketing for about a year. They're a fast-growing firm that had some growing pains early in my onboarding. To be expected. The reason I stayed was how the team handled fixing the problems. They were proactive and immediately addressed my concerns. Upper management got involved and was willing to re-earn my business. Since starting with them, we have been able to increase our business by 50% without, someone typed the word without in the chat, without increasing our marketing budget. That's because the marketing was just more efficient. Type the word efficient. They decreased my cost of acquisition, completely turned around my local service ad campaign. Overall, I am very happy and I'm a sophisticated marketer. I know how to run my own stuff and audit what they're doing. I can clearly see the difference they've made and it shows up in real dollars. Okay. So that's all within the G3 marketing strategy. For G3, you get expert local services ads set up, Google ads set up, ClickFunnels lead capture pages, Performance Max, which I haven't even mentioned yet. I'll show you that a little bit later. YouTube display and discovery ads, which again, I'll show you later, and up to $25,000 in monthly ad spend managed. Now, already running Google ads, local services ads, no problem. We have a process to audit what you're currently doing before we go in and break things or fix things or transform things, which is what usually happens. We have processes for if you already have campaigns and if you don't. Marketing secret number 2 that all these attorneys are figuring out is Google Maps SEO and website domination. My question to you is, what about the 75.1% of potential new clients that don't click on ads on page 1 of Google? Does anyone want to get cases from the 75% of potential new clients that don't click on the ads at the top of Google? Give me a 1 in the chat if that's something that you do want. You want leads and cases from the 75% that don't click on the ads, right? So this is you. We want to get you in Google Maps because Google Maps is where the money is. The problem with traditional SEO is that competition is high. That's because most people aren't focusing on these 3 pillars: Maps, CRO, and reviews. I'm going to break these 3 down. Maps, not SEO. When you rank, mark my words, in the Google 3-pack, how many of you can attest to this? Your phone will ring off the hook if you rank for the right keywords in your market. Give me a 1 in the chat if anyone has ever experienced this before, right? Insane. It's like this tipping point where once you get into the top 3, it's like everything changes, right? And it's free per phone call. What we noticed is that the ready to hire potential new clients, they come from the maps, and the tire kickers, they come from below the maps, okay? Not to mention, who here has a budget? Who here has a budget to compete with Find Law and Super Lawyers? Give me a no in the chat if you don't have a budget to compete with them. See, when you try to show your website in the organic section beneath Google Maps, you're competing against multi-million-dollar budget advertisers, and you ain't going to beat Find Law, Expertise, okay, and Super Lawyers, which you can see ranking in this organic section. So you're better off going where the ready-to-buy leads come from, which is the map section. What you do to make this work is you use the intelligence that you gain from your Google Ads campaigns to understand which keywords produce the highest ROI, and then you implement that into your SEO strategy. Since you're able to launch Google Ads immediately, you're able to see what keywords that you're spending money on produce the highest quality phone calls fast. So use that information and have that fuel the keywords that you optimize your website to show up for in the Google Map Pack by the blog posts that you put out, etc. Can I get a 1 in the chat that everyone understands what I just said? This is where the synergy happens, okay? So you got to use the 80-20 rule here. Does anyone here believe in the 80-20 rule, okay? Because that's how we designed our map factors. There's 6 factors that create 81.72% of all Maps SEO results. I didn't come up with this. Moz came up with this with their ranking factors study. So you literally need to do Google Business Profile optimization, stay active on your Google Business Profile. You need high quality backlinks to the website. You need a system for 5-star reviews. You need quality SEO website content and blogs. You need updated legal directory citations, which we call top legal citations. When you work with us, we'll give you the exact list of them. And you need to increase your website engagement so that more people interact with the pages on your website, okay? Our SEO package solves all of these factors, okay? We've done this in markets literally outside of Los Angeles for car accident lawyer keywords, from not even ranking to becoming top 3 in their market within 1 year, as you can see here in this case study. And I could bring you through another example of a medical malpractice lawyer that was nowhere to be found on the map and then got into the top 3 in a matter of under 8 months, which you can see right here from our Google Maps ranking strategy, which you'll be able to see for yourself as well. This is a car accident attorney in a similar market, which I'm not going to go into. This is actually Laura Hurd, who's on the call right now. How's that SEO working, Laura Hurd? Let me know in the chat. If you're listening right now, let us know in the chat how that's working. I don't know if she's in front of the computer right now, but I can tell you with absolute certainty that we got her ranked within the top 3 in not too much time at all. Oh, there she is. Thank you, Laura Hurd. Love that. Okay. The ultimate result is that you're going to get more traffic to your website. This is a Dallas personal injury lawyer example. This is a Chicago divorce lawyer example. This is a Denver criminal defense lawyer example. And the ultimate thing that you should care about is the number of leads that you get as a result of the ranking improvements that we're able to make, right? So this is Laura Hurd right here, who sent us an email saying, I'd be happy to recommend them. I've tried many different SEO services before without any significant results. Andy's SEO and Bill's Google advertising have increased my call volume considerably. Okay, this is what we love. 3-pack celebration emails. Okay, and this is Deidre saying that Andy Stickle has her SEO on 100. I love that. So the phones keep ringing off the hook. We want that to happen to you. We have hundreds of testimonials of all this information. The second pillar is money-making websites. 3 rules of money-making websites. Number 1, qualified traffic from Google. Number 2, turning traffic into captured leads. That's conversion rate optimization. And then unique branding and messaging. This is what Andy broke down in his session. How to accomplish this. Quality content, trust signals, and client-focused design, right? Now, this is an example of Brett Harrison, who we have a personal injury design for. This is an example of Bob Bianchi and Dave Bruno, who you heard speak yesterday. Crush it on SEO. This is an example of a family law firm that we created a more approachable design on. This is examples of many different websites that we built. The American Divorce Association for Men website. Okay, I can show you example after example of the websites that we have built, but more importantly, the results that we've gotten as a result of the websites. Okay. Bottom line, our SEO and websites include WordPress website redesign, content migration, 30,000 words of keyword optimized content per year, expert Google business profile optimization and posting, technical SEO, tiered link building, legal citations management, okay, along with bonuses like live chat, ADA compliance, Spanish language translations. We cover all of the costs above as part of our SEO package. And we'll build a brand new website for you if you need that, valued at $12,500 completely for free as part of our package. Your website should make you money, and our processes help that come true. Now, the ROI for this after 12 months can be as high as 50 to 1, right? The reason is because you're not paying per click. And once you get to that pinnacle point where the law firm's ranking naturally, you can get so many freaking leads. It's insane. This is the email we got from Joe Tunstall, who's actually backstage. The day he signed up 2 tractor trailer cases, he has $50 million in case inventory right now. And 2 of these tractor trailer cases contributed largely to that he landed from his new website, right? Charmaine said the team is very responsive. We also love our website. Otis gave a huge shout out to the website team when we launched his because he's loving his site. We love when we get emails like this. We also love when we get emails when people compliment the quality of the content that we put out on their websites. This is Eric Mauser, who said, I find the content, grammar, and quality to be strong with S&B overall. I've had trouble with past vendors and very poor writing. And I could show you more examples of this, but I'm running out of time. The bottom line is you don't have to do any of this, okay? So we will revolutionize your website results free of charge. That's all you need to know. And if you're happy with your current website, great. We don't need to uproot it. We can just optimize it to up-level it to that next level, okay? This alone can 10x your lead volume like I just shared with you. And the third pillar, which I don't have time to go into right now, is how you're going to get 5-star reviews on autopilot, okay? So marketing secret number 3 is your awareness marketing strategy, okay? How many of you know what I'm talking about? Give me a 1 in the chat. Do you remember I broke down the rainmaker, the demand, and then the awareness marketing phases in the 4 phases of law firm growth during my presentation yesterday, right? So I just brought you through the demand marketing side, how you dominate page 1 of Google to generate leads. Now I'm going to transition to phase 3 of the law firm scaling process on how you embrace the awareness marketing channels to dominate it. Okay. So let me ask you this. What's your marketing strategy to those who aren't searching on Google? Pretty important, right? In 2023, 90% of the US population statistically uses social media actively. Now, here's the crazy stat. The average person spends 2 hours and 27 minutes a day on social media. They check their phones 159 times per day on average in 2022 on a multi-100,000 focus group, monitoring study that they did. So this is the biggest opportunity right now in legal marketing, even in excess of everything I just went through. Advertising is the key to success on social media, not content. Okay. Branding ads don't work. And here's what does work. Facebook ads, okay, with a specific strategy, YouTube and Google awareness ads, and retargeting, which is the follow-up that Andy talked about. The first pillar of awareness ads domination is Facebook ads. You got to get this dialed in. Now, it ain't just tips and tricks, my friends. We have a proven process. Okay, how many of you want a proven process on a Facebook ads formula that's already pulled in 1,500 signed cases for one lawyer in the last 15 months? Give me a 1 in the chat if you want a proven process for it. Am I the only one here? Okay, so this is the exact strategy on topic selection, topic framing, and then building a 15 to 90 second YouTube or Facebook video ad script. Hook, educate, activate. Okay, so we have a qualify, educate, activate script that we run lawyers through. We do coaching for this so that you will be coached on how to make your own social media ads. This is what has pulled in. These are examples of the ads that we run. These ads have literally, this is Josh Goldstein when he emailed Andy saying he was getting hundreds with an S of leads per day. Okay, this is when Kevin Hazlett emailed Andy and said, not sure if 66 SSDI leads in one day is a record or not, but it feels like it, right? This is Nick Passalacqua, who you just heard present minutes ago. This is his exact campaign that is pulling in $15 leads with a gun rights frame for his criminal defense firm. $15 leads, okay? This is a family law campaign that's pulling in $5 leads from Deidre with a custody battle frame following the exact process that we teach, right? This is a lead gen campaign, Social Security, $23 leads with a rejection frame, which gets people's hot buttons raised. We have processes for all of this, okay? This is a campaign. This is that landing page for that same exact campaign. Look how simple it is, right? It's get approved, see if you qualify framing. Okay, this is personal injury campaign that gets $7 leads. I don't think this is going to last for long because that is way too cheap for social media for personal injury. So maybe this is luck right now. The point is we have an average of under 50 cost per lead for personal injury right now across the company. So I think this is an outlier, but it's an example of a very successful image ad strategy that we're following right now for personal injury. This is an estate planning one around someone getting disinherited. I'm telling you, the framing of the ads is the freaking key. Is it emotionally provoking? Okay. This is an immigration ad getting $29 leads on an asylum frame. You never want to do an ad on hire me, I'm an immigration lawyer. No, you want to hit an emotional hot button and then convey value through specific steps in your video ad and keep it under 90 seconds. Okay. We also give you social media video coaching. How many of you are seeing the value in this? Give me a 1 in the chat right now. This is absolutely insane that I'm showing you all this. Like, I can't even believe I'm, geez Louise. Okay. So this is when someone did social media coaching with us just a few weeks ago. I finished my recording and things went so smoothly. Brittany, who leads our social media video coaching session, she is so talented at this. She was so helpful in script writing and offering helpful suggestions. Okay. This is Laura Hurd, who's on here right now. I just finished recording a video with Brittany, and she was wonderful, so patient and positive, and she really knows her craft. Okay. Wouldn't it be nice if we could also send someone to your law office and do a video shoot for you? I'm not going to say anything yet. Okay, so pillar number 2 is your awareness ads domination strategy, okay? Picture being able to show a billboard. I want you to be listening. Is everyone listening right now? Can I get a 1 in the chat? And by the way, business real estate, I saw what you put in there. I showed you a Google Ads case study earlier, which was getting a 22-to-1 ROI in business and real estate law. Okay. So imagine being able to show a billboard to everyone in your market who only typed in your practice area and your town name. Imagine being able to show a billboard to everyone in your market who within the last 24 hours typed in personal injury lawyer and your town name. This is what I call direct awareness marketing. This is needle moving. For every one lawyer on YouTube, there are 200 on Google. YouTube is the second highest traffic website in the world. Google owns YouTube. Everything that someone types in on Google is stored in YouTube. You can show YouTube ads to people based on their prior Google searches. This is called keyword retargeting. You can show TV commercial type ads on YouTube or the video ad template that we use for Facebook and show ads to people on YouTube who you already know are seeking you out for less than $10 a day. Okay? Because it's so niche. Okay? Google owns all these different ad platforms that you can show ads on. Okay, YouTube, the display network, Discovery, Gmail. I'm not going to weigh you down with all of it. There's tons of different types of ads you can show through Google's display network. Andy mentioned the display network where you can show your law firm as a banner advertisement on the top of websites like weather.com, CNN.com, etc. These are so low cost per lead sources of leads for you to use, right? You can show Google Map ads through the awareness channel to people who aren't even actively typing in your practice area. You can show your law firm's logo in Google Maps as part of the awareness channel within Google. So I'm not going to weigh you down with all the crazy details. This is a business lawyer who gets $34.52 leads, okay, through this exact strategy, through the awareness ad strategy. This is a Spanish auto accident campaign that gets $72.81 leads through this strategy. This is a social security lawyer, $24. This is a family lawyer, $30 through this exact strategy. I've shown you every single practice area up to this point, unless you're in some crazy niche thing, which again, we can figure out because it's the principles that matter, not the examples that I'm showing you. With awareness, we are able to get an average cost per lead of $38.93 per lead because of how much less competitive it is. The third pillar of the awareness advertising strategy is retargeting your website and advertising. Imagine everyone who visits your website over the next 12 months is followed around on the internet for the next 12 months. How many of you before this event felt borderline harassed by how much you saw the advertisements for this event? Give me a 1 in the chat if you felt borderline harassed with how frequently you saw the advertisements for this event. The only reason we would do that is because it freaking works. Like, we're not stupid. We know what we're doing from an advertising perspective. Retargeting works. It is the highest ROI, aside from local services ads, platform for you to generate leads. If you're going to go spend all this money on marketing, you might as well follow around the people who didn't call you yet because they already indicated they're interested. So this is when Andy got the award from someone joking in his Facebook group. The award for the law marketer who follows me everywhere I go online goes to Andy Stickle. So it works. Thomas said, I can't keep up with the calls that I get and I have to hire more help. We want you to have that problem. This is a client who signed 203 cases in 1 month from this strategy. This is a client who signed 34 PI cases in 1 month from this strategy. This is 6 clients in 5 days signed. This is 4 motorcycle accident cases, 2 wrongful deaths in 4 weeks from this strategy, okay? And you don't have to do any of this either, which is a good thing. So our awareness advertising includes full Facebook ads management, YouTube display, the whole Google display network, and YouTube advertising management, omnipresence retargeting, follow up on your leads, social media video coaching, and a video shoot? I don't know. I'll save that for another minute. And we'll manage up to $15,000 a month in your social media marketing spend. This alone landed Ethan now 1,500 cases in 17 months since starting his law firm. So for our marketing services, you'll get a customized strategy based on your needs, your budget, your competition, etc. Josh Inkle said, I can't say enough good things about the team at S&B. I was a bit skeptical at first, but now I'm overwhelmed with cases and management improvements. I recommend all personal injury attorneys give them a call or me for more information. This is Laura Hurd, who you've already heard from. Okay. Wondering who you're going to work with. Well, Andy and Bill, are you guys going to do my marketing? Well, we have people that are way smarter than us. This is Mark Reel saying working with Sean Hawkins takes all the concerns away and makes it 10 times easier than when I had each of those assets managed by different agencies. Okay. This is Ta Wei, who you heard speak at the event yesterday. Marina is the most amazing member of SMB team. Okay. I've been working with Nora. So now you've heard Sean, Marina, Nora for over a year now. She's been my account rep. Not only is she knowledgeable, but she's extremely pleasant to deal with. She's responsive, addresses my concerns. We get emails and reviews like this all the time from our A-player team. Okay. Kara is our point person. You heard that this is who Mark deals with, okay, and truly invested in our success. Caitlin, in particular, has been great to work with. My point in showing you this is that you're not alone when you work with us. We are the fastest growing company in the legal industry for a reason, and that's because we hire really smart people, okay? So you get 5 world-class solutions under one umbrella. Give me a 1 in the chat that you're excited about what I'm about to show you for those of you who are ready to turn your interest into some massive action right now. Okay, so you have a choice. You're going to turn right to more of the same, or you're going to turn left and embrace the growth path like you've heard from the handful of attorneys who have already spoken. Who's still committed to reaching their 3-year goal? Use that hand raise function at the bottom of Zoom. I'm going to look behind me. Use that hand raise function at the bottom of Zoom under where it says reactions. Raise your hand if you're actually still committed. I showed you how it works. I want to see how many of you are actually legitimately still committed. I showed you the exact process. Use that hand raise function at the bottom of Zoom where it says reactions. Okay. And give me a 1 in the chat if you can't find it, if you're actually serious about turning your interest into commitment for your 3-year goals. Okay. And raise that hand. Okay. All right. So let me see some 1s. I'm looking to the side. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So if all this did was add $1 million in revenue to the firm, would it be worth $151,928, the price before Andy and I merged? If all this did was get your law firm to run itself, give you the freedom that you deserve, would it be worth the salary of 1 attorney? Of course it would. What's your freedom worth, right? If all this did was help you reach your 3-year vision, would it be worth $151,928? Well, if not, I mean this with all due respect, don't join, okay? We have one program with 3 different levels and something brand new that we have never, ever done before. If you're doing over $5 million, we have a solution for you. If you're doing between $400K to $5 million, we have another solution for you. And if you're doing under $400K, we have another solution for you. For those of you doing over $5 million a year, we have something that's called Elite 360 Platinum, okay? For Elite 360 Platinum, you get everything I talked about in our coaching program, our full Google advertising suite, premium Maps SEO and website, social media marketing, and $29,000 in bonuses, okay? This is 7 times the content of our core package, 250,000 words a year, 6 times the press releases, 4 times the quality backlinks, 5 times the landing pages, $150,000 a month in ad spend managed, 2 annual video shoots, a full-time virtual assistant for your business. This is Elite 360 Max on steroids, okay? Most of you won't qualify for that. That's called Elite 360 Platinum. The retail price is $25,000 a month for this and an $18,000 setup fee. Now, because you're at the right place at the right time, for those of you doing over $5 million a year in revenue, we are allowing you to get in at $19.97 a month, and we only have 3 spots for this for the event, okay? And I'll show you where that link is if you want to be one of those 3 in just a second. Now, most of you don't qualify for Elite 360 Platinum, so I'm going to go into the package that most of you are going to want to hop on immediately. And that's called Elite 360 Max. This is for those of you doing between $400,000 to $5 million per year. And it's actually every speaker that spoke at the event up to this point. This is the exact package that they are on. Okay. So it's called Elite 360 Max, which gives you everything in our coaching and the marketing that I just broke down. Okay. Geared for a $400K to $5 million law firm across all practice areas. This is everything in our coaching, everything I just broke down in our marketing strategy, plus $29,000 in bonuses, okay? The actual price of this 17 months ago was $151,928 a year, which is $12,500 a month 17 months ago before Andy and I merged. Our clients actually happily paid this before we merged and gave them a radical discount, which you're about to get today. Now, Elite 360 Max retail costs we have pulled down to $9,000 a month and a $9,600 setup fee. But because you're in the right place at the right time, I want to hook you up big time. If you call our company right now, the cost for our marketing services as a standalone is $5,500 per month if you call our company right now. The cost for our coaching program is $3,500 a month, 12 months, okay? If you call our company right now. Now, Elite 360 Max, it would be an awesome deal if I was able to cut off $1,500 a month, right? And you'd still have the setup fee. But because you're at the right place at the right time, who here wants me to hook you up like crazy? All right, I'll show you. Okay, so today, because you're in the right place at the right time, we are cutting the price to $64.97 a month. It's $2,500 a month off. And you can go to relentlesslawyerbootcamp.com/commit if you want to be one of the first 20. Again, everything in our marketing, everything in our coaching. This is our most popular option, okay? So I'll show you exactly where that page is and the bonuses that come with it in just a second. Do you expect to hire one person in 2023? I hope so, based on your growth goals. Because for $70K approximately, David Wenger said approximately, you are hiring an entire team for the cost of one full-time team member. And the ROI is unlimited with us. Is learning from Andy, myself, 400 plus other attorneys, and our proven system that I walked you through worth one full-time employee to you, right? Is having a team, an experienced team, might I add, of 72 legal marketing experts handle all of your marketing worth one full-time employee? You'll be able to cancel all of your vendors, not have to hire an expensive in-house marketing team, save countless hours managing multiple vendors, and have it all under one roof when you do this. Now, for those of you doing under $400,000 a year, this is something brand new, and we have never offered this ever before, and we may never offer it again. And it's called Launchpad. This is where you get to join our coaching program and have us run the number one profitable ROI source, local services ads for your law firm. Okay. This is $5,997 a month retail and a $5,000 setup fee. Okay. Now we waived the setup fee for Elite 360 Max. So recap for this one, you're getting our full coaching program, 3 years of past trainings, every course we've ever released, and local services ads management. We'll run the ads for you, and $29,000 in bonuses. And because you're in the right place at the right time, we're giving you a $2,500 a month discount for those of you doing under $400,000 a year, or those of you who want to join the coaching program and aren't ready to, do all the marketing stuff yet. I can't guarantee our prices won't increase, but for those of you doing under 400K, this is a surefire package for you, $3,500 a month. Relentlesslawyerbootcamp.com/commit. We're doing 20 spots for this and 20 spots for Elite 360 Max. No more. We may never offer this again. Okay. Is all of that worth one minimum wage employee? I hope so. Okay. You get some really valuable bonuses if you move forward today. Okay. And yes, for everyone asking, this is an annual agreement. We want volunteers, not hostages, as clients. And I'll show you a 2-week period that we give you in just a second to make sure it's a mutual great fit. Do reviews matter in 2023? Give me a 1 in the chat if you believe that reviews matter in 2023. Okay, so we are going to hook you up with the proven strategy from Andy's book, The 5-Star Attorney, the exact process called Review Accelerator, where you get 5-Star Attorney Live, you get all of the review scripts that you can set on autopilot in your law firm, and we'll train your team, if you have a team, on how to autopilot your 5-star review generation. Okay. That's $6,000 that we are giving you for free as a bonus for moving forward today. Does video matter in 2023? Give me a 1 in the chat if you think video matters in 2023. All right. I might change my mind on this. What if we fly to your office and create social media videos and a brand video for you? All right. Well, $10,000 video shoot, we'll give you for free. Okay. And I don't have time to go through the testimonials we have in our video shoots. Does anyone here hate having their competitors click their ads? Well, I hope so, because we're going to be giving you Click Cease, which is going to allow you to save 20% of what other agencies waste 20% of your budget on. we're going to put click cease, which is IP address exclusion, so that none of your competitors can click your ads, a $2,400 value completely for free. And for Attorney Assistant, we're going to hook you up with a lifetime ability to add a full-time virtual assistant onto your law firm at a 10% discount at a time that's right for you. Okay. So you're getting $29,000 in bonuses when you move forward today. Okay. The first 20 of you to get in, okay, in full, like of all of you that move forward, will qualify for the $29,000 in bonuses. Okay. They are guaranteed upon receipt of the deposit. Okay. You're going to make a deposit in just a second, and then you're going to be sent an agreement. You have to sign the agreement and leave the deposit to qualify for the bonuses, because this is real cold hard cash that we're paying for these bonuses. Okay. So you have to do both to qualify for the bonuses. Once you complete the agreement, this 3-step guarantee applies. Here's the 3-step guarantee. If within 14 days you leave a deposit for this, you send us your 1-page vision. Just send us an email with your vision, where you're going to be in 3 years. You attend 1 coaching session, and you attend your one-on-one onboarding call with our team, and you decide, and you do those 3 things, you decide it's not a fit, we will give you your deposit back, and you can back out. Okay? So you'll get access to 2 free weeks of coaching. Okay, as a result of this, 2 risk-free weeks of coaching, so you can see for yourself if this is a mutual fit. Again, we want volunteers, not hostages, as clients. You could take all of our stuff, download our 3 years of trainings, and get your money back. Okay, and today only, we are going to extend you the opportunity. If you back out within 14 days and follow those 3 steps, we'll give you double your deposit back. Okay, so for Elite 360 Max, you're getting everything in the coaching, everything in the marketing services, plus the $29,000 in bonuses, everything I just broke down. For Launchpad, you're getting the coaching program, and we're going to manage your local services ads, okay? We're taking all the risk here. And if you're a current client or you want in, put an I'm in the chat before I show you the measly deposit that you're going to make today to move forward. Put an I'm in the chat if you're a current client, and if you know you're in on at least one of the 3 options I just gave you. Give me an I'm in the chat. Or if you're a current client, give me an I'm in the chat as well. Okay. Let me see some I'm ins in the chat, my friends. Okay. Thank you. So we are going to show you the offer page right now. Okay. So this is the offer page. Okay. On the left side, you'll see Platinum. In the center, you'll see Elite 360 Max, which is what most of you should do. Okay. And then Launchpad, which we may never offer ever again, is on the right side. Okay. Regardless of the option that you choose, you're going to put your information into the deposit page. Okay. You're going to leave a deposit here, and then you're going to select your option here. Okay. Don't worry. We can put you onto the right program during your onboarding call. Again, we want to work with you for 15 years. We don't want this to be like a snap thing. We want to work with you for a long time. Okay. We don't want to have this be some crazy thing. If you feel it's right for you, do it. This is the best the deal will ever be. You put your information in here. I suggest if you're on the fence, you choose Elite 360 Max. It is the absolute most value. Okay. So Elite 360 Max is your best bet. All right. So last time we made 30 spots open, 35 made deposits. We had to refund 5 people, and you can join right now before the prices go up. So we have 3 spots for Platinum, 20 spots for Elite 360, 20 spots for Launchpad. First 20 of you in total to get in will get the bonuses, okay? I'll take a yes, I'll take a no, but with all due respect, I can't take a maybe. You've heard all these lawyers talk about the importance of decisiveness. So if you're serious, not curious about turning your goals into reality, then I want you to choose now, make your risk-free deposit, okay? On this page, you see the link at the bottom. My team is going to drop the link into the chat, and you're going to click the link in the chat, open up the page, and when you open up the page, you're going to follow the steps, put your information into the form. You're going to click the button and then select one of the 3 options, okay, based on what you want to move forward with. And thank you so much, everyone, honestly, for listening through this long and detailed of a presentation. It is my ethical duty and obligation to serve you. And now I'm going to pass it over to Andy and Devon. Actually, Andy, who's going to answer some of your questions and congratulate some of you who moved forward. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Everybody, first of all, I want to congratulate everybody that has already moved forward. I've been sitting here backstage watching the people and watching the names come through of all the people who move forward. And I'm so excited that we are going to be taking this journey together. So I want to welcome some of you to the family. So is Lisa Meggs available? Lisa, are you on here? Can you unmute yourself real quick? Lisa, are you there? Hello, Lisa. Lisa. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Lisa, who else do we have on there? All right. Let's see. How about Ashley? Is that McMahon? Ashley McMahon. Ashley McMahon. Are you there, Ashley? Can you unmute yourself? Actually, team, is everyone able to unmute themselves? Maybe that might need to be.
Lisa, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. Fantastic. Lisa, are you there? I hear someone. Lisa? All right, let's go with Ashley. Ashley, are you there? Ashley McMahon.
Yeah, I hope you didn't hear that.
All right, who else? Let's see. Let me see another name. All right, how about Betty Davis? Betty Davis, are you available? All right, let's bring Mark Reel up here. Mark Reel wants to say something. He was backstage just kind of like itching to get a microphone. Mark, what do you want to say?
All right, so for any of you that are on the fence right now, can I tell a little story?
Go ahead, please.
Me getting started. So when I got started with SMB Team, I put down a deposit. I told you a story about the PPC agency, the executive suite. I put down a deposit with SMB Team, and I did not have the money to pay for the full month. You got to bet on yourself. If you're on the fence, please take that leap. Come hang out with us. Come grow your firm. You've heard the stories of so many people already that have grown, and I would love to have you join us.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing is that once you sign up for this program, once you join this program, you really do become part of this family. It's funny, we were all kind of at the hotel last night, and David Bruno and Bob Bianchi were sitting there, and Nick Passalacqua got there, and we got back from dinner last night, and it's like a big family reunion. Like, it's really, really cool. Like, what was it like back there? As soon as you come in here, you see Nick back there. It's like a family reunion. Like, everyone in this program feels very close, very connected. Like we say, like we text each other all the time. We have all these really cool conversations because everybody is growing like crazy. It's absolutely amazing. And that's why I'm trying to welcome some people to the family here. So, all right, let me ask, okay, how about this? Anybody who has signed up, go ahead and unmute yourself because we have a lot of people who signed up. So somebody unmute yourself. I want to talk to somebody who just signed up, who just joined us today. All right, so we got Ashley, Betty, Lisa, Martha, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Is that Analis, Farana, L.A., Babette? Anybody go ahead and unmute yourself. I want to. How about Martha? Martha Patterson, are you available, Martha? Can you unmute yourself? Oh, what's going on here?
I got it unmuted. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Martha, is that you?
Yeah.
Hey, Martha, welcome to the family. I'm so excited for you to go on this journey with us. Now, let me ask you a question. What was the decision? What was the deciding factor that made you decide to move forward today?
Well, I'm at the under 400 level. I actually would like to do more right now because I had 6 no's when you went through the questions. So
we're going to change that real quick.
Yeah, I need to do something different.
Yeah.
And I'm doing something that's getting me lots of leads, but there's no retargeting. So I need to figure that out. And hopefully we can kind of get that going too. I don't know.
Awesome. Well, we are absolutely going to get that going for you. Are you going to be joining us in Chicago next week at the coaching workshop?
I won't be able to do that.
All right.
It would be too hard. I mean, that's a lot of arranging to get from California to Chicago.
I got you. Well, we're definitely going to see you on the virtual. Well, listen, welcome to the family. I'm so excited to welcome you in here. And we're going to take you from having 0 yeses to having 6 yeses very, very quickly so that you can grow your law firm and change your life. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So everybody, round of applause for Martha for taking the first step and moving forward.
Martha.
In the chat for someone who took action. All right, if everybody give us a 1 in the chat if you are an action taker right now. Who else do we have? Somebody else want to unmute the stuff that move forward? Let's see. Who else do we have? All right. How about Rafaela? Is Rafaela available?
Yeah, I'm here. It's Rafael, actually.
Rafael. Well, hey, listen, congratulations. Welcome to the family. What made you decide to move forward today and join the program?
I feel it's just if I want to expedite my growth, I need to join people that have the knowledge, and you've done before with other attorneys. And, I just want to succeed. And taking action is, I cannot wait. Time passes by fast.
Yep.
And that's why I need to have people that understand my industry. I had other coaches, but they didn't understand the legal field. And that wasn't like the good choice. So that's why I decided to move.
Awesome. What's your practice area?
So I am a licensed attorney in Brazil and here.
Okay.
I do a lot of international things, and we are legal solutions. We find legal solutions for clients who have complex problems.
Yeah.
Assets protection to immigration to business. We deal with different areas in Brazil as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just excited.
That's awesome. So you represent Brazilians both in the United States and in Brazil?
Yes, most of my clients, I think 95% of my clients are Brazilians.
Okay, awesome.
And yeah, I'm very strong in my community because of my background. But yeah, there are non-attorneys out there. There are other attorneys too. So I would just want to spread the word in the best way and feel like a strong team.
Yeah, and we can definitely help you do that. What's really cool is that you have a niche, it seems like kind of a tight niche, which is fantastic because this works so well for niches when you actually can identify a specific type of person. Like in your instance, Brazilians, it's so easy to make this work when you actually identify a specific niche. Actually, Mark, you can talk about that.
Yeah, hey, for any of you, and I see the comments here talking about the investment and it being a lot of money. So my firm exclusively represents men. We only take 4 types of cases: divorce, child custody, domestic violence, and child support. And so we niche down, and that allows us, we get on any given month anywhere between 11 and 21x our return on ad spend. So if you're able to niche down, if you're able to focus on one specific thing, partnering with SMB has been a game changer on that. So I see that obviously you being Brazilian, that could be a huge advantage online for you. It's something I'll talk a little bit more about tomorrow. I won't get too in depth.
Absolutely. All right, so my mic's back on. All right, cool. So let's see, who else do we have? Let's go with Brian Alfred. Brian, can you unmute yourself? Oh, Byron Alfred, can you unmute yourself, Byron? Are you there, Byron? Can anyone unmute? Anybody? Okay, so anybody who has moved forward, go ahead and unmute yourself. I want to hear why you guys decided to move forward. I want to hear what the decision was to move forward. Who else do we have on that list?
Babette.
All right, how about Babette or LA or Farhana?
I can talk about why I wanted to sign up.
Fantastic. All right, who's talking right now? I can't see.
Sorry, it's Farhana.
Oh, Farhana. Farhana, is that how you pronounce it?
Yep, far away, Hannah like Hannah Montana.
Farhana Montana. All right, I'm always going to remember that. All right, so yeah, so first of all, welcome to the family. And what was your deciding factor to move forward?
So the first thing that I wanted to say was I started my firm in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a solo practitioner and I'm located in Canada.
Mm.
So I'm going to be your first Canadian success story. And I did 6 figures in the last 2 years without a website.
Oh, wow.
So I can only imagine what SMB is going to bring to the table.
Yeah.
And take it from not having a website to now having a website, having local ads, adding to my Google reviews.
Mm-hmm.
I can go from 6 figures to 7 figures. And I know I can do it. And I'm the best person to bet on.
Absolutely.
And I'm the best person. Why not invest in myself?
Exactly. Why not? That is absolutely the correct thinking that you need to have, and you're going to be very successful, especially with the fact that
I just want to comment that is the exact mindset that we are looking for right there.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That is well, and that is the
This
reason you'll be
investment is
successful
nothing.
also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This investment is, if I only spent this much, talk about when you thought this was a big expense.
I literally paid my last $2,000 to join SMB team, and I'll tell you this: my fractional CFO was his mind was blown when last month we spent $65,000 just on Google. We're going to spend about $80,000 this month on marketing. So it's something that was only 17 months ago. We're not talking about years ago. We're not talking about one of these billboard lawyers that's been doing it for decades. 17 months ago, my budget was less than $1,000 a month. And here in the next 90 days, we're probably going to clear six figures in ad spend on a monthly basis. It's something that's possible. And it's possible, only if you take action. And for me, I told Bill last week, and he was laughing at me. In December, I'm going to be able to stand up here and say, in 2 years, we've 100x'd our law firm.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Mark.
Congratulations, Jamie. 9 spots left.
All right, 9 spots left. Congratulations, Jamie. Jamie, we're going to pull you up in 1 second, so get that mute button ready. But I want to address a comment real quick. What do you think? So John said it appears this is better for those with some degree of success already and with spare cash to spend. What is your experience with that?
That is not the right way of thinking. So I told you guys earlier, I did $18,000 in revenue in Q4 of 2021. $18,000 for the entire quarter. So I was not a firm that was having a ton of success at the time. 2021, we did $126,000. We went from 126 all the way to 2.4 million just over a 12-month span. So this is really something for someone who you might just be starting out. I know people in the program that have had a ton of success. They literally joined SMB as they were starting their firms, and they've absolutely blown up. So this is, if you're in that spot, if money is tight, this is the type of investment that can help time collapse and get you to ultimately where you want to be.
Yeah, the only thing you have to have is belief in yourself, because that's and to be totally honest with you, this works better. Like the first program that I ever did, it was $30,000 paid up front. So there was no payment plan like what we're offering right now. It was $30,000. I had to go borrow $30,000 and pay to somebody to and wire them $30,000. Now, here's why that was so successful, because I knew it was burn the ships. I had to succeed because I needed to not only get that $30,000 back, but I needed to make a profit. And that lights a fire underneath you like nothing else does. So I encourage you to just look at it that way. Look at Mark. Mark is the proof is in the pudding. I am also the proof is in the pudding, where I invested in myself before I was ready, and I'm on this stage as well. Now, is Jamie? Jamie, can you unmute yourself? I want to hear why Jamie moved forward.
16 minutes left.
All right, and 16 minutes left on this offer. Is Jamie available? What's Jamie's last name? Jamie Esquire. I don't think that's your last name.
It'd be a pretty cool last name.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you a question. Bill brought up something real quick. A little early ago. He was asking, what is this worth, right? It's for Elite 360 Max, it's $64.97 a month. Is that worth peace of mind? Give me. Let me know in the chat. Who here works way too much and doesn't get a break, doesn't get as big of a break as you want? Give me a 1 in the chat if that sounds like you. If you're you feel like you're tied to your law firm, you're working too much, you don't have systems, you're not passing that vacation test. You guys remember that vacation test that I talked about yesterday? The vacation test is how long is your law firm how long are you able to go on vacation without internet, without phone, and how long could you go before your law firm, before the wheels fall off, right? And I want to know, actually, let me know in the chat, how long could you go before your law firm would fall apart if you went on vacation with no access to internet, no access to telephone? Let me know in the chat. I see a few people typed 1, but how long could you go? Justin said right away. John, the quarterly event is in Chicago. All right, Patricia said 1 week. Thank you for your honesty, Patricia. All right, how long could you guys go? And here's my point. How much is it worth to be able to have that peace of mind, to have a system in place that allows you to take a vacation, that if you get sick, God forbid a family member gets sick, your entire livelihood is not going to come crashing down because you have systems in place. Who here is sacrificing your health because of the fact that you're working too much, that you can't get any time off, that you can't take care of your health, right? Is $6,400, $6,500 a month is for that amount to get your health back, to get your have a great relationship with your kids, with your family? Is $6,500 a month worth that? Absolutely, it's worth it. It's 100% worth it, right? So what I want you guys to think about is, don't think about this as an expense, because it's not an expense. It's an investment. The reason that we put Launchpad together is Bill and I were having a conversation, and we were saying, you know, how do we get people to understand that this is not an expense? It's an investment, because the reality is that what we're doing is we're investing in ourselves, and when you invest in this, you're investing in your law firm, you're investing in your future, right? And what that means is that we're going to try to, this program needs to be able to give you a return on your investment as quickly as possible. And that's why we start with LSA ads right away. Within 2 weeks, you are going to have LSA ads running. Now, here's what's cool about that. Who here's a little worried about the ad spend? Give me a me in the chat. You're thinking about it, but you're a little worried about, where am I going to get the ad spend from? How am I going to pay for the ads? How am I going to pay for things like that, right? Okay, I see Josh, I see Ashley, I see Sandra saying that. Well, here's the cool thing. The way that this works is within 2 weeks, you're going to have ads running. Now, with LSA ads, you're going to get phone calls really, really, really quick. And remember, you're not paying for clicks. You're not paying for, just people to visit your website. You're paying for people to actually pick up the phone and call you, right? So you're going to have phone calls coming in very quickly who are going to turn into clients, turn into cases that we're going to teach you how to do all that. And then you will have money coming in so that you can pay off the credit cards that you're putting the LSA ads on, right? That's how it works. Sometimes you have to go. Sometimes every entrepreneur has to go and take a risk on themselves and invest money that they don't necessarily have to build their future, right? And how did you do it? That's exactly what you did with your ads. You put it on a credit card, didn't you?
100%. $2,000. Like I said, I think I didn't have the other $4,000 for the monthly. Definitely didn't have any money for ad spend. And I told all you guys a little story about my initial foray into Google. They don't charge you until you've spent $500. But no, you have to bet on yourself. If you keep doing what you're doing now, I was in your shoes. I was working from 4 a.m. to midnight, 5 days a week. I was working Saturdays and Sundays. Now every single quarter, I'm away from the firm, detached 2 or 3 weeks every single quarter.
Yeah, and I'm looking at what's up?
7 spots. Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations, Lance. Lance, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself? Lance Drury. Oh, Lance. I know Lance. Lance. Unmute yourself, Lance. I want to talk to you. Is Lance there? Are people like, I've never had so many people not here. It's so weird. All right, cool. Well, Lance, congratulations on moving forward. I want to point out something that Rhett said in the comments. He said, I hesitated for months. I'm glad I did it. My second lawyer joins me at the end of the month, and I have to hire 3 more paralegals. Who here would love to have another attorney helping you with the casework so that you don't have to be the only one who goes to court, so that you don't have to be the only one to meet with clients, so that you don't have to be the only one on call on the weekends? Give me a 1 if that sounds pretty good to you. If you don't want to be the only one to do everything, if you want to be able to hire people, if you want to be able to hire attorneys, hire paralegals, hire administrative assistants. Let me ask you a question. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Have you ever put up a job ad and you tried to hire somebody, but you really didn't get great candidates? Give me a me if that's ever happened to you. You put up a job ad and you're like, okay, it's time to hire somebody, but I didn't get great candidates. You get mediocre candidates. So what happens? You basically have to look through the mediocre candidates and you hire the best of the mediocre. Is that sounding right? All right, Babette said every single time, right? Tell me if this sounds familiar. I want to hear some me's if this sounds familiar. So you get mediocre candidates. So then you hire the best of the mediocre, right? And what happens after that? You basically, because you hired a mediocre candidate, you get mediocre results. And you get really frustrated because at some point you're like, this is really annoying and I could have just done this myself and saved a lot of time, money, aggravation, frustration, all that type of stuff. Give me a me in the chat if that has ever happened to you before, where you've ever found yourself in that scenario. So what's amazing is that we're going to show you how to avoid that exact scenario, how you can actually create job ads that are going to actually allow you to attract amazing rock star employees who you can trust to help you grow your law firm so that you don't end up in that situation, so that you can hire people, so that you can grow your business, so that you can finally take a vacation, so that you can coach Little League, so you can go to dance recitals, so you can sell your firm and retire one day if that's what you want to do. There's all types of possibilities if you just commit. Is that Monica? All right, Monica, are you available? We had 9 minutes, and how many spots left? 6 spots left, and Monica, are you there, Monica?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Hey, Monica, congratulations, and thank you so much for being there. I appreciate it. But hey, Monica, congratulations on moving forward. What was the big catalyst for you moving forward?
Honestly, I'm in a difficult spot right now because we are planning a long summer trip in Europe for like 2 months.
Okay.
So I was hesitating if this is the right moment. I'm not going to be able to work all that much.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do need to increase my profits.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, I don't know if it's a good time. but hopefully, within this first month before I leave, we can get something going.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm kind of the same situation as the other Brazilian girl. I'm Mexican.
Okay.
I live in Mexico, but we have a virtual office in Austin.
Awesome.
And we basically do work for Americans in Mexico and for Mexicans in the U.S. So
okay, cool. Awesome.
The type of thing we do. So yeah. I don't know. Hopefully this will work out. We're in a tight spot as far as income right now. So
yeah.
So we don't definitely have all that much money to spare, but our I guess our previous web manager and everything, I don't know, wasn't really working out.
All right. Well, listen, 2 things about that. First of all, congratulations on moving forward. Congratulations on moving forward, even though you weren't sure if this is the right time. Because let me tell you something. There is never a right time. There's never a time when you feel just totally comfortable that like, oh, yeah, you know what? Now I'm ready to do it. Because you know what's going to happen is that if you didn't move forward right now, I want to reinforce that you made the right decision to move forward, to commit right now. Because if you would have waited, then what would happen? You go on this amazing trip, you would come back, and you would be with the intention of signing up, the intention of getting started, but what would happen? You would be like, well, I don't have time. Now it's probably not a good time. I'm overrun with work. Maybe next month, maybe the month after, right? So first of all, I want to reinforce that you made the right decision because there's never a right time when you feel ready. You just got to jump in the pool. Okay, so here's a funny story about me. I hate cold water, and my kids want to go swimming, and our swimming pool for some reason is always freezing cold. And I discovered about a month ago, the only way I can get in this swimming pool is to just jump in the deep end and go underwater. And I'm never like, I would like step in and have my toes in, and I get out and I'd be cold, and I go in my ankles, and like it would take me 45 minutes to get in the pool. But I was never ready. But I just jump in the pool, and you know what? You're never ready, but you end up working out pretty well. So it's 6 minutes left for all the bonuses, everybody who's still thinking about moving forward. But what do you say? 6 minutes? 6 minutes and 6 spots. So congratulations on moving forward. You absolutely made the right decision. You've got, you said you're leaving in a month. That is more than enough time for us to get your ads going. That is more than enough time for you to start putting some foundations, to start doing your vivid vision, to start figuring out where do you want to be in 3 years and building out your plans and putting everything in place. So I encourage you, do not wait. Let's get started and let's get to work. This is going to be awesome. I'm excited to work with you. And also, being from Mexico, that is an amazing niche. Once again, we have very specific people that we can target, and we can basically, have you in a niche market that's going to work really well. So round of applause for moving forward. Congratulations, action taker. And I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to working with you. All right, 5 more minutes for all these bonuses. All right, fantastic. All right, do we have somebody else there? Who else do we have? All right, so okay, so another person that's on here is Nancy Delane, and I see Nancy Delane is in the chat. And one of the things I want to talk about Nancy was somebody that was also very hesitant to move forward. Who here has been on multiple of our events? Give me a me in the chat if you've been on a few of our events. And I know that Nancy was on 4 or 5 events before she decided to move forward, right?
Took me 2.
Okay, it took Mark Reel 2 events before he decided to move forward. Nancy was probably on 3 or 4 events. And Nancy, I'm happy to say, every time I talk to Nancy now, every time I talk to her, she usually has to leave in the middle of one of our meetings or our events because she has more phone calls and more phone calls coming in and more phone calls coming in. And Nancy is an action taker, right? And Nancy, just wave. We see you on the camera. Nancy, give us all a wave right there, right? Nancy is crushing it now. And the reason why is because she was afraid to move forward, but she did it anyway, right? You have to commit before you can.
Still terrified of it. Anyway, but I'm getting there.
She's still terrified, but you know what? She does it anyway, right? That's what courage is. Courage isn't courage isn't not being afraid. Courage is moving forward even though you're scared to death. What'd she say?
The wet pants, okay?
She has the wet pants. Exactly. Nancy, now I want to get your mentality real quick. How has it been, even though you were afraid, even though you were kind of on that fence with a lot of people, how has your experience been with SMB team working with us? What has your belief been?
Oh, wow. My experience has been great. I mean, I love Marina. Marina is the best thing since sliced bread.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had, so Marina and I talk, what is it, about once a month? And we're still in the process of tweaking me because I'm pretty specialized. So,
yeah, and you have that niche. You have that niche practice area that you're not appealing to every single person. You have very specific people, and you're creating videos, you're taking action, and you are absolutely crushing it. So, Nancy, I want to congratulate you again for all your success. Round of applause for Nancy, everybody.
And Nancy.
Hey, we got Joe right over here. You guys remember Joe? Round of applause for Joe Tungstall, everybody.
Spoke yesterday?
Yeah, Joe spoke yesterday. Joe,
what would you say to everyone? You want them to join our tribe or what?
Absolutely. This has been an absolute game changer for our firm. And it's not just what we're dealing with these folks. It's also the people you get to hang around. Quite frankly, being able to bounce things off of people like Mark and some of these other people, it's just a complete game changer for our firm.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and it's amazing seeing the relationships that come about in here. That's one of the coolest things is that when people come to our events, they get a lot of information from Bill and myself and all these people, but the real impact is from other attorneys, learning from other attorneys. We have some other clients.
You gotta stay.
Yeah, we gotta see how can we get in here. Yeah, we go.
It's a very you stand right here. And then if you stand,
we got Katie.
You should be able to.
Yeah, and you're actually. It's funny. It's a little premature. You're going to hear from Katie and you're going to hear from Kamala in a few minutes when they come up and they actually talk. But they're members of the team as well. They're just like you guys. Were you guys both on events like this when you signed up? And both of them have done amazing things with their law firm. Like, this is real. This isn't Bill and I just making stuff up. Like, do either of you want to talk about maybe your experience real quick?
I started with SMB. I was probably when they first started, and I'll probably tell you a little bit about it when I speak. I was really scared. So don't let your fear stop you from really going forward, because you really can do whatever you put your mind to. I know it sounds a little cliche, but I had personal calls from Bill. I'll tell you about him. But he definitely told me I should go forward and think more abundantly, and that's what I did. So it's been very beneficial, and I know my life has changed and allowed me to have the moments that I needed with my family for vacations, etc. So I can now pass the vacation test.
There we go, the vacation test. By the way, we have less than 1 minute. Guys, you got to get those deposits in if you want those bonuses. Less than 1 minute. Katie, go ahead and tell your story. Oh, okay. 5 more minutes. I guess there's people that was trying to get in that the form wasn't working. Katie, what's your story?
Yes, I was on an event like this about 1.5 years ago, I believe, and I jumped and gave it my all and decided there was no better bet than to bet on myself. And so, even if you're at that last $2,000 or whatever it is you have, what better investment than yourself? And this program will take you places that you just can't get as a solo.
That's amazing. I'm so proud of all of the attorneys that we work with, just because of the fact that and it's funny because we get just as much out of it as all of our clients do. It's absolutely amazing. Our coaching workshops are so much fun, and we're all a big family, which is really, really cool. So I saw we had a couple other people sign up. Who we have? Andrew. All right, Andrew. Was it Andrew Wood? Andrew Wood, can you unmute yourself? All right, we have 3 more spots for all the deposits. Or who's the other one? Ryan? Andrew, Ryan. Who's Ryan? What's Ryan's last name? Ryan Renardo, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. This is Andrew.
Hey, Andrew. What's up, Andrew? And Ryan, hold on. We're going to come back to you in a minute. Andrew, first of all, fantastic name. I love the name. Solid name right there. But second of all, why did you move forward? Congratulations. Welcome to the family. What was your inspiration for moving forward?
Try something different. You kind of spin your wheels doing the same thing. It doesn't seem to always work. And, I'm a solo. I've got a paralegal and, working all the time, but not getting forward. So,
yeah. Awesome. Well, listen, congratulations. Welcome to the family. We are going to be taking you to the next level. It's going to be awesome. I'm really excited to work with you. Congrats to Patricia as well. All right. So Ryan, all right, round of applause for Andrew. Hey, Ryan, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, congratulations. Welcome to the family. So what was your big reason for moving forward?
I've stalked you guys on these events for a while, and I always get a lot of good things out of it. And I think the last one that I really was able to commit to watching was in December. So maybe October, I don't know. But I started doing the LSAs, and they've been doing really well for me, for someone who doesn't know what I'm really doing. I'm just kind of trying it.
Yeah.
If I can maximize those, I really think this is going to be a great option.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. Now, I want to tell you something really quick, and I want to point out something as well. You said you didn't really know what you were doing, but you kind of got started, right? So that is really like the history of my entire career. My motto is done is better than perfect. Just move forward. As long as you're taking steps in the right direction, you're going to be making progress. And even if you make mistakes, you're at least learning what not to do. But like you said, you took some positive action and you got some positive outcomes, and that is now propelling you forward into this program. So listen, I'm so excited to work with you. Can't wait to see you on the coaching calls. Welcome to the family and congratulations. Thanks. Round of applause. How about Patricia? It's Patricia. Patricia, are you there?
I am here.
Hey, Patricia. How you doing? Welcome to the family.
Good. How are you?
I am fantastic, and I'm better now that I'm talking to you. What was your reason for moving forward?
So I did work with you back in COVID.
Okay.
On my videos, and you helped me get my YouTube app, and then after that, I've totally changed my practice. I stopped litigating. I do just mediation, just collaborative family law. So I was super hesitant, but had great responses in the chat.
Yeah.
That's actually better. That I could do, my niche area. I don't have to litigate if I don't want to, and I can still not do it all myself.
Collaborative family law, you said?
I do collaborative family law and family law mediation, and I do a lot of like business to business. Like I like to target family law attorneys for mediation for their clients.
Yeah, you know what? We target family law attorneys as well, so we can tell you exactly how to do it.
Exactly. That was my thought.
Well, so B2B is like a huge thing too, right? So like it's not just business. Like this works for B2C business. Whether you're going to consumers or businesses. And let me tell you why. Because all businesses are run by people. Right. So like AI is pretty advanced, but it's not there yet that they're making the decisions yet. Right. So businesses are run by people. So if you use these strategies, it will work. And again, like you said, you do collaborative divorce, which is a very specific niche inside of divorce. That's very, very easy to get clients because then you can just call out what are the things that people that are looking for a collaborative divorce, which they probably don't know the word collaborative divorce, but they know that they want to have a divorce where it's not an all-out slugfest, right? So you can create content content that talks to people that want to have a divorce without having, what's it called, a scorched earth? Is that what you call it? Without the scorched earth effect. You know what I mean? So
confidential.
Exactly. So I can show you exactly how to do that, and we'll work on that on the coaching call. So I'm really excited. Congratulations, Patricia.
Hey, Patricia, I saw you're in Southern California.
I am. I'm in Orange County.
Awesome. We have an office in Irvine, and I'll tell you this: from our marketing, we probably get 2 to 3 dozen leads of people who know they don't want to litigate their family law cases. So it's definitely something through LSA, PPC that can be done.
Awesome. And Diane,
actually almost. Before attending this, I actually saw an ad you're hiring. I was attending this and going to make my practice go. I was going to actually apply, but your ad said litigation attorney. I was like, God, I don't want to litigate again. But so here I see you here. So that's inspirational. Thank you.
Well, and you know what's cool? Like Diane Bass is also one of our clients. She's in Irvine. And we have clients all over the country, and what's awesome is that our clients all collaborate with one another. So it's not, there's not this like holding your secrets to the chest, even for competing attorneys in similar markets. Like, believe it or not, Bill and I were competitors for a long time, and we actually would get together once a week and we would share our secrets, and Bill would say, here's what I'm doing, and I would say, Bill, here's what I'm doing, and together we got together and we actually made more money by helping each other out. And that's what's really cool about this entire team, is that it's really collaborative. This entire family, everybody gets together, you can learn from everybody, which is awesome. All right, we have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. How many spots do we have left? 3 spots left and 2 minutes left. All right, cool. So who else do we have? Have we had any? We have so many names over there. Who has anyone signed up that has not yet that has not unmuted themselves yet? Or that's a current client. Is there any current clients that want to come on here and say anything with the last 1 minute and 51 seconds left? All right, Josh, go ahead and unmute yourself, Josh.
Hey, good afternoon. I signed up actually about a week ago, so still in the very early stages.
Awesome.
But very happy so far. For my firm, I practice family law, estate planning, and civil litigation in Arizona.
Yeah.
Hoping to make it over to San Diego soon for some cooler weather, at least for a vacation.
Yeah.
But I started my firm 3 years ago. No advertising, and built it to about $500,000 a year in revenue.
Yep.
And just word of mouth, and now looking to take that next step in marketing. Did a lot of research. A good friend of mine at another firm uses you guys and highly recommended you. So
awesome.
I decided to take the plunge. It's a little nerve-wracking being a small firm. I'm the only attorney with 3 other employees.
Yep.
Actually 4 now, as we brought on another person, anticipating the need for another paralegal, and going from there.
Yeah, no, you are gonna have the need for many more employees as you continue working with us. But listen, congratulations on taking that jump, because it's not an easy jump to take. So many people have done it as well, but that is a big step. Like you said, you're a smaller law firm. Who was your client? Who was your friend that referred you?
It's actually my prior law firm, and I believe he's on the chat now, or on the call now, the Dodds Law Firm.
Oh, okay. Dan Dodds.
I have a couple friends that would still work there, and they mentioned you, and I did some research and came on.
Awesome. Well, Dan, thank you so much. Dan's one of our clients, so that's amazing. So actually, Dan, can you unmute yourself real quick? Is Dan here? I don't know if Dan is there.
While we're waiting for Dan,
go ahead.
I just want to mention, we have 3 spots left. And if you're kind of on the fence, I just want to really impress upon you. The coaching and the marketing is wonderful, but going to the quarterly events has really been a game changer for me. And I know Diane Bass is on, and I just got to meet her at the first quarterly event last year. It was last year, I think it was, or this year.
It was a few months ago.
Yeah. And it was in Scottsdale. And that was such a great experience, because we have been talking back and forth, and we finally got to meet, and she really got to understand and experience that great, I guess, collaboration that you have with one another. And being able to go to those events, you get to meet attorneys like Mark Reel, and even someone at Mark's firm provided me with really good information on how to really up the game on my intake process. And someone at another firm, you're going to hear from Otis tomorrow, someone from his firm really gave me some really good information on how to really price out things for my immigration practice. And so when you talk about the collaboration, it's really priceless, because I wouldn't have an opportunity to speak to anyone else if I was just working on my own by myself, going in and day out. Maybe if I was part of a different, I'm part of the American Immigration Lawyers Association, but we don't really talk about business and how to really make my firm more successful. And so if you're really on the fence, it's take the plunge, take the leap, because it's worth it. That alone, the quarterly event, is worth all the money that you pay. And then these are like added bonuses, which are great. And even if you can't make every coaching class on Wednesday, it's okay, because you still have your accountability calls. You still have your one-on-one with your person that's assigned to you. So take that plunge, because trust me, I am the most conservative person when it comes to spending. And Bill knows this. And I've done it, and I really have to say it's worth it, and it's worth every penny that you spend.
Absolutely. And also I want to point out in the chat, Chris David, a longtime client, she says, I agree, we have 2X for 3 years and sold and now starting again, right? Like who here would love to have that be your story, right? Just because you take the leap and you bet on yourself. We have one spot, or we sold out? We have one spot left? We have one spot left with all these bonuses, guys. One spot left. And then let's see, what else do we have in here? Congrats, Murnaz and VJ. Can somebody from Murnaz and VJ unmute yourself? Are you there? Anybody? All right, fantastic. How much time do we have left?
As long as you want.
All right, well, let's see. All right, we have one spot left. And then what's going to happen is then we're going to have Kamala and we're going to have we're going to have Katie. They both have amazing things to share with you guys. So if anybody still wants to be a member of this community, and by the way, who here is still thinking about it? Who here wants to join? Leave me in the chat if you're kind of on the fence right now, where you're kind of like, I really want to join, but I'm just not sure if I should pull the trigger or not. Go, let me see in the chat. Somebody type me if that's kind of you. Or is everybody already in who knows they're going to be in? All right, we got a few me's here. Okay, yeah. All right. So we got a couple people. So, all right, cool. So anyone else that's on there that's a client of ours, maybe if you want to talk some sense into some of the me's that are coming into the chat right now. We got Dan, we got Ted, we got Danielle, we got Aaron, we got Darlene. Is there anyone on there that's a current client that wants to speak to them and maybe see if you can convince them to come over and come over to the light. Come to the light. Come to the We got that one spot left, guys. All right, cool. Well, let's go ahead and let's transition into the next part here. We still have one spot left. Wait, so it says what's up? Oh, we do it. So who signed up for platinum? Oh, VJ signed up for platinum. Is VJ available? Are they available?
I want to hear the mindset of someone who agreed to $20,000 a month.
Yeah, is VJ? What was the name of that law firm again?
Mark and I need to go. Even spend more than us.
VJ, are you there? VJ, I lost it. There's too much stuff. Oh, VJ and Murnaz. Okay, cool. All right, fantastic. All right, well, let's transition. Let's kick it back to Devon and continue moving this day along, because we still have two more attorneys that have amazing stories to share with you guys about how they have transformed their lives and their law firms. And I want to make sure that you guys hear exactly what they had to say. So, Devon, let's bring it on back out here, and we'll thank you guys, and we'll see you guys soon.
Straight up now, tell me, do you really wanna love me forever? Or am I caught in a hit and run? Straight up now, tell me, is it gonna be you and me together? Or are you just having fun?
All right, I love it. Hey, everybody, let's make sure those cameras are on. Yes, me again. I'm so excited and so happy can we just give a congrats either by typing congrats or by showing us putting your hands together for all the new SMB team family members? If you can, go ahead and just put congrats or give it a clap in the videos. I want to see you guys. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So as our team here in studio is switching some things up and getting ready for the next two speakers, I just want to take a minute. I want to share a quick story with you. Now, I used to be the mascot in high school and college. I was the mascot at Roswell High School in Roswell, Georgia, not New Mexico, not the one with the aliens. And I was also the mascot at Georgia Southern University back in the 90s. And the first time I ever mascotted, I was horrible. I was terrified. It was in high school. I thought I was going to be amazing. Some friends of mine were like, Devon, you should be the mascot. And I was like, you're right, I should. And so I went out there, and this was me mascotting the first time. Let me show you. This is me mascotting the first time. You ready? That was it. That's it. Congratulations. You just saw me mascotting for the first time. Mascots are supposed to be big. They're supposed to be energetic. But I wasn't. I was terrified. When I got to college, when I got to university, Georgia Southern University, I was out dancing one night at the club. And the next day on campus, one of the male cheerleaders came up to me and was like, hey, I saw you dancing last night at the club. You should try out to be the mascot. And I went and I tried out to be the mascot, and there were multiple mascots. I got the last spot. I got the very last spot. I was number 4. I was on the 4th person on the totem pole. And as luck would have it, I ended up getting to jump to the front of the line, and I got to mascot my very first college football game. And I was terrified. And I went out there on the field, and I did like this. Just like high school all over again. And one of the male cheerleaders came up to me. His name was Willie. He said, Devon, I have something to share with you, and I need you to listen to me on this. He says, the problem that you've got right now is that you're scared to be big. Nobody is giving you permission, or even better yet, you haven't given yourself permission to be big. He says, so since I was the mascot last year and I know what I'm talking about, I'm going to give you permission right now to be big. I'm going to give you permission to be as big as you know you are deep down inside. And when he gave me that permission to be big, I crushed it. I ended up acting as if there was only one person in the stadium and they were 80,000 seats away, and I had to make my action so big that they could see me. I ended up playing so big that I ended up becoming one of ESPN's top 16 mascots in the country. I tell you that story to say this, that there are those of you who have this calling to play bigger, to do bigger, to be bigger, to have bigger, and it's terrifying. You're like me back in high school the first time I put on that mascot suit. This is me giving you permission to play big. And this is also me congratulating all of those of you who chose to move forward. Congratulations on choosing to play bigger. That is my congratulations to you. So, congrats. I love it. And if you're on the fence, I want you to say yes to yourself. We've got one spot left, unless it's already gone, which it might be. I don't know. But if it's not, post in the chat that you want it, and a member of our team will give you that link. All right? I know there was one spot left. I don't know if it is anymore, but congratulations to everyone. So let us keep rocking and rolling. Our next speaker, you already got a glimpse of her. Just a second ago. She was here on stage just a second ago, and you got to meet her. And here's what you need to understand about this woman who's about to come to the stage, is that she was able to double her revenue. And one of the keys to that was in her finally understanding her value. Somebody type in value in the chat, or even better yet, type in my value in the chat. Somebody type in my value or value in the chat. This woman was able to double her revenue because she finally understood her value. Here's the thing. If you have ever felt overworked and underpaid, here's what you need to understand about the profession you're in. You set the value of your services. So you need to look deep into what you're setting your value at so you can figure out the best way to change it. And that she did. She was a solo lawyer, and her kids were about to start going to school, and it hit her that she wanted more than the practice she had built. She wanted bigger than the practice that she had built. And so she started doing seminars and webinars and paid ads, but she wasn't quite able to crack the code. And about a year ago, she joined SMB. And while on a call with Bill, she had a breakthrough regarding her own value. And in just 9 months, she was able to 2x her revenue. She went from solo to 5 employees and now has 2 offices. Understanding your value is of the utmost importance. And that's what Katie is going to share with us in just a second. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to play a short video introducing her, and then I'm going to bring Katie Charleston to the stage. And you guys are going to show her all the love in the world. Let's watch that video.
Are you charging what you're worth, or are you charging what you think you can just to get by? So many lawyers undercharge for their skills and services. This leaves you feeling like you've gotten the short end of the stick. Plus, your profits and revenue get crushed. Katie Charleston is here to help you charge your value and double your firm's revenues.
Relentless lawyers, make sure those cameras are on. Put your hands together. Help me welcome to the stage Katie Charleston.
And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life.
Hello. I am Katie Charleston, and I am here to talk to you about increasing your value and doubling your revenue. I imagine since you're here today, you probably all feel like you're a little underpaid for what you do and a little overworked. And it's probably true. The thing about that, though, is that we are all setting our own value. We are deciding what to ask for when we set our fees. We are asking what we want people to consider our value when we make those choices. So we must consider if that is true, and we are feeling like the services we're providing are making us feel overworked and underpaid. Are we valuing ourselves the way we should? Are we valuing our services the way we should? Now, you've got a little bit of an introduction and glimpse on my past, but I'm going to take you through it a little bit further just so you can understand the path that I've taken to get where I am today. Now, if we look back about a year and a half ago, I attended my first event here, well, where you are, on a webinar with SMB. But if we go back a little further to about 9 years ago, I was working 10 to 12-hour days, 5 to 7 days a week. I was general counsel for a construction company, heading up all of their litigation. And it was great for that time in my life for a while. And then I got married. And then I got pregnant. And I knew when I got pregnant with my first child that the motherhood I had envisioned did not mesh with the way I was working. It didn't mesh with my professional life. And there had to be a change. So I considered my options and decided I was going to be my own boss and I was going to have my own law firm. I decided at that time to hang up my hat on litigation and focus on more transactional work. And I started an estate planning practice. Now, I didn't need to work a ton. I wanted to be home with my kids. So I was just doing enough to bring in the income, the revenue to my household that I needed to contribute in order for us to get to the lifestyle we wanted. And I did that for several years and through 2 additional kids. And it was working. I operated mostly through referral partners and word of mouth. I didn't do any advertising. I didn't even have a website for a very long time. But it was enough. It was enough of the same number of clients, the same number of revenue every single month to get where I wanted to be. Now, if we fast forward a little bit to about 2 years ago, my middle child started kindergarten. And you know, as a teary-eyed parent sending their kid off to kindergarten on the first day of school, I had another epiphany, if you will, that my life was about to change again. I envisioned a lifestyle once my kids were in school that was different than when they were, you know, from babies, infanthood to school age. And I knew that I had to make an additional change in order to get to the lifestyle I wanted. And so I started doing additional things with my practice to try and ramp up business. I put on webinars. I put on live seminars. I did some paid mailers. I did paid advertisement on Google. And then I gave up because it didn't work, like we all do at some point before we realize that that's not what we're trained to do. We're trained in the legal field. But I knew that my family, were in a sort of a juxtaposition where changes had to be made for me to grow the firm I wanted, for me to develop a firm that would be long lasting, that would create a legacy for my family, that would allow me to provide the best education for my children, travel, experiences, all the things I wanted. And so I kept pushing away, trying to figure out how to gain the momentum to build my practice. And I just couldn't get there. And I realized that I needed to reach out. I needed some support. And so this law firm owner, this solo law firm owner who was wearing all the hats, right? Like we do as solo practitioners. We're doing the lawyering, yes, but we're also doing the accounting. We're doing the calls. We're doing the consults. We're doing the contracts. We're doing everything there is related to our business. And then we're lawyering. So I attended my first SMB event, and it was very informative. I wasn't sold, honestly, on my first event. And I came back for more, though, because SMB is great at advertising, and they followed me. They followed me around. And I joined a second event. And during that event, I was sold. I was sold on the fact that I needed to do something. I was hitting a wall trying to build my firm. I wasn't gaining any momentum. I was still just doing enough to get the same leads, the same clients, the same revenue that I had been for the last 7 years. And then one day while I was on a coaching call with Bill, he was talking about mindset around money and people's relationship with money. And he had mentioned a story where he and his wife, Emily, had gone shopping, and she was a little disappointed after making a purchase because she had a coupon she didn't use. And he had made a comment about paying full value for something when you know what its value is. And after that call, I did a little digging myself to understand what my relationship was with money. Because what he was teaching is that your relationship with money in your personal life, it reflects back on you in your professional life. So if you're the kind of person that is always seeking a discount, who never wants to pay full value or appreciate the value of things, well then in your practice, when you're asking for someone to pay you what you've consider your value, you're going to have a little difficulty actually obtaining that. And so I looked at the way I was dealing with money, and I'm not someone who walks around and asks for discounts left and right, but I am a money hoarder. I have been for a very long time. I come from an entrepreneurial family, and for years...
This is amazing. Your earrings are touching.
Clicking?
Yeah, they're clicking. Can anyone hear that, by the way? Her earrings? Give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear the earrings.
How about now?
Yes, but the earrings look great.
They look amazing. I just want to make sure that your amazing
Thank you.
lessons aren't distracted by the
I
earrings.
took that one off. Is that better?
That is, I think
Is just that
everyone
one?
is now
Perfect.
going to give you an even bigger roaring applause afterwards. Thank you.
All right. And now I'm giving a fashion statement, one ear during a speech, one earring. But what I learned when I was looking at myself and my relationship with money is that I held on to money for a very long time because my family, who are big entrepreneurs, had a lot of business failures along the way. And those business failures scared me because we had dark times where we didn't have a lot of resources. And so I equated that with saving and not spending money on things like employees, advertising, coaching. And it really was holding me back. It was my limitation to grow my business. And when I look back at my family, interestingly enough, and I looked back at their business failures so I can learn, their issue wasn't money. It was they were big risk takers. I can think about my mom walking into a casino and dropping $10,000 in a slot machine. Like that. Most people would cringe. Not my mom, because half the time she double, tripled her money back. She had no trouble with risks and money. Their business failures were separate from what I thought they were because of those tight times with money. And their failures were something that I could overcome. And one of the things I was doing was limiting myself because of that. And once I recognized that and got over that hurdle of saving money, I realized that spending money is what's creating value. It is a tool. Once your minimum needs are met, it doesn't matter how much you have, it matters how you use it. And so using that money to benefit your own business is a way to overcome that limitation and increase value in spending money. Now, some might fear this, and I'm looking at the comments about the expense of this program. And I'll tell you, about a year ago, when I was asked to spend $3,000 on ads, I nearly had a heart attack. But today I'm spending 3-4 times that a month, and I don't flinch because I know the return is going to bring me, and I recognize that. So I challenge you all, whether you're just starting out in your business or you are, later on in your career but still looking to grow, wherever you are, what is your relationship with money? How are you using it? How do you see it? Is it a tool? Is it a resource? Are you just keeping it in that account for safety? Because there's no better place to put it than to invest it in yourself. And you can do this in a myriad of ways. I took my firm where I was a solo, wearing all the hats, doing everything, to a place where I have now 5 employees. I'm sitting here watching the speakers without worrying about what's going on in my practice because I have people handling everything. And it's amazing to have that kind of freedom. And I do because I've spent the money. Because I've developed a good relationship with money. I no longer want to hoard it. I want to use it to create more. And that's something we can all do and we can all stand behind. So think about your relationship with money and then how you can add value to your services. Now, wherever you are right now, you might be thinking you may just want to stay with the same practice area and continue to grow, and you just need some support with advertising or a little coaching. And that might be true. But what if what you want isn't going to actually pan out with the practice area you're in? So consider whether or not changing that practice area is going to benefit you to get you where you want. The idea is to think about the vision. Think about the end game, and then build out how you're going to get there, right? So for me, I was doing estate planning. It was transactional work. I was primarily doing it because I had altered my life, my professional life, to have the personal life I wanted. Now that I have school-aged children, it's different. Now I think about what I want as the end game. What kind of firm do I want? What kind of practice areas do I enjoy? What kind of cases do I enjoy? And then around that, I think about how I could add the most value. Could I add another service, right, within the practice area? So if you're a business transaction attorney and you're handling contracts or mergers and acquisitions, can you also monitor their corporate filings? Can you also take care of their minutes? If you're an estate planning attorney, can you offer complimentary reviews? If you're a trademark attorney, can you monitor trademarks in addition to registering them or litigating them? There's a myriad of ways you could build on services into your firm to increase not just the value that you're providing to your clients, but also to increase the fees that you're charging. And by increasing those fees, you're going to get additional revenue into your firm that you can then use to create additional leads. And then it becomes a cycle where you're bringing in more and more money, you're spending more and more, but you're increasing the revenue and thereby increasing your firm and growing your firm. So that is one way. There's a myriad of ways you could do it, though. You could change your practice area. You could add additional services. You could just increase your fees. For so many of us, we've stayed with the same hourly rate or flat fee rate for years. And consider inflation. A lot of attorneys haven't even increased their fees over the last 3 years. We've seen inflation skyrocket. You better believe your fees should be increasing with that. Look at your local market. What are other practitioners charging? And I think the younger practitioners are most at fault I shouldn't say at fault, but they are more willing to give away their services at a lower value. The value is in the services you provide, right? And to that, you can add experience and you can add skill. But look at your market and see where you are in the market and whether you can increase your fee. And then consider changing your practice area and adding additional services. All of these things can bring value to your firm to increase your ability to grow. And now when I talk about value, there's also priorities that come to play. Now you might value money over time or time over money. For me, I value time over money. So if I'm able to pay someone to do something that's going to save me hours I can spend with my family, that's what I'll do because that's my priority. There's a book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And there's a great quote in there. Success doesn't just come by luck, right? It comes by a vision that's backed with strategy and determination. And so that's the starting point to get you where you want in your firm. But first you have to take that step to recognize your mindset and around money to get you to a place where you ultimately want to be. I'm going to hand this back to Devon. Thank you, everybody. I hope you join us and continue this journey of growth with us all.
You got that dream, look in your eye, and I got that red lip, classic thing that you like.
All right. Hey, everybody, do me a favor real quick. Hit that space bar for me. And I want to hear, some of you guys are unmuted. Hit that space bar for me. Somebody say, thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
Excellent. I love it. 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 And I'm going to have my team. Hey, Sebastian, can you do me a favor? Can you refresh everything on the front, what I'm looking at in front here real quick? And because, ladies and gentlemen, what I've got for you really quick is something special. And my guess is that you thought that I forgot, but here's the thing. I didn't forget because you guys know that I absolutely love giving away free stuff. Do I not? I do. I'm like, Captain, let's give away free stuff. So earlier, I told you guys that one of the giveaways that we're going to be doing today is we're going to be giving away a lawyer video marketing kit, camera, tripod, light, the whole 9 yards. And you guys were like, oh my gosh, yes. And the way to get it, there's two steps in order to get it. The first step is that I'm going to give you a secret code word, and you're going to have to enter that secret code word in on a special. You're going to have to click a link and go to that page and enter in a secret code word. And then once you've entered in that secret code word, that registers you to win because you have to be present for both things. So the first thing is, you have to be present for entering the code word and for when I actually pick the winner later today. So if you guys are ready for me to give you the secret link and to give you the code word, give me a 1 in the chat and turn on your camera. Give me a 1 in the chat and turn on the camera. Okay, so excellent. You're ready. All right, make sure your cameras are on as well. All right, cool. So no more typing in the chat because I don't want it to disappear. No more typing in the chat because I don't want it to disappear. Team, can you go ahead and put the link in the chat right now? And when you guys click on it, don't type anything in the chat unless you're part of the team. I want you to go and type the word commit, COMMIT. Click on that link, smbteam.com/gift, GIFT. Type in the word commit, COMMIT. Go ahead, do that now. That's going to enter you to win the video kit that we're going to be giving away before the end of the day today. Again, smbteam.com/gift. Enter code commit, COMMIT. I'm going to give you guys 10 more seconds to do that while I sit here and dance for 10 seconds. Okay, I don't know if that was 10 seconds or not, but that was long enough for you to go click on a link and type in commit. And are you all done? Give me a thumbs up if you're done typing in commit. Excellent. You know, the first person I saw give me a 2 thumbs up was Ashley. Ashley Dotchin. I hope I'm saying your name right. Hey, Ashley. Ashley, congratulations. You just won a $25 Amazon gift card for playing Full Out and for giving me 2 thumbs up. So congratulations, Ashley. You just won a $25 gift card. Anybody else want an Amazon $25 gift card? Okay, stick with me. Stick with me. I'll give one away later. All right. So, all right. So let's keep this party rocking. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned this next lawyer earlier today. You actually met her a few minutes ago, and you're going to absolutely love her, especially if you're a workaholic and you don't want to be. All right. If you're a workaholic, I cannot wait for you to hear from this next attorney. You see, just a few years ago in 2019, she was working as much as 80 hours a week. And in 2020, she started working with SMB. And she made a simple shift in her law firm's marketing business model. And she went from working 80 hours a week to crossing the $1 million mark while taking a 2-week vacation in Morocco. See, those are the kind of stories that you hear other people about. And what you need to be saying to yourself is, why not me? And that's the truth. Why not you? She said to herself, when she was sitting where you are, she said, why not me? And she took action, got started with SMB, and crossed $1 million while she was taking a vacation in Morocco. So why not you is the first question we need to ask. And the second question we need to ask is, what did she learn? What were the secrets and the tools and the strategies? What did she learn on her journey to 7 figures? Well, there were 7 specific strategies that she learned on her way to 7 figures, and she's here to share them with you today. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch a short video to introduce her, and on the other side, I'm going to bring Kamala Sessoms to the stage. Let's watch.
Building a successful law firm takes more than legal expertise. It requires strength, determination, and an unwavering commitment to serving your clients. Kamala Sessoms has transformed her law firm into a thriving business and scaled her revenues to 7 figures. She's here to share with you 7 things that she learned along the way to grow her revenues and increase her time freedom.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get those cameras on and help me welcome to the stage, Kamala Sessoms.
I want you for the dirty and clean. When you're waking in your dreams, make me bite my tongue and make me scream. See, I got everything that you need. Ain't nobody gonna do it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kamala Sessoms, and it's such a pleasure to be here with everyone today virtually. I am the last person, I think, before Bill and Andy close out. So if you can hang on in there as we finish up the day. I know it's been a long day, but I know you've learned a lot. So the first question I just want to ask as we get started is, who considers themselves to be a relentless lawyer? Put a 1 in the chat if you do. For me, I consider myself to be a relentless lawyer, not just because I haven't given up on the legal profession, because I haven't, and just because I haven't given up on my law firm, but also because I've taken the 7 strategies that I'm going to talk about today, and I use them to build a 7-figure law firm. A 7-figure law firm that I am so proud to have reached, because I was at 6 figures for a very long time. And it really was getting frustrating that I was at the same pace every year after year. So a little bit about me and my firm and how I got started. I first started my career as a public defender. And as a public defender, I really enjoyed my work because I was giving back to my community. I was helping those who were disadvantaged. And I knew that a lot of people that were in jail just didn't have the money to pay for an attorney, and they were taking pleas just because they wanted to get out of jail. And so I felt that this was a good opportunity to give back. And I worked in this position for several years. A couple years after I was a public defender, I had a tragedy. My grandmother, who I called endearingly Mimi, passed away. She had breast cancer, and I was really saddened because not only was she gone, but she wasn't able to see me really flourish in my legal career. And as we were preparing for her services, I began going through some of her personal effects, and I realized that my grandmother, who had been my champion while going through law school, after law school, who was so proud of me, had actually deferred her dream of wanting to become a lawyer by not going. She had applied. I saw some applications that she had, and she didn't go through the process for probably a myriad of reasons, supporting her family. And so I knew that she was happy, so happy for me, not just because she loved me, but also because she was seeing her dream of being a lawyer through me. And so for me, I wanted to make sure that I create a legacy. So I got to thinking, what can I do? I love being a public defender, but I wanted to do more. And so I started thinking about, I love helping people. I love working with people from all over the world, and I love traveling. And so I decided that immigration law would be a practice area that I would want to go into. So approximately 6 months later, I decided to go into business with a business partner, and we started a criminal immigration practice. And our practice took off. 6 months after starting our practice, we hired our first employee. We moved into an office space, and we were going. Money was coming in, we were having clients, we were busy. But then in 2016, we decided to take our practice in different areas and concentrate on different things, and we dissolved our partnership. So I was left with my firm, and I still continued on, pressing forward, wanting to make sure that I continued to help my clients, not thinking about the different things that were happening, people leaving, me having to fire people, people not really doing their job, totally not really getting committed people. And I just kept moving forward. Then in 2019, in September, I had planned a trip. And I planned the trip with my mom and my sister to go to South Africa. It was going to be our first trip to South Africa, or to South Africa and to the continent of Africa, and we were super excited. I had everything in place. I had all of the employees I thought that were going to be able to make sure that I didn't have to really worry. I knew that I was going to be able to pass, and I've never heard of the vacation test before, but I was like, I'm going to be able to really enjoy this trip. Because I had taken trips before, but I was still taking my laptop, working no matter what, and my mom and sister would always roll their eyes at me. But I was like, no, I'm going to really enjoy this trip, and I knew that it was going to probably be more difficult anyways to get online because I was going to be doing a safari, etc. Well, I got to my trip, got there on a Friday, and on Monday I just called to check in with my office, and my ad hoc administrator at the time, and I say ad hoc because I hadn't really solidified that role yet in my firm, told me that my key paralegal legal assistant had not come in. And I was like, what do you mean he hasn't come in? Like, we have things that we need to get out. He had come highly recommended. I had checked his background, his references. And I said, okay, well, let's see. Maybe something happened. We'll give him till next day. Nothing. Third day, nothing. He ghosted us. And I just said, okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to make this trip, do some work while I'm here. So I still was able to enjoy my trip, but I realized that this is not really working. But when I got back to Atlanta, Georgia, I had to keep going because I didn't have time. I didn't really want to put the time and focus on it. So I just moved forward and went forward with my business as usual. But then in 2020, the pandemic hit. And that's when I really, really, really started to think, okay, so there are some things that are not really going well with my business. I am having stagnant revenue. I'm having employee morale that I can feel is not very high, employee turnover, and I really need to address it. And so just like all of you, I got an email from SMB, and I started listening to some of their talks during the pandemic. And I was like, this is something I really need to consider. Actually, it was interesting. Right when I got back from my trip from South Africa, I actually started looking into coaching, and I had kind of participated in another coaching program and hired another coach. But I was still not feeling satisfied, so I kept looking. And so I desired something that was going to help me transform my firm from the revenues that I was getting, the stagnant revenues, the low employee morale, the unstable employee environment, to something that was going to really be a game changer. And so these things that I learned as being a member of SMB, I'm going to talk about today, and I hope that they're valuable to me as they valuable to you as they are valuable to me, and like to get right into it. So And these are the 7 things that I've learned. So let's get with the first one. So I first think that this quote from Helen Keller is just so key. It says, the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. The first thing that I know that I really needed to change, and I have actually taken very seriously, and all of the things I take seriously, but this is the number one, is having a vision. So let me ask everyone, if you can put a 1 in the chat, who has written down their vision on paper? Put a 1 in the chat if you have. Oh, we've got a lot of 1s. That's great. That's good. So the next question is, who out of RPLL Law 1111, who has taken their vision and actually shared it with their office? Put a 1 in the chat if you've done that. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's really good. So for me, prior to joining SMB, my vision was real simple. My vision was, I wanted to be more financially stable. I wanted to be able to have a legacy. And I wanted to make sure that I would be able to pass the vacation test. And basically, those were the things that I knew I wanted for my vision. But those things were very, very singularly, not very moving for anyone if I were to share them. And I knew that I needed more. And so when I created my vision and I sat down, I really got granular with it. I really broke down every single factor of what I wanted my vision to be. And that was a game changer. It was a game changer for not only me, because I figured out why I do what I do every day. And that really was important for me to understand fully. I knew that I was going to work. I knew I was, running my firm, but I didn't want to feel like a hamster in the wheel, going to work, going to court, handling fires, doing all of that. And I knew I wanted to make sure I had something to show 10, 15 years down the line. But the pivotal moment for me also was when I took my vision and I shared it with my staff. I felt like that was the pivoting moment for me because my staff actually understood, 1, why I was doing what I was doing, but 2, why they were there. Why are they spending half of their lives with my firm? Why are they spending time helping me to make sure clients are happy? And so once I shared my vision, I began to have an alignment with the universe, which I know may sound a little strange, but it actually does happen, where I was starting to get the clients that I wanted, the cases that I needed, and actually feeling confident in the average case value of what I wanted to get to. My employees knew what kind of clients to look for now, what type of clients to look for in types of occupations they have. And they knew, okay, these are the things that we want to move forward to in the next 3 years. I'm sure you've already heard Bill talk about Cameron Herold in the book Vivid Vision. I definitely recommend you take the time to read that book and actually follow through with it if you have not done so yet. So having a vision is key. But tied into having your vision is also another thing, which is mindset. I found for me, when I first started doing my vision, I was having difficulty really seeing exactly where I was going to be in 3 years. I was like, that's not my reality. So how am I going to write that down? How is that actually going to happen? And so I had to really put some time into and visualize and spend some time meditating to really get into an abundance mindset. Because I needed to figure out, why was my revenue plateauing? I was making around $600,000, $700,000 every year, year in, year out. And I was like, okay, that's decent money, but it's not 7 figures. So how do I get to that next phase? And really, it was my mindset. Because if you think about it, your mindset, do you have a scarcity mindset? Do you feel like, oh, there's too many competitors out there. There's too many people that are trying to do the same type of case? Put a 1 in the chat if anybody has ever thought those questions, that they've thought that there's too many competitors or there's too many people out there doing the same type of cases you are, and you just don't think you're going to be able to get enough cases, or nobody's going to pay that amount of money for that kind of case, even though I know it takes that amount of time to do. Thank you, everyone, for responding to that, because I know for me, I really, really had a difficult time at first thinking, will anybody pay, especially with immigration, with cases taking a very long time? Will someone really pay this much for an immigration case that takes, yes, 10 years? And yes, it takes 10 years for an immigration case. So really understanding how to put yourself forward and really be able to know, okay, these clients are going to come to me for this specific case type, and I will get these clients no matter what. But once you have your abundance mindset, the next thing you need to really think out is, and I have this in my vivid vision, is my culture. Now, you heard from me before that were ghosting me, that were quitting, that I had to fire, and that were just not loyal to my firm. And I really wanted to redo that, because your firm is only as successful as the people that are there to support you. And so I knew building a culture was going to take some time, and it's going to take some effort. I would like to ask everyone, if you do not have a core values for your firm, put a 1 in the chat for me if you do not have core values. Okay, thank you so much for that honesty, because that's so important. Core values for me was probably the number one thing that really helped to put my firm into alignment so that everyone knew, A, what we were working towards, and B, what we all believed in. I got feedback from all of my employees about the core values that we discussed and decided on. And so everyone in my office now knows that we believe in accountability, to be accountable to ourselves, to one another, and to our clients. Our core values are so key, because that's my basis point whenever an issue comes up. No longer am I talking to an employee and saying, well, you did this and you did this. I'm actually having a conversation with, how does this fall short of the core values that we have? How can you make this fall more in line with the core values the next time? And I think that is a game changer, no matter what. And then once you get your core values, you begin to see the things that I have listed here. You begin to see increased loyalty from the staff. And you begin to create an environment where your employees feel like they're thriving, and it's a hard place to repeat anywhere else. My employees love coming to work, and I've asked them, and I'm not just saying it, they actually love coming to work. They love the things that we do. We promote teamwork, we promote collaboration with one another, and we know that it's helped each and every one of the employees that I have. I have 9, 8 in-house and 3 virtually, that it's really helped them to feel inclusive. And we have come up with activities that help not just the people that are in office, but also for everyone. So we have done a podcast review for different cases, and we do book clubs. And so before I started all of this, I would do the occasional office lunch. I would do the occasional, birthday celebration whenever someone's birthday came up. But now, we do not just do that. We do other things as well. And it's really made a difference in how my employees feel about coming into work every day. Because as I stated before, they are spending a lot of time. And so at the end of every quarter, we take time to go celebrate how we ended the quarter. And we also do a quarterly review just to celebrate our wins and what the things we need to do to improve. And so I have taken that time for everyone to know we are here to celebrate you as an employee, but also to know, what are you wanting for your personal life? What do you want for your financial goals? And I learned about doing and creating a culture from SMB. And then the other thing I do in creating a culture is I actually take, and I learned this from one of the SMB classes, one of the engagements such as this, from Craig Goldenfarb that it's important to take time out of your schedule as a busy attorney and go and take your employees on a one-on-one. Not a one-on-one about business, but actually a one-on-one to have coffee, tea. I just finished 3 coffee teas last week with my employees, just finding out what do they like, what do they enjoy doing, how are they maximizing on their time when they're off of work. And I'm going to tell you, I hadn't talked to any of them since the beginning of the year, like in a one-on-one, and I could see the shift in them. They felt more connected, and it's just microscopic, but it's really worth it. So once you know the first 3, you have your vision, you have your abundant mindset, and you have a culture. The next thing you really need to know, and this is something that I didn't know, and so I'm going to ask everyone here, and I'm sure all the SMB people already do, but how many people, put a 1 in the chat, how many of you keep track of your company scorecard on a weekly basis? Put a 1 in the chat if you do. Okay, I have 2 people. Okay, I have 3. Okay, I have a couple more. Good, good. So what about the 2 people? What about a 2 for the people who don't keep a company scorecard and they don't keep track of their data and their numbers? Okay, that sounds more like it. So let me tell you, for me, before I became part of SMB, company scorecard didn't exist. Numbers was vague. Okay, I knew about, well, how many new clients I started per month. I would look at my P&L at the end of each month. I would look at my end of the year statement, and I would reward my employees based on the profits at the end of the year. And I would have a guesstimate of the top producing cases. And so I really needed to figure out and learn, and I figured out this is really what helped me to drive my company to the next level, is to really know my numbers. I learned what were my 3 top producing cases for my firm. What are not just the 3 top producing cases, what if you have multiple practice areas, what are the top producing practice areas for your firm? Because if you're focusing your time and your energy on a practice area that's not bringing you that much money, you may need to switch. I remember Bill saying, some of you are in a practice area that is not going to get you to your revenue goals that you want to have. And that, for me, was a game changer, because I realized I really needed to start focusing my practice and figuring out how I was going to make the area that I am in more profitable. The second question I definitely recommend is, what is my average cost per case versus average case value? That was really, really a big question, because some cases cost a lot, and in terms of work that you have to put into it, and you're only quoting a very low amount. So taking that number and comparing it really helps you when you're talking to your client, when you are talking to a prospective client about this is how much it's going to cost for a case. You can outline for them, this is the reason why. Because I would tell people, okay, this is how much it costs. They'd be like, why is it so much? And now I could actually produce the things outlined for them. This is what we have to do, and this is how much time it usually spends for each of these. And then also the third question is, how many cases do I need per month to stay profitable? That is a question you really need to get down, because you want to be able to go past just breaking even and get to a profitable point. So knowing your numbers is very, very important. Now, quarterly goals. For me, setting quarterly goals, I really think it has helped my firm to not be just in a base of looking at end of the year and maybe in the middle of the year and saying, okay, that's where we're at and that's it. How many of you who are on today do not run your firm on quarterly goals or quarterly at all? Put a 1 in the chat if that applies to you. Okay. Yes, thanks for responding. Yes, I'm going to tell you, running quarterly is really, really exciting. Actually, for me, I love it because I can see in 90-day increments how we are moving forward. In every quarter, we have a theme, and I got this directly from Bill Hauser. What is my theme this quarter? Sales. We are focused on sales this quarter, and I came up with it actually while I was at the last SMB quarterly retreat. And that's why those quarterly retreats are just game changers. Having a quarterly theme and doing a quarterly presentation with your team helps your team, A, to stay focused, 2, to get remotivated for the next quarter, and 3, to know where they're going to go. So we have quarterly bowlers, not just for the team, for the whole office, but each individual has their own goals for that quarter. And it's definitely a winner. And then we also have team training during that quarter. So if you do not have quarterly goals, I recommend you start for this next quarter. That's going to be starting at the end of June. So you have 4 weeks to get it planned out. But I have found this to help me to be able to make redirections and pivots based on the numbers that I get for that quarter. So if I notice that I am down with what I need to make for that quarter, I am going to make a pivot and say, let's increase my marketing in this area because I am not where I need to be. So pivoting and knowing how to direct your marketing is very important. When you have your quarterly goals, you're able to do that. Now, money mindset. I know that the last speaker, Katie, was talking about this, and I don't want to go too much into it because I know it can seem repetitive, but I too believe that money mindset is key. I really had to do an assessment with myself because money mindset does go hand in hand with abundance mindset. And I really had to make a decision, like, how do I feel about my current financial situation? And what is my behavior towards money? And then the third question is, what would I do differently if money was not an issue? And one of the things I noticed about with me and money mindset was that I always was afraid to pay too much to employees. I would always get to a cap and I would say, okay, I'm going to pay employees this much, but I don't want to have a payroll that's something that I can't afford. Like, I don't want to be in that crunch. And I'm going to tell you that I took the leap last year at fourth quarter, and I actually gave every person that we went through and we did quarterly reviews, and I gave 3 very big bonus, I guess, increases in payroll hourly rates to my employees. And I have not looked back. I realized we are making payroll. I'm actually quoting appropriately, so I'm able to make payroll. But I shifted my mindset to think not scarcity, but that my employees deserve to feel secure. I don't want to lose these employees because they do an excellent job. And I want them to not feel like they have to go get a second job or a third job or do something else. And so I really had to take that leap. And when you're increasing your payroll, it's serious. And then when you're increasing it by giving increase in pay and also hiring new people, it can get you have to really have a lot of faith. But I'm going to tell you, once you shift your mindset and you know, okay, this is what I need to do, and I need to have more cases, I need to increase my marketing, I need to increase my rate on these types of cases, then you will, no matter what, be able to make your payroll. It's not something that it's not a figment of anyone's imagination. So that is what I would say about money mindset. Now, this last thing, so we have the 6 so far, but this last one, learning how to delegate, I think is something that I'm still kind of challenged with, and I think it's definitely not the easiest, but it's something that's necessary that has to be done. Bill talks about learning how to, as an attorney, to concentrate on the $1,000 and $10,000 task. And for me, before I joined SMB, I was doing a lot of the $10 tasks, probably, maybe not all the time, but I was doing them. My phone would still ring whenever someone would call, a potential client would call the office. I would answer the phone if no one would pick it up. I would go check the mail and do the mail processing if someone wasn't there in time. And so I was doing things that I really didn't have time for because I needed to concentrate on other things in the big picture. And when I learned to let go of the little things, even to the point where now I have let go of hiring. I have my firm administrator handling that. I learned that I was able to be more efficient, more productive, and I learned, and it took some time, I recognized what to delegate and to who to delegate it to. Now, I've heard one of the speakers during one of these presentations say, not today, but previous, that delegation is about delegating to someone. They don't have to get it 100% right, just 80% right. And then you can make tweaks along the way until they get it about 90 to 95% right. For me, I am a perfectionist and I like to have things done quick, 100% right all the time. But that's not possible. I can't always do all of the cases. So I had to learn to delegate these things over, and it has improved my life. So now, where am I at? Well, yes, I was able to go to Morocco with my mom for her 75th birthday. And there was a fire in my office with something, a deadline was missed, but it was fixed. But I didn't learn about it until I got back. And I was able to really enjoy going to the Sahara Desert, staying in the desert with my mom. And so I think I've passed the vacation test now that Andy has said, because I've taken these 7 principles and I have used them throughout my practice, and I've implemented them, because you can know these things, but if you don't implement them, they really don't mean anything. So you have to take them, and it takes time, but it's worth the time you put in. So to finish off, I just have a quote from Napoleon Hill, and it says, "Before success comes in any man's life, he is sure to meet with much temporary defeat and perhaps some failure. When defeat overtakes a man, the easiest and most logical thing to do is to quit." That is exactly what the majority of men or people do. More than 500 of the most successful men this country has ever known told the author their greatest success came just one step beyond the point at which defeat had overtaken them. And I impart to all of you, you do not need to quit. Don't give up. If I can do it, you all can. And I hope that you all join, because I would love to see you at the next quarterly event, either in Chicago or in San Diego. And I hope this information was helpful to all of you. Have a great day.
Keep it going for Kamala, everybody. Give me a thank you in the chat or hit the space bar and say thank you to tell her.
Thank you, Kamala.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So here's where we are, guys. You have been playing full out. We got one more speaker. Right? And I want you guys to recommit to playing full out. By the way, is anybody ready for me to give away that video kit? Anybody? If you're ready for me to give away that video kit, let me know. Are you ready for me to give it away? Yes? Do it. Oh, yeah, ready? Okay, I'm going to do it later, though. I'm going to do it after our next speaker. I love you guys, though. Don't be mad at me. I love you. So here's the thing. I don't know. I love you. I love you, Lauren. Thank you. Yes, we're going to give it away in just a little bit. But here's the thing. One of the things that we promised you all the way back on day number 1, which seems like forever ago because we've learned so much content. One of the things that we promised you was that we were going to over-deliver on the content. And that's something that we're going to do right now. The gentleman I'm about to bring to the stage, you heard from him yesterday about how he signed over 1,500 cases since starting his firm just a year and a half ago. And here's what we're going to do during this session. What he's going to do is he's going to over-deliver. He's going to give you practical steps that you can implement as early as tomorrow to up-level your intake. Because as we already talked about, you can have the best marketing in the world, but if you don't understand how to properly do intake, you're going to be leaving a lot of money on the table. He's going to get specific with you, and he's going to over-deliver on that content just like we promised. So, question, are you all ready for me to bring him to the stage? And are you ready to keep playing full out for the rest of the day? We only got a little bit further to go. He's the last speaker. If you're ready to keep rocking, hit that space bar for me and say, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Excellent.
Ready.
I love the energy. And if you got to stand up, move around, do that too.
Okay.
Keep that energy high. And Bill's coming up, Bankhead bouncing or whatever he's doing. I don't know, but he's clearly ready as well. Don't worry. Dance off is still coming tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know what that is, but aren't you glad that you got to see that? That right there was worth the price of admission. Ladies and gentlemen, keep that energy up. Put your hands together. Welcome back to the stage, Mr. Ethan Ostroff.
One more time.
Thank you. Thank you. How's everyone doing? I know it's been a long few days, action-packed, tons of content. Put a 1 in the chat if you've gotten something from the last few days that you're going to implement into your firms by the end of this week. I see a lot of 1s. I see a lot of 1s. Appreciate it. So for those of you who were on yesterday, those of you who weren't on yesterday, my name is Ethan Ostroff. I started my own firm in January 2022 and a virtual assistant staffing company, placing intakers and admin at law firms all over the country. As Devon said, since starting my firm, I have signed and accepted by my referral partners 1,500 signed cases, almost exclusively from social media. And I'm going to talk to you about, yesterday I talked to you about very high level, my backstory. Today I'm going to get into really specifically how you can put some practical steps into your law firm that will drastically improve your intake process. Who wants that information? Put a 1 in the chat if you want that information from me. Awesome. Awesome. Appreciate it. So tomorrow, just to give you a sneak peek, tomorrow I'm going to be talking about how to maximize the value of your cases through improved client communication so that you can double down on your reception and intake. Today, I'm going to get into this stuff. So I'm going to be just clearing off this board. I'm going to be doing a lot of whiteboarding through my talks. So the highest point that I'm going to talk through, who in here, put a 1 in the chat if you've heard of the topic called if you've heard of something called a CRM. If you've heard of something called a CRM, put a 1 in the chat if you've heard of a CRM before. Lots of 1s in the chat. A CRM is a client relationship manager. There's varying types of CRMs. Salesforce, Clio, Lead Docket, FileVine, Zoho, HubSpot. These are all versions of CRMs. I'm sure you've heard of some of these. Now, I'm going to make really clear, having a CRM or a client relationship management tool, a case management system, a system is not enough. Who in here has a system like that and probably doesn't enforce your entire staff to use it right? Put a 1 in the chat. Come on, I've been in firms where people are guilty of it. Enforcement of the system is how you get the benefit of the system. Junk in, junk out. If you want to be able to run a report showing you all of your intakes that didn't get a call today, could you do it? If the answer is no, you're probably not maximizing your system the right way. A good CRM is the starting point of a great system. But if you do not use it, you are not going to see the benefit of it. I know this is basic stuff, but I'm going to give you guys a piece of advice that I strongly suggest. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that there's someone at your firm. Maybe they're a long-tenured paralegal. Maybe they've been there for a long time. Maybe they're the associate who settles big cases, and they say, well, I like to do it my way. Who here knows that person at their firm right now?
Me.
I like to label things my way. I like to save documents my way. I like to do tasks my way. Who has to deal with that? If you have that person, they're holding you back. So I got into this yesterday. This is the foundation of intake. I'm going to get into technical stuff with intake, so bear with me today, okay? We ran through these yesterday. This is the foundation of your intake department. These are the different lead types that come into your office. Any kind of practice of law, any area of law. These kinds of leads come in, and what they are. Anybody remember from yesterday? Want to throw them in the chat? Anyone remember what these 4 things are? I'll give it a sec. Not seeing anyone quite yet. I see live leads. Live leads. What else we got? What's next? There they are. Thank you, Lydia. Appreciate it. We got live leads. They're on the phone right now. Form fills. They just filled out a form on your site, Facebook, wherever. Schedule callbacks. Hey, let's talk tomorrow at 2. Follow-ups. Leads that have been touched at least one time. This is the basis of your KPI structure for your intake department. This is the basis for your jobs in your intake department. This is the basis for how you track your leads coming into your system and how you build out reporting. They need to be clearly built out for each of these purposes. If not, you are losing leads. It's that simple. If you don't have a very seamless way for someone to call your office right now and not go to voicemail, ever, and get to someone who, before that call ends, gets them to sign your contract, regardless of case type. It could be family law. It could be wills, trusts, and estates. It could be criminal. It could be personal injury. When a live lead comes in, these are the highest intent leads. You must close them. You must. If you do not, you are losing and burning cash that you're spending in marketing. Now, live leads, I'm going to describe something before. Yesterday, I talked about my bonus structure, which I'm going to put right here. So you guys can take a picture if you want. The numbers sometimes change. If I'm incorrect on it, I might have put them $1 higher yesterday. The structure is the same though. So live leads. This is the KPI for the bonus structure. Now, when it comes to KPIs, there's carrot KPIs and stick KPIs. It's exactly what it sounds like. Carrot. Make sure that when a live lead comes in, the highest likelihood to convert opportunity. Now, these dollars are different, practice area by practice area. Don't get me wrong. If a live lead comes in, this is what you get if you close them. Now, on a form fill, we incentivize speed. If you close it within 30 minutes, it's an additional $1. Schedule callbacks. Again, as we're going down this list, the conversion percentage goes down. Schedule callbacks, $4 individual bonus, $1 team bonus. Follow-up. Now, let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to go into the chat. Put in the chat if you see your intake team, if you have one, pay more attention to here than over there. Put a 1 in the chat if you see that happening. Now I'm going to tell you why. It's because people like to succeed. It's human nature to go for the thing with the least resistance. Verifiably, this is the best chance for a conversion to occur. Your intake team wants to succeed for you. They want to come and be excited and say, I just got another case signed. If they're just chasing leads that have a lower answer rate, a lower conversion rate, every time you try them, it's not as exciting of a job. If you're just answering live calls all day and converting people that are on the phone ready to sign right then and there, that is more fun. But you don't want to throw someone in the fire who just started with your firm. They need to learn the process through follow-up. Only people who prove themselves by being the best at follow-up deserve the opportunity at the rest of these lead types. Put a 1 in the chat if that all makes sense. At my firm, I do not allow basically a new hire or a rookie to touch any of these. This is the mistake I see other virtual assistant companies telling clients to do, other intake companies. Oh yeah, we can staff you with somebody who can jump right in. It's just not true. It's just not true. Every single virtual assistant that I see succeed on projects, they started as a follow-up specialist and graduated to these other roles. Because I don't want to lose a big case, just like I don't want you to lose a big case. Start your people in a low-risk role, then they can graduate to these other roles. So, I'm going to talk about the different jobs in my firms, and then I'm going to talk about lining up coverage on each of these things. Okay? I talked about this a little yesterday. I have 3 primary jobs in my firm. Okay? 3. 1, reception. Throw in the chat what a receptionist job is to do. Anybody? Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Ashley. Answer and transfer. Answer and transfer. If they do anything else, they're bad at the next call coming in. A receptionist's job is successful based on one piece of data: answer rate. And that's it. If the answer rate starts to go down, the first thing you do is double check that you don't have a system problem. Do we have too many calls coming in at once? If the answer is no, then the question is the receptionist staying too long on the phone or unavailable too often? Let me ask you guys a question. Throw in the chat if you've ever experienced between 12 and 1 when your receptionist takes lunch that you lose cases, that you have people go to voicemail. Throw a 1 in the chat or tell me in chat if that actually happens at your firm. Oh, Sherry, she's just at lunch. We'll let that one go to voicemail. Say goodbye to the next catastrophic injury case you want. It's that simple. On live leads, not only do you need coverage on both lanes of the highway, inbound calls and outbound calls, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. I'm going to repeat that. You need coverage on both lanes of the highway, inbound calls and outbound calls, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. Can someone from SMB throw those numbers in the chat for me, please? Live leads in particular, you need to build lines of coverage. Build lines of coverage. If the first person's unavailable to answer the next call, who's next? If the second person's unavailable, who's next? If the third person's unavailable, who's next? Live leads cannot go to voicemail. They can't. So how are you going to build structure? Okay, Jan, you're person 1. Person 1. Then who's person 2? Then who's person 3? You got to keep having lines of coverage on each part of this. All right. I'm going to give you guys some practical steps that you can put into your intake. Has this been helpful so far? Has anybody been learning anything? Throw something in the chat. This has been helpful so far. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is called status tracking. I'm losing it here. There we go. There we go. All right, I have terrible handwriting. Last time I had to have Emmy come up here, but I don't see her, so I can't embarrass her. Okay. I'm going to run through each of these, and then I'm going to give some practical tips that you can train your intake team on. When an intake comes into your office, they must always have a status. You can track these statuses on a spreadsheet if you have to. I don't recommend it. I do recommend having not just a case management system, but also something to manage your intakes. But these are the statuses you must have. New lead, just came in, hasn't been called. Follow-up, once it's been called and not reached, how do you know that it's one that you still want to keep attempting? They're in the follow-up status. On hold, let's say that they asked for a call back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. You don't want your team calling that person again the same day. On hold means you stop calling them because they have a call coming up or there's some special reason why they shouldn't be called. This is a dangerous status, though. Things can get lost here. Just be very careful with this one. Sent, that's paperwork sent. Signed, and I'm going to give you guys a tip in a sec. Pretty clear. Converted. These can kind of go hand in hand. Turned down, referred out. With these statuses, you can create a pipeline in your intake department. One that you might not have right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you could tell me every single lead that is in the follow-up status that has contacted your firm over the last 3 months. That's great. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't. If you can't tell me what's in the follow-up status, that tells me, no offense, I promise I'm not trying to be condescending, that you might not be following up enough. If you don't know what's in follow-up, how do you know to follow up? So something that I'm going to just teach you guys that I go over with my team constantly. Things shouldn't live here very frequently. When you get someone on the phone, in a perfect world, let's say they called into your firm, they're transferred to your intake closer. That intaker takes them from qualification, first name, last name, phone number, email, what's going on, through the close. What are your questions about our representation? What do you need to know for us to move forward with your case? Qualification, close. Your team should stop feeling like they won by sending paperwork. Sending paperwork is not a win. Don't let that person off the phone until they've signed. You can be polite about it. Hey, you know what? I'm happy to just stay on the phone with you to make sure you don't run into any problems signing the paperwork. Another tip, text your clients a Loom. If you don't know what Loom is, can someone throw in here a link to what Loom is? It's a Chrome extension. It's a screen recording software. Text or email your clients a Loom, which is a screen recording, walking them through how to sign their paperwork on your e-sign platform. You can start doing that tomorrow. Oh, I don't know how to sign on e-sign. Can you come meet me in Dunkin' Donuts? No, here's a video on how to do it. It's 2023. People can e-sign. I'm going to go through a couple different dashboard types. All right. Does everybody have this down? Anyone need to take a picture or something? All right, great. All right. There are two kinds of dashboard types and report types in any system. Please ignore my handwriting. Try my best. Okay. Analysis and work reports. A work report example. Show me all the leads that haven't been called today or yesterday. So if someone goes in that report and they log a call on one of the leads that is showing up on that report, it removes from the report. Therefore, they do their work on that report. Your intake staff, especially when you start somebody in a follow-up role, should have ideally one place to work, one report, or one place to know where they're calling their leads from. That's it. The more work reports you put on someone's plate, the less productivity you will see, the less consistency you will see, the more excuses you will see for them not doing what you expect of them. Analysis report. Show me all the cases signed by each firm. Show me all my cases in my inventory and what source they were driven from. An analysis report is like a CEO report. You can have as many as you want, depending on your system. An analysis report shows you something from a macro level, not a micro level. Micro, macro. You need a combination of these two things to run an effective intake department. Work reports drive your people to success on intake. Analysis is for your staff or yourself to oversee individuals and global productivity. So, a couple of reports that you might want. All cases, or leads, without a call today. That's an example of one. Again, my handwriting's terrible. In terms of amount of call, text, email, at my firm, we have 15 call, text, email at least every 3 days. Right now, we're chasing around 1,700 open leads. It's just too much to do it 22 times. Something really to think about. Making sure that you hit your leads enough over a period of time. So mine takes about 45 days, then I'll close that lead down for non-contact at the 15th call. Joe Tunstall, who you heard from yesterday, he and I talked about exactly this report 3 months ago when he came, and was a part of this event last time. And Joe implemented this report, and he is seeing cases get signed on the 15th call. Yesterday, he told me he got a case signed on the 15th call. Just yesterday. Okay. Things that cannot happen in your intake department. Cannot happen. Okay. Voicemail. Rule 1, no voicemail. Can't happen. You need enough coverage so nothing goes to voicemail. Inbound. Not having nights and weekends covered. Yeah. Highest answer rate. Highest conversion rate. When do you think it is? Throw it in the chat. It's a layup. Said it yesterday. Nights, weekends, highest answer rate, highest conversion rate. It's the golden hours. This is when you must have not just one lane of the highway. Your by-the-minute service is important so that you don't have to hire a stateside receptionist for nights and weekends. You can hire a VA for that, but I don't suggest you just turn off your by-the-minute service you might work with if you work with one. By-the-minute service, better than voicemail. But they don't know how you like your phones answered. They don't know your practice area. They don't know your scripts. I know firms that have cold called those companies. They don't even pronounce the firm right sometimes. But you must not let people go to voicemail. By the minute is better than voicemail. But nights and weekends, outbound dialing. This is when you will get people. This is when they are not at work. We're not the only ones that work, 40-hour weeks. So do our clients very frequently. And yet, we don't call them on nights and weekends. It's a layup opportunity. If you have someone calling on Saturday and Sunday, 5 to 9, you will catch people at a time that they are available for you. Giving up on less than 12. I'm compromising here. 12 is a number that you should be striving for as a MVP. 12, call, text, email. I'm a big fan of automation. I'm a big fan of delegation. If you can, a lot of intake systems have texting processes so that you don't have to have manual text. But what I will tell you, don't go full automated on texting. If you see clients responding to your automated text, I just ran into this problem within the last couple months where I had members of my team sending template texts because they're just trying to get to the next task. Because kind of going back in time, I told you about my carrot KPIs with those dollar amounts. I have a stick KPI that every intaker must touch 55 cases a day. That's a number that I've seen people exceed, but it's an amount that for me, quality is more important than quantity. So I have a 55 case touch minimum. So if they're sending and rattling off random template texts, clients are going to be annoyed. They're going to feel like a number. You need to read the text, read the file, make sure you respond if they're asking questions. If you're just sending something to them, they're going to be offended. So just a couple more things. Here are some tools that you might want to write down. Can someone in the chat write these in there for me? All right, so intake system is easy. I'm going to go into each of these. I only have a couple minutes left. I'm not going to be able to go too deep into all of these. Okay. Intake system. We went deep into that. Jot form. I can't go too deep into this, but jot form, again, I'm getting a little technical here. You can build for certain case types full qualification intakes. Jot form allows for clients to qualify themselves, even sign your own paperwork, even pay you without ever talking to an intake member. I sign anywhere from 20 to 50 cases a month without ever talking to anybody. In Pennsylvania, that's allowed. I know in some states it's not. Call rail. This tells you where. This gives you custom numbers for your marketing. SMB does this for you if you do work with them. Zapier. Zapier is an automation tool. Look it up. I can't go too deep into it, but if you ever run Facebook ads, it grabs information from Facebook and puts it into your intake system. But there is endless zaps, it's called. Check it out. I promise you won't regret it. I use a 20,000 task plan on Zapier for my firm. Voice over IP. This allows for you to have receptionists from anywhere around the globe, and it'll feel like they're right down the hall. This is a really important part to scaling your firm, and it can integrate with a lot of systems. SMS, that's pretty clear. eSign, if you don't have eSign, we're in 2005. eFax. Need eFax in some circumstances, not in all, but this is just another tool that I recommend. And then outbound dialing support, which is not something people typically have a dedicated person for. So, I guess I got to stay over here. Okay, great. So, just wanted to say thank you for taking the time today. Tomorrow, I'm going to go deeper into this stuff on how to maximize your value of your case with effective client contact. Yesterday, I talked about this. Can someone put in the chat auditmyintake.com? If you go to auditmyintake.com, my company wants to do a completely free audit of your intake department. We want to tell you where you can improve. Still not there. It is. Thanks, Emily. And we want to help your firm grow your intake department so that when you sign up with SMB and they flood you with leads, you are not just pouring gasoline on the top of the car. You must be prepared, not after you bring in leads, but before. We want to show you where your holes are and help prepare you for the onslaught of business that's coming and show you how we can improve it. So on Audit My Intake, fill out your basic information, then it'll take you to a booking link. If you don't actually book a call, we're never actually going to do the audit for you. So as soon as you book your call, we will start the audit and meet with you and go over the results completely for free. You keep the report. If you never hire a VA through us, no big deal. Of course, we'd love to work with all of you, but the audit is so critical because it aligns with my mission, which is representing or co-counseling over 1 million people and placing 1 million jobs. And by helping you improve your intake department aligns with my vision for my future as well. So thank you for the time today. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder, pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't never getting older.
All right, everybody. All right. Hey, do me a favor. Type thank you to Ethan in the chat. Type thank you to Ethan in the chat. Or just hit that space bar and say thank you if you want him to hear it. He's still in studio. That was helpful. Thank you. I love it. Excellent. Props to Ethan. Hey, question before we wrap up for the day. If you have learned something and you've gotten value out of being here, can you do me a quick favor? Can you just hit that space bar and give a big thank you to all the speakers? Can you do that now?
Thank you, everybody.
I'm listening.
Thank you, everybody.
Excellent. I love it. That's why.
Thank you.
Excellent. And you know what? Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here all day, for playing full out, for being willing to actually listen and learn what these speakers are telling you and to be willing to implement it. And thank those of you who decided to join SMB, to take that step. Even if you're a little bit scared, all good. You took that step and moved forward. And I want to give you props on that. So I hope you are as excited for tomorrow as I am. You all have done a wonderful job of playing full out and being dedicated to your own success. You showed up on day 1, you stayed the whole way through. You showed up here on day 2, you stayed the whole way through. And I'm going to reward you for that in just a second. Tomorrow, we got one more day. One more day. Tomorrow is all about creating a firm that manages itself. Right? How do you attract the right people and set up your firm in such a way that you can take 120 days a year off and still make a boatload of money? That's what tomorrow is all about. So if you are excited for tomorrow, and if you are all in on playing full out, do me a favor, type all in the chat for me right now and let me know that you're all in for tomorrow. Excellent. All in. Love it. Yes, if the content for the past 2 days for tomorrow is like it is, if the content for tomorrow is like it's been the past 2 days, you're going to absolutely love it. So a few things before we give away the video kit. Matter of fact, can I have my team throw up the video kit behind me real quick? All right. And we're just going to put that in as a tease. I'm going to be announcing the winner of that in just a little bit, in just a second. Okay. So tomorrow morning, giving this video kit away. Where is it? Which side is it on? I can't see myself on the screen right now. So whichever side it's on, I can't see. I think it's that side. Andy is going to be doing a very special how to use AI session tomorrow. He's going to be specifically talking about how to use AI to respond to Google reviews. That happens tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time, right? That's a VIP session tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. So make sure you are here on time for that to learn how to use AI to respond to Google reviews. That's 10 a.m. Doors for the general session open at 11 a.m. Eastern time. By the way, very important, before we give this away, one quick call to action that I'm going to ask for you. If you are on the fence about joining SMB, then it likely means one thing. And I don't know who I'm talking to, but I'm talking to 2 or 3 people right now. And I know I'm talking to you because I do events for a living. I MC events for a living. I know I'm talking to 1 or 2 people right now. There's 1 or 2 of you right now who in here, you want to move forward. And up here, you're being talked out of it. Up here, your brain's job is to keep you safe. It's to do risk management, and that's okay. It's just doing its job, but it's also holding you back. My suggestion and what I'm going to urge you to do is if in here is telling you to move forward, but up here is scared, tell up here, thank you. I know your job is to try to protect me, but you're holding me back. In here has infinitely more wisdom than up here. In here is what all of the speakers that you've heard from today, all of the people who you've heard from today, they listened to in here and told up here, thank you, but I'm going to listen to what's in here. I'm going to move forward. If you have any questions, here's what I suggest you do. Look, just leave your deposit, right? Leave your deposit and talk to a member of our team, right? Leave your deposit, talk to a member of our team. Go to relentlesslawyer.com/commit. Emily just dropped the link in the chat. Go to relentlesslawyer.bootcamp.com/commit. Claim your spot. Leave your deposit. And then just talk to a member of our team. Tell us what you're scared of. That's okay. Guess what? We've heard it before. I'm scared about the area of practice I'm in. Guess what? We know the solution that you probably can't see yet. I'm scared about my ad spend. All good. You're not the first. You won't be the last. Let us talk to you about that. Leave your deposit, all right, and talk to a member of our team, all right? So, with that, I'm going to give you guys a second to leave that in the chat. So, with that, are you guys ready for me to give away? Don't type in the chat. We're going to leave that thing in the chat. Just do me a favor. Hit spacebar and tell me yes if you're ready for me to give away the video filming kit. If you're ready for me to give away the... Yes? You guys ready?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
remember, you got to be present to win. The winner of the video filming kit today is, and if I mispronounced your name, I apologize, Anthony Doob or Doobie. Anthony, are you there? Anthony, are you there? And to my AV team, can we throw the people back on the back screen for me? Anthony, are you there? Anthony going once. You got to unmute Anthony. Anthony going twice. Anthony gone. Oh my goodness. This is what I said. You got to be present to win. Okay. All right. Let's see. Next name. When I call your name, you got to hit the space bar and let us know you're here. I'm going to move to the next person. The new winner of the video kit is Laura Hurd. Laura, are you here? Laura, I see you. I see you, Laura. You are making noise. You are waving in the things. All right, Laura, you just moved on me. There you are. Laura, congratulations. You are the winner of the video kit. Can you guys give it up for Laura?
Oh,
I love
so
it.
cool.
So cool. Thank you for being here. Thank you for playing full out, Laura. Love the background. Awesome. Great setup.
Well, that's just my desk.
That's just your desk. Well, you're doing a great job with the setup, Laura. Congratulations on the video kit. Our team is going to be reaching out to you. That is yours for you playing full out. Awesome. You guys, you're getting mad. You can't, I don't know if you can see it or not, Laura, but you're getting mad props in the chat. So congratulations. I love it. So ladies and gentlemen, we got one more day. One more day. We got more prizes coming tomorrow. We've got more great content. We've got everything that you need to learn how to create a law firm that works without you, that can make money while you are doing other things. That's what happens tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time with Andy, VIP session. General session doors open 11 a.m. Eastern time. And last but not least, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm going to have my team drop the link in the chat. RelentlessLawyerBootcamp.com/commit. If you're nervous, hey, we get it. But leave your deposit, talk to a member of our team, and take a step in faith over fear. We'll see you tomorrow.
Turn your back and they're gone so fast. Oh yeah, and they're gone so fast. Yeah, yeah. Oh, so hold on to the words that really get in the tell me who will still care? Can you tell me who will still care? Oh, hey, yeah. Said, oh yeah, you about to go. Yeah, yeah. Plant a seed, plant a flower, plant a rose. You can plant any one of those. Keep planting to find out which one grows. It's a secret no one knows. It's a secret no one knows. Oh, no.